Okay, if you'll all settle down, we'll get started here. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Vallejo City Council for May 10th of 2022. And would you rise and give the Pledge of our Allegiance to our flag, led by Vice Mayor Rhonda Chadwick.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor McConnell.
Here.
Vice Mayor Chadwick.
Present.
Council members Ariola.
Present.
Brown.
Here.
Jew.
Here.
Loretta Diaz.
Present.
Meisner.
Okay, and I do not see our city attorney at the moment, so we'll have our report out of closed session a little bit later. We'll move on to presentations and commentations. We have one tonight, which is an award of special recognition to two of our local heroes for their life-saving efforts. And with the fire department officials, please join with me at the podium on the west wall. Okay, do we have our recipients here? Okay, come on up. Okay, we'll come to you. Yeah, we'll have you guys come up to the podium, please. Okay, great. Okay. I haven't seen you for a little while. Except whenever I'm up there. Okay, so why don't we have our honorees come up and stand next to me, please? Right here? Okay, come on a little closer. And it is indeed my privilege and my honor to present this to you. And I know there's at least one person in the audience who's extremely grateful, as I would also be. So with happiness, I am happy to read this. It is a proclamation recognizing Rhona Villanueva and John Seymour. And it reads as follows. Whereas on March 10th, 2022, an elderly gentleman experienced a serious cardiac emergency while shopping at our Vallejo Costco store, and whereas an unrelated shopper, Rhona Manalo-Villanueva, and a store employee, John Seymour, witnessed the emergency, and whereas both Rhona and John recognized the emergency need to take action to save the gentleman's life, Rhona and John initiated the 911 system in order to dispatch responding paramedics from the Vallejo Fire Department and medic ambulance. And whereas Rhona and an off-duty nurse immediately initiated cardiopulmonary resuscitation efforts, while John quickly retrieved the nearby automated external defibrillator and applied the device to the gentleman's chest. And whereas Rhona and John's quick actions resulted in restarting the gentleman's heart prior to the arrival of paramedics, and whereas Rhona and John's efforts directly resulted in a healthy recovery for the gentleman, now therefore be it proclaimed that I, Robert McConnell, as mayor of the city of Vallejo, and each of the individual members of the city council, whose signatures and names appear here as well, honor both of you for your selfless acts of kindness and your desire to help your fellow man. Congratulations. I have a proclamation for both of you. I'll give you the red one. Now, John? No. I know, I'm going to say thank you on behalf of Kim and me someday. That fire? Come on up.
Thank you, Mayor. So to sum it up, all that proclamation basically says is that these two people saved his life. And when you hear the word hero often with the fire department and the police department, however, today it was this young lady and this young man who were the heroes. we came in after the fact and we monitored his condition, but he was alive when we showed up to Costco, and we loaded him in the medic ambulance and took him to the hospital to make sure that nothing would happen to him on the way there. But if it wasn't for these people and their call to action, he wouldn't be sitting in the audience today. So it's why it's so special. So on behalf of the Vallejo Fire Department, Rhona is the Community Hero Award for you. And John. I've known John for 22 years. I've been working here in Vallejo for 22 years, and he's been at Costco for 22 years, and we see each other all the time and wave, and 30. So he's been there for a while. And then we have some more awards from Medic Ambulance and Zoll Monitor.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, as Matt so eloquently said, we are so honored to be among these two heroes. And our crew they came back and they were so elated that day to arrive on scene and what happened to that patient, and standing up and totally conscious, and just went to the hospital, and it was like, that happened to you? It was a shock. So we can't thank you enough, Rhonda and John, for your heroism, and thank you very much. We have a plaque for you, each of you. And we'd like to give you our medal. And if I find you in the street and ask you for it and you don't have it, you owe me a beer. And this is, yes, there you go. God love you. Thank you very much again from all of us at Medic Ambulance.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm with Zoll Medical. We are the manufacturer of the AED that came to the side, and we want to recognize these two individuals for their efforts, and for John to being aware of where the AED is in a public setting, and for Rhona to acting and using the AED. So we're very proud to be a part of this moment here with the community, and recognize Rhona and John. So. Where that? My wife is in the armrest as well. So. Thank you guys.
And again, I want to say thank you. We have more commentators?
One more.
Come on up.
That's for last. This is Mrs. Ossie, the wife of the husband you guys saved, and she wants to say a few words.
I am Loretta Ossie, I'm Bill's wife. These are for you. And one more. You are here.
Here we go.
I want to tell you something else about this man. I wanted to say something else about John. When it was all going on, I was at the checkout counter, and I was brought over, and I'm crying, he's holding me, he starts to cry. So they're taking Bill away, and he goes, "Give me your address." So I gave him a deposit slip. He put all of he didn't put any money though. I did check. But just in case. Anywho, he loaded up all our purchases from Costco, drove them to our home, put them on the front porch, and gave the perishables to a neighbor. And about 2 weeks ago, the doorbell rang, and I opened it, and it was John. He was coming back to check on us to see if we were okay. And I have never met anybody as kind as this man. He did a great job. So thank you. And thank you for starting the whole thing.
Okay. All right. Again, thank you on behalf of the City of Vallejo and, of course, our residents. And this is what makes Vallejo a community, folks. This is why we're here. This is why we're a city. who takes care of one another. So congratulations and thank you so very, very much. And I won't say do it again, but you never know. So thank you all for being here. Good evening.
I see Jonathan in there all the time.
Yeah, he's hard to miss.
Yeah.
All right. And with that, we will proceed on to the next item on our agenda, which is the first community forum. So Naveed, if you would start our 2-minute clock.
Attorney.
We're going to have our report out. City Attorney, Ms. Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council did meet in closed session at a special meeting at 4:30 this evening with regard to the following items: conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, the property APNs as listed, the city's negotiators as listed. Under negotiation were price and terms of lease and transfer, and the City Council did give direction to its negotiators. The second item, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, one case, and we did receive direction from the City Council with regard to that item. There's no other action to report.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And while our sign-up time period is running, we will read the following. Anyone wishing to address the council on items not on this meeting's agenda, both in person and virtually. At the conclusion of the 2 minutes, anyone wishing to address the council must have either completed a speaker's card and placed it in the box located to the right at the end of the extended dais or raised their hand virtually. Anyone submitting a card request to speak or raise their hand after the 2 minutes is up will be recognized at the last community forum towards the end of the meeting. The community forum is an opportunity for interested members of the public to address the council on items not on this meeting agenda. Any interested members of the public desiring to communicate with the City Council as part of the first community forum may do so at this time. The conduct of the community forum shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes, with each speaker limited to 3 minutes pursuant to the Vallejo Municipal Code Section 2.20.300. Members of the public who address the council as part of the first community forum will not be allowed to address the council again during the last community forum held prior to the adjournment at this meeting. I now see that the 2-minute time to sign up for speakers has passed, and let me ask the Mayor, Vice Mayor first whether we have any in-person speakers followed by virtual speakers. Vice Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, for
How many do we have?
community forum. Yes, we have 4, I believe.
We have 4
So-
community speakers in person, and do we have any virtuals?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 1 virtual speaker.
Oh, we go, well, we may be able to call them in. So, Vice Mayor, would you call the first 3 virtual or in-person speakers, and we'll have you come up to the center podium here directly in front of us, which is adjustable as to height.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we'll start with Thomas Prebula, followed by Ryan Messano, and then Kimberley Nunez Brandao,
Yes,
and then David Haldane.
Okay, you have 3 minutes, sir. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I want to talk today concerning a homeless encampment below the Jesse Bethel High School in the open space area that's near Hawkesbury Court. There have been several encampments below Jesse Bethel High School in the open space area. The encampments have been there for over 3 years. There are multiple sites with persons living there. In the evenings, they burn open flame fires, causing concern to the residents of Hawkesbury Court about a fire concern which could cause considerable damage to the properties in that area and Jesse Bethel School. They have tapped into the irrigation system for their personal use of water in that particular area. They drive motor vehicles and cycles in the area utilizing a drainage ditch that runs across from Ascot Court to the Blue Rock Springs Golf Course. It should be noted that many students frequent the area during the school time and hang out, which could put them in harm's way with the campers, noting that many homeless have issues with drug-related issues and mental health concerns, and that could be a concern. These issues were forwarded and talked to with, I personally talked to Vince Sparrett of the Vallejo Police Department, Sergeant Wanzi of the Vallejo Police Department, and Christopher Jacob of the City Attorney's Office. We've met a few times. We discussed it with COVID. It's definitely a concern, and we're all concerned about the homeless having a place to go. But nothing could be done. It was kind of like just pushed it aside. I appreciate them meeting with us and looking at the concerns, especially the fire marshal. He was saying that in order to deal with the fire issue, you would have to catch them actually with the fire camp going. And you know and I know, if I called the police department and said there'd be a fire burning in a campsite, that I don't think we're going to get too much going on with that, with everything that's going on with the city in itself. There are 16 houses in that particular area that their backyards face the open space area. And we all know that the campsites are in the gully below, and fire always goes up a hill. It don't go down a hill. And we've had three fires that I know of, and I've been in that residence for over 7 years, and they can't fight them with the fire hoses from Hawkesbury. They have to use pumpers to go down there and do that. So what's going on now, and there's a big concern with the fire issue, and the residents are really concerned about it, and we'd like to have you look into it if possible.
Well, the city manager and the code enforcement officers will follow up on that, so Mr. Malone, I'm sure you'll be able to take care of that, and the city attorney's office too. So thank you very much.
I do want to mention one thing. Councilwoman Pippin did take my call and did call the city manager, emailed him, and said that they're going to look at it in the next few weeks.
Okay.
But again, it's a concern, and we hope that you would look at it.
We hope to follow it up as well. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Ryan Messano.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and citizens, though we won't be citizens until we no longer have to pay an illegal income tax that Americans never voted for in the entire history of America. For any who wonder what keeps me coming to City Hall after 10 years of continuous disruptions, disparagement, heckling, threats, and twice getting police escorts out of City Hall during City Council meetings when it's my turn to talk, it's because each of us has a sacred duty to God and our conscience to tell the truth. As Augustine said, the truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend her. Let it loose, and she will defend herself. The evil people in control of this nation, this state, this city, the Democrat Party, the Republican Party, who control everything you see on your tell-lie vision, Hollywood, celebrities, athletes, Google, DuckDuckGo, Wikipedia, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, YouTube, schools, many other tech companies, newspapers like our own lying Vallejo Times-Herald and its New York shadowy owners, the Alden Group, victim groups like the ACLU, ADL, NAACP, Black Lives Matter, and many others, many of whom have been marching through this city in the past 10 years inciting deliberate chaos. China, BlackRock, Vanguard, and much more do not want the truth to get out, as that is a dangerous threat to their power. So they send witting and unwitting pawns to meetings to interrupt and heckle those of us who do tell the truth, and slander and libel us as bigots, haters, anti-Semites, racists, sexists, homophobes, and the rest of the stupid and dangerous cultural Marxist vocabulary that they invented in just the past 100 years, as 90% of these words weren't even in the 1922 dictionary. But that isn't all they are doing. Oh no, my friends, they cannot burn books. That is too obvious. So they go about their dirty work of erasing history in the past by quietly eliminating all the classics and older books in the libraries and schools and using their communist social justice programs as an excuse while replacing these valuable learning tools with severely dumbed down and corrupt garbage, which is beginning to fill our libraries and schools nationwide today. So if you are poor and cannot afford to buy your own library, which is 60% of today's population, you will no longer be able to read quality material. When we don't have access to truthful, inspiring, and enlightening books, we are fit for the communist slavery our overlords have planned for us. You will have nothing, and you will be happy, as Klaus Schwab of the WEF chillingly and gleefully says. Who are the puppet masters who control America and the world's money and information virtually completely? Well, they're the private owners of our Federal Reserve, which isn't accountable to American taxpayers at all. Oh, if you run to Google and Wikipedia, they will lie to you and tell you it's nothing to be worried about, that anyone who warns you about the Federal Reserve is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist. But the truth is, these shadowy owners, worth hundreds of trillions of dollars and who are far wealthier than any of the purported world's wealthiest men, get to print money out of thin air and use it to buy up virtually everything, including the media. And they were behind this pandemic, and my time is out, and so I wish you all a good night.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, Kimberley Nunez Brandau.
Glad that's over. Anyway, good evening, council members. So what's going on with the badge bending? When are you guys going to release all the documents to the public in regards to this issue? Are officers going to be held responsible for their dereliction to duty? When will you be forthright about this highly volatile situation? If you have nothing to hide, release the records. Be transparent. That's all we're asking for. The community has been pleading and begging. We really shouldn't have to beg, especially in regards to this. Families deserve justice. Their loved ones, the victims, shouldn't be symbolized, memorialized as a bent tip of a badge. We need to set a precedent that this behavior will not be tolerated and will have heavy consequences that will affect their life in all aspects. So again, please release the records. Let the public know what's really going on if you really have nothing to hide. Thank you.
Thank you for your views on this controversial subject and complex one. Next speaker, please.
David Haldane.
Evening, Counselor, excuse me. It is no secret that our community is struggling with homeless challenges, and I was really heartened to hear during the budget presentation that Vice Mayor Aligo also thought that maybe getting a safe camping and parking site set up would be a good thing. And it sounds like it would be a solution to a problem brought tonight, having a safe place for these people to exist so that they're not finding themselves in the way of others, which is unfortunate. As the season progresses, the brush is drying. It is getting more flammable, as again was brought up. There are many parts of our town that are overgrown. There are many parts of our town that will catch on fire when fire season starts. I would ask that you encourage both GVRD and Public Works and even the fire department to develop a plan to address the most dangerous areas of our town that are at most risk of brush fire, because it's more expensive to respond than it is to prevent. I've noticed a lot of cameras going up in the parking lot of City Hall. It'd be nice to get a heads up to the Surveillance Advisory Board before we do that in the future. But at the same time, we have a rash of catalytic converter thefts happening at the parking lot just down the road that has very few cameras. I think it'd be nice to get a little bit more strategic in thinking about our community's needs when we're installing expensive infrastructure. The budget plan was slightly disappointing in that we have decreased public works funding, or at least frozen it, not increasing it when our city is in desperate need of public works increases. I would argue that most of our economic development hinges on having a presentable city that businesses want to move to and people want to live in. So I'd encourage you to revisit the Public Works funding and plan and look for ways to increase the amount of work the Public Works can do with what they have, as well as finding other opportunities to increase their funding that may have been neglected through the pandemic, possibly unlocking ARPA funding if possible. Lastly, I really appreciate hearing about the Vallejo Works program, getting our citizens engaged in the vital infrastructure of our community, rebuilding it. I would encourage you to open up a booth at the farmers market, where I know that there are several people that even used to work for the city, would love to have another job, even if it was part-time or day labor, as well as enabling citizens to be able to walk into City Hall and have someone where they can drop off contact or a resume when they don't have access via computer to a job board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll call the next two speakers, virtual speakers.
Yes, Andrea Sorce, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you all hear me?
We cannot hear you, Andrea.
Okay, can you hear me? Hello?
Now you're very, very
Go ahead and try again, please.
dim.
Andrea, go
How
ahead.
about now?
Okay, I think that's...
Can you all hear me?
Now, there you go. Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to follow up on the two issues that I brought up at the last meeting, which were the bent badge report. One of the other speakers already mentioned this. This is now we're at the point where we had the city manager and city attorney promise to give an update, and it's been several months now, I think 2 months. So I would like to request that a council member get that agendized for the next meeting, an update on that report. We know by this point that the report that the city had done by that ex-sheriff is not worth much. So we're going to need to do another investigation properly into the badge bending, and the accountability on that really has to come from council. So that's the first thing to request. And then the second thing that I wanted to request was, again, that we re-agendize or agendize Project Roomkey and the hotel voucher program. This is just, I mean, it's crushing that we have done nothing knowing that bodies were decomposing in hotel rooms, and we have given money to service providers and we do not know who was responsible for that. It's just, it should be critically urgent, and we should have had a report on it by now. So if a council member could request that that be agendized. I saw a statement from the state that I think came out pretty recently that Vallejo is going to be getting $12 million for the Project Roomkey project, that housing project on Broadway. And again, we've just got a lot of questions. I don't know that we're ready for more money until we can verify that we're not going to be giving it to the same service providers that have been failing our neighbors for the past 2 years. We need to ensure that measures are put in place to not misspend this money. We don't want to end up in a Navigation Center or Sacramento Street situation where our costs are ballooning and we have to dip into general funds. The $12 million is less than the original budget. And supposedly we're going to be providing all these wraparound services. So where's all that money going to come from? And more importantly, who's responsible for this? And can we verify that they weren't responsible for the Project Roomkey deaths and negligence? So on that note, we had this hotel voucher program that we funded 4 months ago. And I think that we were supposed to be getting updates every month. I want to make sure that those people, you know, we spent a lot of taxpayer dollars straight away on a hotel voucher program. Can we verify how many people are in hotels, where they are, that they're well? Are they getting the services that were promised them? Again, we got to get that agendized. So if a council member could request those two things, the bent badges and the Project Roomkey hotel voucher updates, I think we need to see that presentation by staff ASAP. We needed to have seen it long ago, but might as well start now. And then with my last few seconds, I'd like to know when the draft budget is going to be available. We had the study session a couple weeks ago, but the budget wasn't published. So when is the public going to be able to weigh in on that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your concerns. It is my understanding we'll hear something about the OIR by September, I believe. At least that's my understanding at the moment. Is that correct?
We have an update on the OIR report next week on the 17th.
OIR, okay.
Yeah.
Great. Well, that will complete our first community forum. Our 15 minutes is up, and we will move on to...
And the budget by ordinance is scheduled to be released on the 15th, so it's going to come out any day now.
Well, thank you for that information. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, number 7, consent calendar. Naveed, would you start our 2-minute clock on the consent calendar? And while we're doing that, is there anyone here on council who wishes to remove anything? Councilmember Arreola.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to have consent item 8C removed. from the consent calendar.
HC is in Charles, right? Okay. HC will become 8.1. Anybody else have any other items they wish to remove from consent calendar? There are none. And Madam Clerk, when the vote comes, I'd like to have the record reflect that my no vote on 8D is in Delta. Thank you. All right, the time in which the public can sign up to speak on the consent calendar is now closed. And do we have any in-person speakers on the consent calendar, Madam Vice Chair?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have speakers for consent calendar item consent C, David Haldane.
Mr. Haldane, you're speaking on 8C as in Charles?
Sorry, there's a lot tonight.
Okay. Oh, that's right. We did pull it. That's right. Yes, we are. So we're going to take that independently. And do we have any other speakers virtually or in person?
Yeah, for consent, these are my mayor.
Are they all on 8C as in Charles?
No, this one is David Haldane on consent item D and Rascal Kayangan consent item D.
Okay, why don't we pull 8D also in that case? We'll just take it that way. Okay. Any other virtual or real speakers?
I do have, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 virtual speakers as well.
Okay, well, let's find out what items they want to speak on.
Okay. Ms. Pam Miner.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, could you tell us which item you wish to speak on?
Yes, the smoking ordinance and the V-Town Farms.
All right, that's on the action calendar, so we're only up to the consent calendar so far.
Okay.
So please stay online. And our second speaker?
Ms. Tino Ratliff.
Tina, which one do you wish to speak on?
For the same one.
Okay, well, that'll be a part of the action calendar, so we'll get back to you. Stay online. Thank you. With that, we'll take the motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 8C and D, which will be 8.1 and 8.2.
Mr. Mayor, so are you also approving the agenda? Because I want to move item 9D to be the first item on the agenda.
Yes, if you'll make that motion, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so I move approval of the consent
Mr.
calendar.
Mayor, my apologies. Mr. Haldane is indicating that he had another item that he wanted to speak to on consent.
Which one?
G. You want to pull
G? Is in golf. Okay. Well, you may impact our thinking, so we'll pull 8G as well, okay? That'll be 8.3.
Okay. So we will pull consent items C, D, and G for discussion. And I'm requesting to move the smoking ordinance, prohibition of the multi-dwelling, smoke-free multi-dwelling ordinance to be moved to the first item in 9 in the action calendar. So it will be.
And point of order, were you going to take the appeal?
The smoking ordinance.
Yeah, we're also going to take the appeal. That's the last item on the action calendar.
Say again, Mr. Mayor.
Are you planning to take the Planning Commission appeal? That's the last item on the action calendar.
Yes, yes,
okay.
Mr. Mayor.
So those are the changes. Is everybody clear on that? Any questions? Okay, what's your,
Are we clear?
state your concern?
No, I just was trying to, I thought I heard her say that on consent she was pulling D, E, and G, and I thought we were doing C, D, and G?
Yeah, C, D, and G are
Okay,
being pulled
just
for the
clarifying.
consent.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
So we're pulling consent items C, D, and G, consent. And then moving item 9D, which is the smoking ordinance, we will have that as 9.1
Okay,
for the action calendar.
And the appeal will be the last on the
And
action
the
calendar.
the appeal will be the last item on the action calendar.
Okay, so with that understanding in mind, please take the roll or call or put up the voting sign.
I have one vote non-registered. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to former 8. Citizen Charles, which is now 8.1. Madam Clerk, would you announce that item, please?
Adopt a resolution amending fiscal year 21-22 capital improvement project budget by allocating $1 million from the general fund to PW 9819 North Mare Island Building Demolition Project Fund.
Okay, and let's take the speakers on this first. We have 2 speakers.
We have Mr. Haldane,
Mr. Haldane?
consent C.
On 8C. Mr. Haldane, are you out there?
Don't we have a staff report, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I was going to hear his comments first. Let's hear, because then the staff report can respond to it.
Mayor,
Mr. Mayor.
he wanted to comment.
Mr. Haldane, do you wish to comment after the staff report or before?
I appreciate it after.
Okay, let's go ahead and take the staff report. Mr. Malone, go ahead.
We're going to have our Public Works Director, Melissa Tickball, come up and provide the information.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Melissa Tigbau. I am the Public Works Director. This evening, we are requesting the adoption of a resolution to amend the capital improvement budget to allow the general fund balance in an amount of $1 million to project number 9819 North Mare Island Building Demolition. So this amendment is to cover and allocate funding needed to complete the hazardous material abatement on the former site of 571 on North Mare Island. This item was brought to you at the last council meeting as a notification, and I believe you also did have closed session on this item. With that, I can answer any questions.
Any questions from council members? Councilmember Ariola.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Melissa. Yeah, we have had those 2 presentations, but I'm still left hungering for answers on this as to why a company that has the word environmental in their title, and yet they did not do the job correctly the first time, and now the taxpayers have to foot that $1 million to clean up their mess. I'm still cannot wrap my mind around it. Please help me to understand this.
So I think that's something that I would defer to Assistant City Manager Hayes.
Ms. Hayes, go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Yeah, just to rebrief you on this item, as we were dealing with the North Mare Island DDA, during due diligence, the developer discovered that this mistake was made at the demolition point. And so as part of the negotiations, just as any property sales person selling property would do, we did agree to clean up the mess from the demolition toxic substances on the site. The city attorney notified you last meeting that they did send out notification letters to all of the contractors that were involved in the initial issue. And so they've been notified, and we will be pursuing those as applicable. We will update you when we have that information. But for now, we do need to proceed with cleaning up the soils for the property so that we can proceed with the transfer of the property.
So you're saying that you're going to go after the firm once this project is under the way to reclaim money that the city's putting out through their insurance company?
We are pursuing the contractors involved at the same time that we're doing the cleanup.
And so was there anything written in the contract that had that clause in there that they would be responsible for their mistake during the cleanup?
So,
It's
Gillian,
clearly their mistake.
I think I will step. So the issue of there has been some grossly inaccurate reporting that has occurred recently relating to the issue of what is contained within the contracts or when the contracts were entered into. None of the current staff who are working on this item, myself, Gillian, anyone, was here at the time that those contracts were entered into. Having said that, however, we are looking at those contracts. We have notified the insurance companies. We have notified the contractors, and we will take all due action associated with pursuing whatever we can pursue on the contracts that have previously been entered into. The contracts are public record. We're happy to release them if anybody wants to read them, but getting into a full discussion about the liability of contractors in an open and public meeting could be problematic. So I'm not recommending we pursue this conversation a lot further at this time.
So we're not accountable for the taxpayers' money on this. Would it be fair to say that the contracts, since you say you weren't here when they were written, but they're also public information, but then I'm not allowed to go further with this. I think the community would like to know more about this. Basically, we're getting Mare Island for $2 million. That's what it's looking to me. We got $3 million, but now we have to pay $1 million to get North Mare Island, to give them North Mare Island. So it just doesn't, it doesn't sit right with me, but I'll let others speak. Thank you.
So just, we're happy to discuss it with you, Councilmember. I think discussing items of litigation and or claims in an open council meeting is probably not the best forum for it, but more than happy to have an offline discussion with you about it.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we know we will explore our legal remedies to the fullest extent of the law as possible. Mr. Haldane, you wanted to speak on this?
Councilwoman Ariella, I'd just like to remind you that there's also a $1 million HUD loan against the island, so it's just $1 million that we get, not two. I understand that many people probably can't talk about what happened in public session, about what the facts of the case are, and about what our intentions are. As an engineer to the audience, I'd like to just highlight some items. The building in question was full of transformers, electrical transformers.
Mr. Haldane, turning your back to us is impolite. maybe you can cant yourself so you look at the audience and the council.
You got it. Yeah, sorry about that. The electrical transformers in the building use a material, liquid material, to insulate them so they don't explode with electricity that they transform. And that liquid material is very heavy and makes the demolition and removal of those transformers very difficult. I don't know exactly what happened. What I have seen happen at some factories that I've brought up is that the contractor will just drain the material into a drain or onto the floor. I would wonder if that's what happened in this case, where they would remove the transformers and just allow the material to directly drain into the soil of the building. In that case, it would be pretty clear cut. I would ask that you consider this as 13 Vallejoans' median salary for a year. So if we're going to pay $1 million to clean up this site, that's committing 13 of our fellow residents' income for the whole year, which is quite a few. And also it's their tax dollars, which is their last dollar after we do take care of ourselves and take care of our family. And I'd encourage you to be judicious about its use and consider if we really need to do this at this time, if there is a rush, is there some plan that's being delayed, is there a proposal on the table, is there some need to take care of this right now before we have fully explored our options? Because I'm not seeing any pressing need aside from the transfer of this deal that's not going to make us very much money. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers on this? We have none, so I'll return this to the hands of the council. Any comments or questions? Councilmember Diaz.
Yes, I understand the concerns that Councilmember Arreola is bringing up. I voted against the $3 million sale of Mare Island because I didn't think it was enough money that we were receiving. But as a realtor, I also know that when there's a sale that's taking place, there's investigation periods, and when things come up, it's not uncommon to have to negotiate and to have to honor while it's still in our name, while Mare Island still belongs to us, and that area has to be cleaned up. I don't see it out of the norm for them to have asked for this. Now, are we not getting the money that we should? I agree with that. That's why I voted no. But at this point, this is something that needs to be done. And I'm not going to go into too much detail about what follows with the contractors, because that's something that we can't discuss at this moment. But I'm going to recommend that we move forward with this because it's something that needs to be done. It came up while we were still the owners, and the transaction won't go any further if it's not cleaned up.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? All right. Yeah, I'm in agreement with Councilmember Diaz. I also voted against it, but I know you cannot leave a contaminated site there because odds are it'll get much worse and it'll be more expensive that way the longer we wait. So I will also join in supporting this particular limited motion. Vice Mayor, do you have a motion?
Sorry. Yes, Ms. Mayor, I move that we adopt the resolution to amend fiscal year 2021-2022 capital improvement project budget to allocate general fund balance in the amount of $1 million to PW 9819 North Mare Island building demolition.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion carries with Councilmember Arreola opposed.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next one, which is 8D, now 8.2. Madam Clerk, would you announce that item, please?
Items of notice of intent to amend capital improvement project budget for Police Department and JFK Library reallocation feasibility study.
Okay, staff report.
Good evening. For the record, Melissa Tigbao, Public Works Director. This is a notice of intent to amend the capital improvement project budget to allocate $500,000 from the general fund to project PW 9818, and this is to cover costs of the feasibility study, which was requested by City Council, and the feasibility study will cover both 400 Mare Island Way as well as JFK Building.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers on this, Vice Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. David Haldane.
Getting my quad workout tonight. You have already done a feasibility study on moving the police station into the JFK Library. I would be interested to know what is different about this feasibility study. The feasibility study to move into the JFK Library found that it was large enough. In fact, it was larger than required for the police station. A similar feasibility study for 400 Mare Island Way found that was smaller than required for the police station. This feasibility study you had done by Glass Architects already found that the building did not need as much seismic retrofit as 400 Mare Island Way. It did not need as much mechanical modification. It needed updates, but not modification. In fact, the building is so secure, that's why they already store the evidence in that location. You could also say that we've all noticed the increased security around City Hall recently. We may be feeling threatened. There was a bomb threat after all. what better way to protect City Hall than to move the police station right next to it so that response time would be instant? There is already secure parking lots nearby, parking lots that can be secured for the use of the police station. I encourage you to read the Glass report, which you already had done, which highlights, although it was clearly written with a bias, it highlights that on the points that matter, the library is actually a better choice. And I would love to make the sell for moving the library to 400 Mare Island Way. I think there's a lot of wonderful opportunities there for our children and our community. But the important thing is that I would say this feasibility study should not be a feasibility study, but it's time to move forward with costing and schematic design so that we can do a comparison with 400 Mare Island Way.
Thank you very much. Do we have any further speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Rascal Kayang-Yang.
Mr. Kayang-Yang, 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I just have the following questions regarding this one-page staff report concerning the police department moving to JFK Library and moving the library to 400 Mare Island Way. 1, how did city staff arrive to the conclusion that this will cost $500,000? $500,000 is the selling price of a Vallejo house. 2, where's the breakdown of these costs? How many consultants, vendors, and even printing paper and coffee do we need to produce this study? How will these consultants be selected? 3, what's the timeline? As was mentioned earlier, there was a feasibility study done years ago by the city. Will those same consultants be involved this time? And with the last agenda item concerning $1 million from general fund to pay for this contractor's mistake on North Mare Island, shouldn't we ban vendors who commit similar mistakes and not have the city for the hook for it? Why not present all the details, all the information to the public tonight as you're being asked to commit $500,000 for this expense? This is like putting the cart before the horse. Elected decision makers and the public must know how and the breakdown of the money being spent. We must change City Council meeting policies and processes to make sure that the public can hold these items accountable because it is the people's money. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers, Vice Mayor? I think that's it, Mr. Mayor. Do we have any virtual speakers? We do not. Okay, Vice Mayor, is there any questions or comments from council before we go to motion? Councilmember Diaz.
Yes, I'd like to ask Mr. Davis to answer some of the questions that Mr. Haldane brought up. I'd like to know what the difference in this feasibility study is and a little bit of a breakdown of the costs so that we can make an informed decision.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. For the record, Terrance Davis, Assistant City Manager. And so in terms of the previous feasibility study that was done for JFK, the Glass report, as it was referred to, that was a conceptual feasibility, just looking at whether or not the facility would work. So this next step, based on the direction from staff, is to actually get functional cost estimates, some high-level design information. So we will bring in structural, HVAC, engineering teams, architectural teams, and the like to do their analysis to determine real costs associated with this project. So it's a little bit beyond a feasibility assessment in terms of looking at some costs that the council directed that we'll bring back to you in September so you can make decisions about how to move forward. There has been a lot of work. 35% design was done at 400 Mare Island with the intent of a police station. No feasibility analysis has been done with looking at the needs of a library. And those needs are very different. The structural loads, et cetera, the layout, all of the design, the interior improvements would all be very different because obviously they have different operational needs. So we can glean some information from all of the work we've done at the site, but we still need to do our due diligence to give this council what they asked for, and that's a cost to relocate and retrofit that for library purposes. The last part I'll say is it is certainly possible that this entire $500,000 will not be expended. We'll go through this in a couple of different phases as we work towards coming back in September. And so any unspended funds for the feasibility analysis would revert back to the general fund. So I just want to make that clear. So it is entirely possible we won't utilize this full amount, but I did want to make sure that we had adequate budget to do the task that council has asked us to do.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Davis. As most of you know, I'm one of the council members that has most opposed having the police station on the waterfront. So I feel very comfortable in voting yes for this for the reasons that Mr. Davis stated. You know, one of the folks in the audience mentioned that he wanted a breakdown. Well, this is the way we're going to get the breakdown. This is how we're going to get the numbers that you guys want to see and that we need to see as well. So I will vote for this at no more than the $500,000. I will not want the staff to come back and ask for more money. If anything, I expect some of the amount that's being allocated to be returned to the general fund if there is that situation that we don't end up spending all of it. But I will vote for this as long as we stay within that amount. And I think it's something that is needed. You know, we complain a lot that we don't want the police station down there, but then we're not willing to do what's needed in order to have the police station and the library be at locations that are suitable for them. And like I said, I do not want the police station at 400 Mare Island Way. I made it very, very clear. But in order to get to where we need to be, we need to spend some money. We need to see what's needed so that we do it right the first time and don't have to do it again.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there any other comments? Yes, Councilmember Ariel.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Terrance. I do recall now that was a conceptual design when you at our last meeting where we you had screenshots of what it would look like if we went to the library. So thanks for that reminder. And on that note, and I too was a major opponent against the 400 Mare Island Way. I would have preferred, as I said at that council meeting, to redo 111 Amador. I'm still, on that mindset, but as I said before, this is the lesser of two evils, so I will approve this.
Thank you. That concludes our comments from council, I believe. Madam Vice Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I move approval of, that we received the notice of intent to amend the capital improvement project budget to allocate $500,000 from the general fund to project PW 9818 to cover the cost of the feasibility study requested by the City Council.
Motion carries with Mayor McConnell opposed.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to 8G as in golf. Madam Clerk, will you call that item, please?
Issue a proclamation declaring week of May 15th as National Public Works Appreciation Week.
Okay, we have a presentation.
We didn't prepare a presentation that came out of your office, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Mr. Haldane.
I would like to call attention to the 2023 budget, which fails to increase the Public Works budget, which we'll be issuing on the last day of Public Works Appreciation Week. I would encourage us, before the budget is released, to maybe give that one last revisit and see if we can budget a little bit more for Public Works, given the state of things that our city needs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other speakers, Madam Vice Mayor? You want to present the motion?
Mr. Mayor. Move approval of the proclamation declaring week of May 15 as National Public Works Appreciation Week.
Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and with that, we will move on to our action calendar, item number 9, and the first one we are going to have will be the smoking ordinance. Well, that's going to become 9.A. So, Madam Clerk, would you announce that one, please?
Introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 7.68 of the Vallejo Municipal Code related to the prohibition of smoking.
And I will recuse myself on the continuing basis of having an economic interest in the subject matter. Vice Mayor, please take the chair.
I will also recuse myself. Thank you.
Okay, hold on, let me get my... Okay, will you please announce the item? Dawn? Oh, you did already. Okay, sorry. Okay, is there any follow-up staff presentation? I know that you did a presentation from last month.
We did do the presentation previously. As council is aware, just very, very briefly, this ordinance is designed to address the prohibition of smoking in multifamily housing as well as in common areas where businesses share walls, if you will. It does allow for the designation of smoking areas by either the outdoor smoking areas by either the commercial operator and or the residential operator. If council has any questions with regard to the specific provisions of the ordinance, we'll be happy to address those. And I know you received a fair amount of public comment, so if the council would like us to address and or respond to public comment, we'll be happy to do that.
What we'll do is we'll start the clock, the 2-minute clock, and then while we're waiting for that, I'm going to call on speakers that are here, that are present, and Councilmember Meisner will call the names.
Okay, so we'll start with the first three are Kimberley, Nunez, Bandero. I'm sorry, I can't read the writings. Okay. The next is Joseph Haldane, and the next is Brian Davis. So those three first, if you could get ready to speak. So, Kimberley?
So I'm not for tobacco smoking. Of course, there needs to be a ban for indoor smoking of nicotine in multi-unit housing. Keep in mind that nicotine is extremely addictive and it takes time for cessation. 90 days is not enough time to give notice. There needs to be free resources provided and incentives to help people stop. Cannabis advocates and patients are asking council to add an exemption for cannabis, especially medicinal cannabis, to this ordinance. You cannot legally smoke cannabis outside. You've included in the ordinance private smoking lounges as a place to utilize without being specific as to whether it's a tobacco or cannabis lounge. No cannabis lounges exist in Vallejo. Even if there were, do you expect a medicinal user to run to the lounge every time a symptom arises in which they need relief? What if our ill or disabled community members cannot access transportation? Are we going to punish them? Where can the medicinal patient safely use their medicine? Their car, if they even have one, that's against the law too. Edibles aren't for everyone. Edibles do not produce the same effect as cannabis flower. It can produce a very unpleasant and intense feeling for some. It's hard to gauge the dose. It can take up to an hour to feel effects. They're very full of sugar and can negatively affect those with health issues. Tinctures are very expensive too. Now, cannabis inhalers, I haven't seen this product in any of the dispensaries around here, and they are too expensive if you can even find them. Would you rather people resort to opiate painkillers and other drugs like heroin and fentanyl to relieve their pain for fear of eviction? I would certainly hope not. Now, what about the smoking of illicit drugs like meth, crack, crushed up pills, opiate painkillers, stimulants, barbiturates? They also produce smoke. Is that okay? Also, religious and sacred incense, herbs, plants like sage, palo santo, sweetgrass, mugwort, cedar, sandalwood, even tobacco are burned during the sacred practices and produce smoke. Are we going to violate people's religious and spiritual freedoms? Landlords and neighbors could say they're smoking when they're not. It would cause a lot of litigation, and it would include the city manager, and anybody else who wants to enforce it. We need exemptions. This ordinance, as it's written, will empower landlords and private citizens to retaliate against their tenants and neighbors. It can cause homelessness. Also, I had a quick question. Please explain to me Section 1G, Bullet 5. It really should be removed. What does sexual orientation have to do at all with smoking? No matter how woke one might think they are, there is so much to learn and realize. If one has never had to go through these struggles, or even if you have risen above them, you have privilege. It gives you an advantage. Let's work together by adjusting the wording to the ordinance and by providing exemptions to ensure that we don't marginalize our most vulnerable citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joseph Hayden, followed by Brian Davis.
Hello. Good evening, City Council. Just as I mentioned last time I spoke about this, this is not just a social health issue, it's also a social justice issue. I have here a picture of an inhaler that's available for California residents. It costs $27. So that is a viable option. In addition to that, besides edibles, which people can change their recipes if they want in different dosage, there are also infusion drinks and other ways without using combustibles or aerosols to get cannabis. So Benicia, our next door neighbor, has a very similar ordinance to ours with no exemptions. So I would say that our youth, some of whom are here and will be speaking as they did last month, compellingly, I might add, deserve the same rights when they live in multi-unit housing here in Vallejo. So, I also want to state for the record that I love the fact that I live in a state that has legal cannabis. I was a huge proponent for the decriminalization of it. So the fact that some people are still trying to say that this is an anti-cannabis bill just doesn't land well for me. So secondhand smoke of all kinds can drift throughout a multi-unit housing building through doors, windows, hallways, baseboards, ventilation systems, light fixtures, etc. Smoke is smoke. Both tobacco and marijuana smoke impair blood vessel function similarly, and people should avoid both. And governments who are protecting people against secondhand smoke exposure should include marijuana in those rules. Secondhand marijuana smoke contains many of the same cancer-causing substances and toxic chemicals as secondhand tobacco smoke. Secondhand smoke from combusted marijuana contains fine particulate matter that can be breathed deeply into the lungs, which can cause lung irritation, asthma attacks, and makes respiratory infections more likely. Exposure to fine particulate matter can exacerbate health problems, especially for people with respiratory conditions like asthma, bronchitis, or COPD. So in the interest of public health, the use of combustible or aerosolized marijuana should be prohibited wherever tobacco smoke is prohibited. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Brian Davis, followed by Kaylin Kelley and Jimmy Ancisa.
Good evening, council members. My name is Brian Davis, and I run a project called LGBTQ- Tobacco. And I should mention, in response to the previous speaker, that the LGBTQ identity matters because queer folks smoke, use tobacco products significantly more than other folks, than the general population because of homophobia, transphobia, and the stress caused by that, so it is relevant. I'm also a member of the Tobacco-Free Solano Coalition. You've heard my story before over Zoom, but I wanted to be here in person so you know how much this matters to me. I do have lung disease, which over the last year has reduced in severity enough that I am braving COVID to be here tonight. To recap my story, a number of years ago, a cigarette chain-smoking tenant moved into the apartment below me. He refused to go outside to smoke and caused my life to be a living hell for a year until he thankfully moved away. After he moved, our landlord voluntarily made the building smoke-free, and I thought my problems were over, but a year before COVID, a cannabis smoker moved into the apartment that shares my bedroom wall. The bedroom reeked and breathing was often difficult. I asked her to smoke outside. She said she would be arrested if she did and that she had a medical cannabis card and needed it for her health. I also smelled the cloyingly sweet odor of vape usage while she lived next door. Thankfully, she moved away during COVID lockdown. I emailed you earlier today with some links to back up my statements that yes, cannabis smoke is toxic and there are many available options for THC medicines that don't require smoking or vaping, including drinks, tinctures, gummies, topical ointments, etc. I know that some, such as previous speaker, will say that those options won't give them the immediate pain relief they need. For those people, there are cannabis inhalers that go directly to the lungs and take effect quickly, don't put out smoke or chemical vape. So their use not only protects the health of neighbors, but also healthier for the user. And as previous speaker said, $27. I saw that online today, $27 at a cannabis retailer in Oakland. And these are harder to find, cannabis inhalers are, but they can be ordered wholesale by Vallejo cannabis dispensaries via a link I shared with you and are available in local cities or online, as I said. With alternatives available that provide relief for medical cannabis users and recreational users, there is no reason to allow residents of multi-unit housing to be exposed to toxic smoke in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kelley, followed by Jimmy and Sarah. And the next is David Haldane, those three.
Good afternoon, council members. You know, it seems like you all are going to have to choose a side. And the side that you choose may not make you popular, but it will make you courageous if it's the correct choice. Some of you council members are mothers. Would you tell me that it's okay for someone in your multi-housing unit to be smoking medicinal, recreational, marijuana, or anything else while you're in any portion of your term? I'm just going to leave that question out there for you to think about it for a moment. It's not even for a response. I'm up here to say that nobody is trying to take cannabis away. We are just saying that there have to be viable alternatives so that everyone has access to the same human right of fresh air. That is not so much of an ask that it takes months and weeks and years of contemplation. There are cities like Benicia who have already demonstrated the courage to do this. What you have to do is find it in yourself to understand that the impact is disproportionately hurting people that look like me, that look like you, that look like your children and people in your community. I understand that people want to medicate. In 2003, I was robbed and shot in San Francisco, and I experienced partial paralysis in the upper right torso area. I received a medical prescription to use marijuana. I did receive a notice from a landlord saying, hey, this is not something that we allow here, you're smoking indoors. At first, I didn't even care. At first, it didn't matter because I needed to medicate because the pain that I was going through was so intense. I don't know if you know about your body trying to fight off paralysis, but it's extremely painful. And so once I got my prescription, I was like, hey, this is my gold key. This is my panacea, if you will. I'm gonna smoke this in my house, in my friend's house, and that's what I did. Until I went to my therapist and I was giving her a rundown of how everything was going with my therapy, and I said, oh, and there is this one thing. This landlord keeps accusing me of making people impacted by my secondhand smoke, but I don't think you want to know about that. And he said, actually, your therapist is right. But it was my personal choice. The same way it's a choice for all of you. It's a choice. And it didn't make me popular amongst my friends when I wanted to go outside and smoke. But I felt the courage to do what was correct. And that's the same courage that I'm hoping that all of you will find tonight.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jimmy and Sarah, followed by David Haldane.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jimmy and Sarah, and I'm a member of the Tobacco Free Solano Coalition, and I'm a part of a project called LGBTQ- Tobacco. 3 years ago, I broke my femur in an accident and was prescribed oral pain medication, which made me extremely nauseous. A friend suggested smoking cannabis to alleviate the pain. At that time, I lived in a smoke-free apartment complex that was on the 3rd floor with no elevator. Getting down 3 flights of stairs with a broken femur to smoke cannabis would have caused more pain than it was worth. I refused to smoke indoors because I did not want to expose my neighbors or my partner to the harms of secondhand cannabis smoke. After doing some research, I discovered numerous ways to consume cannabis without smoking it. The various consumption alternatives I found range from cannabis tinctures, drinks, edibles, transdermal patches, and topical products. From the options available, I found an alternative that provided me with relief. I respect the role that cannabis plays in pain management, but I also recognize the need to protect everyone's ability to breathe safe, healthy, and smoke-free air. There is no reason to allow residents of multi-unit housing to be exposed to the toxic cannabis smoke in their homes. Just because cannabis is legal to use does not mean that it should be used in any way to harm other people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is David Haldane, followed by Dicante Moses. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your names wrong. And then Kristen Vinlium. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. I encourage you in general to pass this bill expeditiously. Preventing the exposure of our citizens to tobacco smoke is critical. Item G has been the subject of some discussion. It seems odd that we need to call this out. I'd like to sort of flip it on its head a little bit, remembering that I support this bill. But these are the people who you will be affecting, who you are asking to quit smoking or you're homeless within 90 days of you saying yes. African Americans, Asians, Hispanics, American Indians. Low socioeconomic status American Indians and Alaska Natives. High school age African American youth. Californians with low educational attainment. Bisexuals. Renters, we have a few in town. And those who have experienced psychological distress. These are the people that you're saying within 90 days, quit smoking indoors, quit smoking in your house, or you're out. A just proposal, but it is a heavy one, and you're asking people to change their behavior. In lieu of that, not in lieu of that, in tandem with that, I would encourage you to include funding for smoking cessation and include cessation options and fix-it tickets, if you will, as in the, possible options instead of skipping straight to fines and material breaches of leases. So I'd recommend removing at least the bisexual item, or if not, including an item about my trans friends, because I know that most of my trans friends smoke. So if you're going to mention bisexuals, please be inclusive. Item Y has an exception for the sacred and religious use of tobacco. I would encourage you to add a medical exception to that as well. There are medical conditions that smoked cannabis is better for, most of them bowel conditions, most of them acute onset conditions that people struggle with for their whole lives. There are times when only smoking cannabis will prevent someone from soiling their pants, from having a seizure. This is proven, this is documented. Medical, not personal. We do need to be aware that without smoking lounges, you're telling people who don't have money that they can't smoke, period. People who don't have money tend to grow their own. It does take money and time to cook. It takes resources, it takes skills. And $27 is a very expensive price when compared to the cost of growing your own medicine and consuming it yourself in a safe location. I agree that it's not fair to expose neighbors to cannabis smoke, and I certainly wouldn't appreciate it myself, but we do need to include a way for people who grow their own medicine to consume it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dicante Moses, followed by Kirsten Vinluam.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of City Council. First, I'd like to say thank you for all the work you do for our city and neighborhood. But today I'm here to encourage you to seriously consider the smoke-free multi-unit ordinance. My name is Dicante. I'm a 16-year-old sophomore and I do go to Vallejo High School. I'm a member of YTAB, and I live in an apartment complex down on Sonoma. Every day, I'm exposed to secondhand smoke drifting from other units. My friends and I study, we play sports, and we're just trying to live our healthiest lifestyle. And the challenges of, secondhand smoke that arise, it's not really helping us live our healthiest lifestyle. I believe the less you are exposed to cannabis and vicious products like nicotine, the less you are less likely to try them. Please help us maintain our healthiest way of life and help us by providing policies that can positively impact our living environment. Other neighborhood cities have done this for their residents, such as Benicia. And again, I'd like to say thank you for listening to us, the youth.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kirsten Vinluam. Apologies if I mispronounced your name.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Verder Aliga, and members of the council. My name is Kirsten Vinluan, and I am a 19-year-old Vallejo resident. I've been here for a decade now. I graduated from Vallejo High School, and I've seen a lot of things that are connected to tobacco. For the past 2 years, I've been a part of YTAP, a youth advocacy project for tobacco control. I used to live in an apartment complex. There were 8 units sharing one building and an exposed patio for each resident. I was exposed to secondhand smoke daily, and it was an issue my parents didn't want us to have because they were aware that even brief exposure to secondhand smoke is dangerous and would harm our immune system. Seeing all of this come to a place in terms of an ordinance is something my family and I have been wanting to. I personally acknowledge and thank the council for all the work that's been represented, though I didn't come here to undermine other issues such as medical use of cannabis. I understand the need to use it, but I find it unfair that it's out of the expense of others being exposed to secondhand smoke. As previously mentioned before by other speakers, there are alternatives like edibles or a cannabis inhaler. We can always find a compromise to include others, and is to emphasize the fact that the health is a fundamental right of all. This is something that can be done without weaponizing the ordinance. Eviction shouldn't be part of it. I am here to encourage you to pass the smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance because every resident reserves the right to breathe clean air and to maintain their health. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nayacruz Octaviano, followed by Genesis Miguel, followed by Heidi Wohlwend.
I would say good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. My name is Nayacruz Octaviano, and I'm a Vallejo resident for District 2. For the past 3 years, we have been gathering data and interviews with residents about their experiences with secondhand smoke. This is the worrisome issue for me because Solano County has one of the highest rates of asthma, and being exposed to secondhand smoke does not help us. Our air quality is already compromised due to the refineries we have around. I'm a 19-year-old, and I also have a brother who used medical marijuana for his headaches. And when I have a niece who's 4 years old, we had to talk with him about going outside smoking for benefits for my niece while growing up and having a better experience for her and to grow healthy and strong. And it's also sad that Solano County ranks the highest of asthma rates. Kids data shows that 20.3% of Solano County kids suffer from asthma, while in the whole state it is only 14%. Policies like these are necessary to protect the health of our families, even our younger ones, even the ones growing up or elders. So I would really like you guys to please consider the passing of the smoke-free multi-unit housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Genesis Miguel, followed by Heidi Wohlwend.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. My name is Genesis Miguel, and I'm a Vallejo resident and a senior attending Vallejo High School. I'm a youth advocate pushing for youth to succeed in Vallejo. I am here to talk on behalf of the smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance. For the past 2 years, I've been working in gathering data about secondhand smoking. Multiple people in my family suffer mental health
respiratory health, heart disease, and they usually turn to these dangerous chemicals. Growing up, it's really showed in the way they acted towards me and my siblings. And as a low-income family, I really had to grow up fast. I had to do it early and really take the initiative to really give my siblings, my niece, my nephew, a better future. They have more options than just smoking marijuana and exposing the neighbors to secondhand smoke. When they explore, like compromising with local officials, we can come to a compromise of balance. We can meet in the sweet middle, and instead of just taking one side, we can kind of blend it, and we can create a foundation for the youth to really succeed in a place where they know that they have fresh air. By adding this, we can shift our youth to affordable options. So as people said before, oh, when I looked at the inhalers, it's too expensive for me. In Vallejo, we do have a lot of low-income families, so with the youth, we hope to transform into something more beautiful. But yeah, like I said, I want to encourage you to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Heidi Wolwin, and followed by the last three speakers, Annabel Salutaria, Kelley Farias, and Ruskell Kiangang.
Good evening, Council. I'm Heidi Wolwind. I'm a Vallejo resident, and I'm here in support of the smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance, and I really hope that you pass it without any exemptions. People can still use medical marijuana, but they just need to smoke it in a way that doesn't harm everyone in a unit. When you live in an apartment, about 65% of the air is shared air. So that means if one person in your apartment building smokes anything, then you're smoking too. Even your newborn baby, maybe your grandmother that has COPD, maybe your aunt that has just had a stroke or a heart attack. And this air is very toxic. These things are very real, and I think we all know that by example of the wildfires that we've all experienced, where you couldn't even breathe outside because the PM 2.5 was so bad. So it's recently been discovered that bong smoking, for instance, marijuana, is 4 times greater PM 2.5 than healthy air. So it's just like going out in those wildfires and having to breathe that. And you've all felt the heaviness in your chest. I know I did. And I just don't think it's acceptable for something in an apartment building where people are living so close that you have to breathe their air, like the toxic air like that. I think that the medical marijuana is really important, and that we uphold it, and it is someone's medicine, and it's so helpful, but I think that we can't sacrifice an entire apartment building's worth of people for one person's medicine. And so I would just like to advocate that you please pass this ordinance for the health of the city of Vallejo. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Annabel Salutaria, followed by Kelley Farias and Ruskell Kiangang. Apologies if I mispronounced your name.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and board members. My name is Belle, and I live in Vallejo with my 75-year-old mother in the condo that I own with mortgage. I'd like to share my experience with you with my smoker neighbors. Living this close to other people forced us to be tolerant, but the issue of secondhand smoke had serious consequences for us. We experienced the most harmful effects of the toxic chemicals from exposure to tobacco and pot smoke during the height of pandemic, when we had neighbors who were chain smokers of tobacco and pot inside their house, outside, in common areas in front of our building, in balconies, in garages. We had our garage under our units, and the smoke would just go up. I had a real bad allergic reaction to smoke. I had no history of asthma. but I experience bad headaches. Right now, this is not my normal speaking voice, but for the last 2 years, this has been my voice. I had chest tightness. I had swelling inside my nose that I had surgery because it was persistent. It's as if I had a perennial allergic the whole year round, especially when I got exposed to smoke, especially tobacco and pot smoke. And then also, I had the surgery, they had to pile down my nasal bone inside to increase my airway. And then also my mom she's 75, so she had chronic conditions, but they are well managed. She has diabetes, type 2, and hypertension. But during the pandemic, when we had our neighbors, chain smoker neighbors next to us, she had dizzy spells, and I had to take off from work so I can take her to emergency, I can be with her. And can you imagine if she actually had a fall? At 75, it would be hard for her to recover from a fall, and it would have been downhill from there. So I really would like for you to pass this ordinance, because with a regulation like this, it would ensure an equal application for everybody. Because, we were trying, as a small Asian person, taking care of another elderly, small female. So I had to keep my peace with my neighbors. I avoided trying to get into confrontation. And also, during this time, it was not only my allergic reactions. I could not sleep at all. It's like my mind was stimulated. I was awake in the middle of the night, in the morning, and I was also, and I still am, an essential healthcare worker. I'm a public health nurse with Solano County, and I actually do the surveillance for infectious disease in charge of COVID. So I was one of the most tested employees of the county. So, and I never tested positive for COVID. So rest assured that my hoarseness, my symptoms were not COVID related. Every 3 weeks I get tested, otherwise they would not let me in the building. And I also was providing guidance to providers in the county.
Thank you.
So right now I'm on.
Your time is up, but thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kelley P, and the podium moves up and down for people who are various heights. So I should mention that before.
Well, thank you, and I'm sorry that Annabel didn't have enough time to finish her story, because it's actually Annabel who brought this ordinance in front. It's a resident. She owns her own condo. She worked really hard to be able to own a place. And now she's faced into somebody that is imposing a lifestyle that she hasn't chosen. So I wanted to say that I am a public health advocate working on issues that affect our community. And tonight I'm here to talk about on behalf of people that have been affected because of secondhand smoke. The U.S. Surgeon General has confirmed that there is no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke. Smoke is a smoke. It doesn't matter if it's cannabis, tobacco, or sage. Like the chemical reaction of smoke turns into carbon dioxide. And if you are exposed to that, someone had mentioned that 65% of the air that we breathe in our home comes from the outside. So please, I encourage you to think about how to make Vallejo City a safe city for youth that are here, for kids, for older people, for the vulnerable, for the low-income families that cannot afford to buy a home. We live in the Bay Area where it's almost impossible to own a home. I don't own a home. I rent, and I rent from a duplex. And I am so thankful that my neighbors are very conscious about smoking the medical cannabis far away so they don't affect my kids. I have youth, and I don't want my youth to be exposed to a smoke that is going to be really easy for them to try it, because once you're exposed to it, it's easier for you to say, oh, well, everybody does it. I should just do it too. So we really need to protect, and we need to look at our other neighbors, our cities that have done this. There are models that we can replicate. We're not reinventing the wheel. We can check and see how they're being successful. Someone had mentioned eviction. There's a lot of models, and I think we were able to send them to you, that the language can be in a way that it's not tied to evictions. We need to be able to protect our citizens. And for that, I thank you for the work you do. You stay late. I've been following you through Zoom, and it's remarkable the work that you do. And I just want you to take a moment to think about the life of the others. Thank you.
Our last speaker here in person is Ruskell Kianging.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. As Senator Nancy Skinner would say, deja vu, bill like last year. Since this bill was introduced last month, and there has been no changes for tonight's meeting, and as we've heard from everyone tonight, it needs more amendments, especially concerning the issue of SAGE and also the religious exemptions. So I would not rubber stamp this policy, this bill tonight. It needs more amendments, it needs more work. Let's, as the senator would say, we should not rush legislation. We need to take our time to craft the best legislation. So thank you, and we need to not rush this. We need to take our time on this. We need more amendments to make it the best. And also, what other cities that have this legislation in place, similar to Vallejo, with similar challenges, what is the efficacy and how's that, what's working and not working? That needs to also be factored in and considered. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers for in person. Naveed, do we have any virtual speakers? How many do we have?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, we have 10 speakers.
Okay. Well, call on number one. We'll give them 3 minutes.
Sure. Tino Ratliff, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Thank you for bringing this ordinance for us to discuss today. My name is Tino Ratliff. I am a member of the Tobacco-Free Solano. I am a resident of Vallejo, and my family and I live here in central Vallejo. We love our city, and we care for the health and well-being of all our residents. As stated during the commendations portion of the agenda, Vallejo is all about community. We are a community that looks out for one another. I believe that the smoke-free multi-unit housing is another way that we can look out for each of our residents and neighbors. As stated earlier, up to 65% of air in an apartment can come from other units. Research shows people in apartments near smokers can be exposed to potentially hazardous levels of secondhand smoke for 8 to up to 24 hours a day. I know that secondhand drifting smoke affects all those who are in contact with it, no matter if they're smoking or not smoking. And the effects remain long after the person who has smoked finished due to third-hand smoke on the walls, curtains, furniture, and clothing. This is also a health equity issue. Those who are most impacted by secondhand smoke are low-income folks and people of color. This resonates with me particularly because I am a Black man who grew up in low-income housing. And I know how hard it was for my parents to struggle to take care of us and provide a safe, healthy home, place to live. We need to protect our people. When it comes to medical cannabis or even recreational cannabis, this ordinance does not ban cannabis use. It's just protecting residents and their families from harmful smoke. Cannabis can be consumed in other forms that are healthier than smoking it and do not impact others' health that live with the consumer and in other units. The ordinance isn't stopping folks from consuming cannabis. It's just asking that you do not consume your medication in a way that that impacts the health of others. That seems reasonable to me. 440,000 people die in the US from tobacco-related disease every year. It's the leading cause of preventable death. In 1988, I lost my stepfather to lung cancer caused by his smoking. I was 9 years old and remember that it was very traumatic and it affected our whole family. I ask that you take this into account, and I urge you to strongly pass this ordinance without any.
Sarah Armstrong, go ahead, please.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
My name is Sarah Armstrong. I represent Americans for Safe Access, founded in 2002. We are the nation's oldest, largest national organization for medical cannabis patients. You have several letters from me, and I hope you have had time to review them, as well as a letter from my colleague, Dr. Dale Geringer. We do not support smoking, tobacco smoking. We think it's dangerous. But patients fall into a slightly different category in that their medicine is doctor recommended, and they need to be able to smoke in their homes because it's illegal for them to smoke anywhere in public, and often they need immediate relief. We are not suggesting that patients blow smoke in anybody's face, but we hope that the council will consider this to be a private matter between the landlord and the patient so that they may work together to find alternatives that do not burden their neighbors. Air scrubbers, moving the patient to a location that would allow them not to bother their neighbors, and other options exist, suggesting that patients should not have access to their medicine except for certain types, or that they use untested, unregulated mechanisms ordered off the internet is not a compassionate solution. As Dr. Geringer has pointed out, cannabis smoke differs materially from tobacco smoke. Both are obnoxious to those who don't like the smell of smoke or who have allergies. But once again, letting this be a private matter between the patient and the landlord is a much more compassionate solution than having someone who is in the throes of stage 4 cancer, suffering economic detriment, or being evicted. We hope that you will consider the plight of the many cannabis patients in your community. You have licensed stores, so they might access their medicine. If you do not allow them to smoke in their homes or consume in their homes, they have no other alternatives. Thank you for your time and attention.
Teresa, go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dr. Teresa Munoz, and I am a women's health care provider. I've been a gynecologist in the East Bay for the last 10 years and have taken care of many patients from Vallejo. I was at your last council meeting when this ordinance was discussed. And at that meeting, I spoke a lot about the health effects of secondhand smoke. And I think you guys understand that there is sufficient evidence to say that secondhand smoke is detrimental to our health. It does not matter where that smoke comes from. We know that, for example, that many women in third world countries develop severe lung disease from inhaling smoke from the combustion of wood and other objects. So smoke in general is bad for our lungs. We also heard a lot about the concerns for patients that require the use of medical marijuana. Yet there was little talk about the rights of our children. I don't know if you guys understand that lung development continues throughout childhood. Children are particularly vulnerable to smoke. As you know, we are also experiencing worsening outdoor air quality due to worsening wildfires. This is not something that's going to get better. So it is unfair to continue to expose our children to poor indoor air quality as well as worsening outdoor air quality. This is only going to set them up for chronic disease that will affect the rest of their lives. Finally, I would like to say that while marijuana is an effective medicine, the most effective management for many chronic conditions is a multimodal approach, meaning that in addition to using marijuana, patients should also be using other modes of other treatment modalities, such as behavioral cognitive therapy, physical therapy, and in many chronic conditions, even lifestyle changes can improve pain and other ailments. I like to say also that it is the cannabis industry's responsibility to provide products that are safe not only for their patients, but for those around them. Obviously, the smoke from marijuana is also detrimental to the person who's smoking. And I'll conclude by saying that it is your responsibility as public officials to keep your constituents safe and to safeguard the health, especially of those that are more vulnerable, our children. Thank you very much.
Sam Houston, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Sam Houston. I'm a resident of South Vallejo, and I'm commenting to encourage council members to remove cannabis from the smoking prohibition. There are many medical patients that use cannabis to treat their illnesses. There are many legitimate medical situations where someone may need to smoke or inhale their cannabis medicine. Inhalation is one of the ways a patient can absorb their medicine the fastest, and this is key for patients that suffer from ailments like epileptic seizures. I'm concerned that the smoke-free ordinance would constitute a de facto ban on cannabis use for many low-income residents who can't afford their own homes. And overall, honestly, I'm concerned that this smoking ban could be used as a way to target low-income residents and cause needless issues for people. Previous speakers have mentioned inhalers as an option, though cannabis inhalers are not available in Vallejo. Councilmember Brown's dispensary does not carry inhalers, neither does V-Town Farms, Vallejo Holistic Healthcare, or other dispensaries in town. And I also wanted to mention that I agree with Mr. Haldane. I would like to see Vallejo make it safe and legal for residents to consume their medicine. He mentioned the economic efficiency of being able to grow their own medicine. So then if we outlaw their ability to consume it, if we go down this path, I would like Vallejo to consider making it legal for people to consume medicine at places like cannabis consumption lounges, of which Vallejo does not allow at this time. Thank you, everyone, for your time, and I appreciate hearing everyone's stories tonight.
Amaya Wooding, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Hi and good evening, Council. It's Amaya Wooding with the Tobacco-Free Solano Coalition. As one of the previous speakers mentioned, it is well known in LGBTQ communities that some of the most frequent users of cannabis are trans women like myself. For the record, however, I am not friends with that speaker. I don't know you. Hi. I'm also not sympathetic to arguments that there is a right to specifically smoke cannabis. Again, as a trans person, I will be the first to tell you there is no right to force someone else to take your medication, but that's what secondhand smoke becomes when it travels between walls. And we've already heard that 65% shared air statistic, but it's worth repeating. In brief, this is a health equity issue. Low-income people renting multi-unit housing should not be forced to sacrifice their lungs and their health because they can't afford to have their own detached home. As we know, because of the history of this country, renters are disproportionately people of color who are already more likely to be exposed to secondhand smoke while working. Their health should be protected at home. I would also like to point out that there are free cessation programs, or rather free cessation services, available right now from Kick It, California. There are free texting-based programs. There are free apps. So the resources are out there already at no cost. Thanks a bunch and good night.
Rhonda Chadwick, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm going to call my little speech here weaponized ordinances. Medical marijuana, we've worked really hard and we've done really good works. I'm the owner of Homegrown Holistic Collective. I'm a disabled human being a disabled vet. I need my medical marijuana in order to maintain my body. Don't punish us and criminalize us again. I'm all for no smoking of cigarettes with chemicals. Marijuana doesn't have any chemicals unless you introduce those chemicals in. Edibles, waters, tinctures, inhalers, etc. are made with those chemicals. I cannot consume those. They make me very sick. I can only smoke it. It's a different thing when it goes straight from your lungs up to your brain, and it's different if it goes through your stomach and through your intestines. We've had long conversations on all of this. I'm homebound. Many people are homebound. We need to be able to consume our marijuana. Let me smoke on the back of my property in a tent. I'm good with that. That sounds like a good idea to me. Privilege. We have paid dearly and worked very hard for these privileges to be able to medicate. Protected people like me, we are a protected class of people. I am, and I need this. I have had one company that has come into my homegrown holistic collective within the last 3 years with an inhaler. We gave it free to the patients. They did not like it. Neither did I. It did not do what we needed it to be able to do. I'm going to say that if you are afraid to breathe the air of cannabis, I would suggest that you no longer go outside and breathe the very toxic and polluted air that's outside of all of your homes. All of a sudden, I'm hearing about third-hand smoke. You mean what? On a wall? He said. So are you guys going up and licking the walls or something? I don't mean to be disrespectful. Get the landlords to put in air scrubbers like you did me. I paid $8,000 in a permit each year, $500,000 in taxes each year. I really need to be able to keep this going for all my patients. Many of my patients are homebound elderly. Stop punishing us. We're good people. We're law-abiding. We're sick folk. Please take this off. Don't compare us to cigarettes. We've already had that argument. Maybe if we try hard, we can find a way to get through this. Please don't make me.
Vanita Verma, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Good evening, council members and the mayor. And I'm Vanita Verma, and I live in a single family home. My neighbor smokes tobacco as well as marijuana. A family member who is sensitive to smell and gets asthma attacks due to them cannot enjoy outdoors due to that. I can only imagine how it is to live in a multi-housing complex. We have research to prove that the secondhand smoke is truly harmful for growing minds and newborns, as well as unborn babies. By the way, marijuana does contain THC, and it is a chemical. There is no smoking element that you are smoking, and it does not have chemicals. If it was not a chemical thing, you will not be getting help from it. So the previous speaker who spoke about having no chemicals in it, I'm sorry. You might want to check your facts a little bit. We want our next generation to be to live a happy, healthy, long life. If we continue on this path, we are going to create more marijuana smokers than not. When these kids, babies grow up, they will have more health issues than not. My daughter, who has chronic pain, uses oral CBD for her pain relief. I'm proud of her that she chooses a holistic method to manage her pain instead of method that is harmful to the community she lives in. I will respectfully request people who use chronic pain as an excuse to smoke, because that there are alternatives. I don't believe in allopathic medicine myself, but I'm sure you will agree that there are alternatives, and there is no need to put the community in harm's way. I respectfully request the council to consider health of our community and children who are our future. Thank you.
Tracy Nashant, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Tracy N. I am the project director for the Tobacco Prevention and Education Program for Solano County Public Health. Earlier today, I had sent a document to City Council from the Public Health Law Center titled Smoke-Free Housing, Marijuana and Multi-Unit Housing in Residential Settings. And it is a Q&A type of fact sheet. And one of the things that I found interesting again is we've heard already tonight, and we already know that cannabis as well as tobacco has many different harmful carcinogenic materials in them, such as acetylidine, arsenic, benzene, chromium, mercury, nickel. And I thought it was interesting in reading through this process that one of the things that I was wondering is secondhand smoke exposure also has an increased risk for passive exposure to marijuana smoke can result in measurable concentrations of THC, the ingredient that produces marijuana psychedelic or psychoactive effect, in non-users' blood, serum, and urine. This made me wonder that what if a resident who may be on parole is exposed to cannabis through the ventilation system and wondering what should happen if their parole officer should happen to do a surprise inspection and say, give me a sample. This person may not be a user, but has been exposed to it. So therefore, this may violate their parole. Made me wonder that. Another piece that is very interesting that people have wondered about is ASHRA, which is the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, updated the air standards to include cannabis smoke, as well as emissions from electronic smoking devices in its definition of environmental tobacco smoke. The Society's position that the only way to effectively eliminate the health risk posed by indoor exposure to secondhand smoke is to prohibit smoking. Another piece that was interesting that one of the earlier speakers was discussing about the 90-day imposing of this ordinance if should happen to be passed. The 90-day would be my assumption that it would be passed that landlords would then need to enact this into their rental agreements. It would take time, probably up to a year, at least in my assumption, that it would be over a year period of time that landlords would be initiating this into new leases. It gives time for individuals to seek out those cessation programs and to seek other alternatives, such as for the marijuana consumption. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Tony Bowles, go ahead, please.
Yes, could you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, hello. I am Tony Bowles, the chair of the Bay Area chapter of Americans for Safe Access, the largest national member-based, patient-based organization promoting safe and legal access to cannabis. So we are asking for the removal of the prohibition of cannabis consumption by patients in their private homes from the ordinance. Per state law, cannabis cannot be consumed anywhere else in public. If you ban cannabis use in the home, patients lose all access to their medicine. I am at least demanding a 6-week extension to come up with consensus. Studies show cannabis does not cause cancer. It in fact prevents cancer. San Francisco, San Jose, and many other cities have already exempted cannabis in their non-smoking ordinances. In the name of safe access to medical cannabis, we are asking for this exemption. Smoke-free ordinances, I agree with when it comes to tobacco, but when it comes to cannabis, we should look into this more. Cannabis is medicine. Cannabis has been declared essential by the state. So please do not ban patients' consumption of cannabis in their homes. It is essential. Thank you.
Phone number ending in 559. Go ahead, please.
Sure. Thank you. Good evening, council members. I'm Liz Williams with Americans for Non-Smokers' Rights. Thank you for considering expanding the city's smoke-free protections to include multi-unit housing. We strongly support the law applying to all types of smoking and vaping. This is because, as you heard, all types of smoke from all sources, including marijuana and tobacco, contain that fine particulate matter that gets breathed deeply into the lungs and creates numerous health risks. And residents, as you've been hearing, are talking about how they are suffering from breathing their neighbors' tobacco and marijuana smoke, and how little ability they have to improve that situation. Most people just can't up and move. Vallejo residents in apartments and condos, especially lower-income residents, should be able to breathe smoke-free air at home, just like people who live in freestanding houses already can do. We would not support a marijuana exemption because that would continue to expose residents to their neighbors' drifting smoke. People can still use tobacco and marijuana, as others have pointed out, including medical marijuana. This is simply about not smoking it or vaping it inside apartments and condos because it shouldn't be used in ways that harm other people. And Vallejo would be in really good company by adopting a strong law that requires all multi-unit housing to be smoke-free. You would join dozens of other California communities that already provide these smoke-free protections to multi-unit residents, and the vast majority of these laws do not have an exemption for marijuana. And just to clarify the last point, San Francisco and San Jose have not adopted smoke-free multi-unit housing laws. They did have exemptions for marijuana that were proposed, but those proposals were pulled to be reconsidered because of the opposition from people who are worried that a marijuana exemption would create health risks for neighbors. So thank you for your leadership and for considering this issue.
Madam Vice Mayor, this concludes all the speakers.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for all your comments. I'm going to ask council to make comments, ask questions, and make comments, and we'll proceed. We'll take it from there. Who wants to speak first? Councilmember Arriola.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So a lot of compelling stories tonight, and it's clearly a divided issue. There's passion on both sides. I really like the speaker, who's somewhat a live speaker, that spoke eloquently about balancing, and that really struck me, because here was a person on the anti-smoking side, but thought perhaps we could come to some sort of balancing act where it benefits both sides. And I'm not sure what that balancing act would entail, but clearly smoke comes in many forms. And if smoke is indeed the main factor, it is the pinnacle of what this conflict is about. Early on, the first two times, I thought it strictly was about tobacco. That was an easy thing for me to decide. No, we don't want that in houses. But now I'm hearing all of the other factors that are involved, particulates and all kinds of chemicals and clinical and medical terms. The smoke comes in many forms. There's a smoking form with cigarettes or cannabis, even chemicals you can smoke. But then there's burning. You can burn incense. How about cooking? And someone burnt a pot of rice on the stove. That smoke is really bad. Fireplaces or outdoor fire pits, for that matter. That's smoke as well. And then I'd like to know how this ordinance will be enforced. What is the plan after that? Because pitting neighbors against neighbors could really result in an anti-smoking rage, evictions, and fines. So I see this as a flawed ordinance. It needs a do-over. As some of the commenters mentioned, take this paragraph out or that wording out, but don't take out the medicine that people need for their care. That's what I ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Loera Diaz.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank everyone that spoke today, especially the youth. I think that it's important that you participate and start young, because there's a long way ahead of you to be able to make your voices heard. I'm a huge advocate of children's rights. I'm a grandmother and I'm a mother, and for most of my adult life, I've dedicated as a prior social worker to working with families and making sure that the children are safe, not just with secondhand smoke, but in every way. You know, when we say we want our rights respected, we need to be conscious of everyone's rights, especially those that are most vulnerable and that don't have a voice. It was mentioned tonight that smoking ordinance would cause homelessness. Well, you know, protecting children's health and moving from an apartment that you barely were able to afford also causes homelessness. And it's not just homeless of one person, it's homeless of families, children, elderly. It was also mentioned that there's alternatives available for cannabis users. There was a couple of things that were mentioned: patches, edibles, cannabis, inhaler. Children don't have those alternatives. Pregnant mothers don't have those alternatives. Elderly, bedridden people don't have those alternatives. We have several activists in town that are very, very vocal, that advocate for fresh air for all. This is the same thing. This is advocating for fresh air for everyone. You know, our city has some of the highest asthma rates in the state. Our children, especially those children that have been mentioned here, people of color like me. I'm Mexican, I'm brown, African American, Native Americans, low-income people. You know, those are folks that have the highest asthma rate, and those are the folks that we need to protect. Not just them, everyone, but I'm mentioning them because it's been mentioned time after time that people of color are affected, that will be affected by being put out of their homes. Well, they're also being affected by having no right for their children to be able to breathe and grow and flourish and contribute and be productive citizens as adults. We need a robust community engagement to inform and engage and find ways to improve the information being distributed to our residents. You know, this isn't something that we just want to put out there. There's outreach that needs to be done so that people are informed of what's going to happen, how it will take place, and how it will be enforced, as my colleague, Councilmember Ariola, mentioned. I want to state this very, very clearly. This ordinance is not intended to evict residents. It's intended to protect residents. I want to reinforce the need for additional code enforcement staffing since they will have additional responsibilities. We need to have more staff if we're going to move this forward. And lastly, I want to mention that we are not just a city coming up with an idea out of the blue. There are 74 municipalities with laws of 100% smoke-free multi-unit housing. Among them, in our area in Northern California, there's Alameda, Benicia, Berkeley, Clayton, Concord, Contra Costa County, El Cerrito, Emeryville, Novato, Petaluma, Richmond, that has a diverse population very, very similar to Vallejo. San Rafael, Sebastopol, Sonoma County, Union City, and Walnut Creek. Some of the others are down in Southern California, but I'm using these as examples. These are municipalities, cities, and counties that are around us that are already doing this. We're not reinventing the wheel. This is already being done. 19 municipalities have partial restrictions for smoking in multi-unit housing, and some of those around us would be Fremont, Dublin, Oakley, and Pinole. So I support this ordinance. I support it as it is. I stand with the rights of children. For too long, our city, our state, our country has neglected to enforce the rights of our kids. And if you stop for a minute and see how our kids are growing up, in the households that they're growing up, without having a voice, without standing a chance, we owe it, not just morally, but we also owe it to them in every way possible to do everything that we can to help them grow up and stand a chance. Thank you.
Any more comments? Councilmember Meisner.
Thank you, Mayor, or Vice Mayor. I just promoted you. So this is definitely a very challenging I think we all agree that cigarette smoke and exposure to cigarette smoke, it's not good, and we want to get rid of it in multi-unit housing. But it's, of course, the cannabis smoke, because it is medicine for some people. And so it's, there's either way that we vote, somebody is going to be very disappointed and have their rights continue to be curtailed or their rights curtailed. Well, first of all, so my mother was a lifelong smoker, and she died of COPD caused by her cigarette smoking. She was addicted; she could never quit. But one of the things that helped her slow down the smoking was all of the restrictions on cigarette smoking that happened when she was forced to go outside, and she lived in Massachusetts, so it was cold. She had to go outside to smoke. She was very pragmatic, and she drove a lot for her job, and she realized that when she was trading in her car, having it covered with this tobacco smoke was really, it destroyed the value, the trade-in value. So she stopped smoking in her car. And if you've ever driven in Boston, Massachusetts, you will know that it'll make you smoke if you don't smoke. And she, my dear mother, it was just Mother's Day, and so I just have she was very clever. So when she was getting more and more ill from cigarette smoking, she was getting blood thinner shots, and the visiting nurse would come to the house. And she stopped smoking in her house because she didn't want the nurse to know she was still smoking. So she went out on the porch and smoked. And, then my mother could do it, I'm sorry. But I think as Councilmember Laura Diaz very eloquently talked about the rights of children and the rights of people who are exposed to smoke. So I was growing up living in cold climate, and the windows rolled up, we're driving to church, and the car's full of smoke, and it made me sick every morning. In honor of my mom, I'm supporting this as is, and I want to thank staff for working on it, and I want to actually, again, want to thank the youth that have come out and spoke. You guys are awesome, and keep up the great work. Thank you.
Councilmember Du.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I echo my colleagues' comments, and I also want to say to our young adults that showed up tonight to speak how proud I am of you, what great ambassadors you are for our community. Thank you for standing up and speaking to us tonight. I have similar stories. My mom was a chain smoker also, and growing up with that was a challenge. I actually became a smoker myself when I was very young, and it was incredibly hard to quit. And it was incredibly hard for her to quit, but she was able. She almost died, and that's how she was able to finally get the motivation to do it. But I know that. People can quit. They can find ways to smoke somewhere else. For the cannabis, I would be open to allowing lounges at the dispensaries. I don't know if that would be a conversation at another time, as long as there was signage for, designated drivers and all of the kinds of things that we do for bars. I think that would be appropriate. But otherwise, I would support what's written tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Question for City Attorney. I know I have a discussion with you about the allowing lounges, smoking lounges in dispensaries. Is that something that we will be taking up in the future?
So there's two pieces to that particular puzzle. State law does permit, under the cannabis regulations in state law, that a municipality can make a determination to approve smokers' lounges in retail establishments. Okay. They must comply with certain restrictions about who can go in and out of them and where they have to be located, and it has to be a separately enclosed area. But again, they are permitted, or you are permitted by state law to allow them. Okay. With that, I would say that there would need to be what I will call a fairly minor change to this ordinance, the smoking ordinance, which I can give you if the council is interested in doing that. And then we would need to go back and look at our retail cannabis ordinance and see what changes would also need to occur there to allow them to be permitted and inspect the separate room, et cetera. So the answer to your question is yes, it absolutely can be done. And it would be akin to something that is already permitted in this smoking ordinance, which would be a smoker's lounge and a retail tobacco shop. Again, meeting the same requirements. So we can make that amendment to this ordinance and then make the concomitant amendment to our retail cannabis ordinance.
Okay, so we can make that slight change, but you know, I'm going to support my 3 colleagues here that I want this to be approved without exemption. But adding on that amendment, is that?
Yeah, you could add on that amendment, and
Okay.
I have actually, given the discussion tonight, pre-written that amendment into my copy of the ordinance, which I can read into the record for introduction if the council is interested in
Okay,
doing
I just
that.
want to make a short comment. Again, thank you to all the folks, especially the young people. You know, that this ordinance was initially conceived or thought of or presented to us, Councilmember Du, Councilmember Malgapo, 4 years ago by Fighting Back Partnership. Dante De La Serna was the health advocate working for Fighting Back, but it was not the right time to pass it. There was not that traction. But last year, you folks, I'm so very impressed with your advocacy, your courage. Like they said, it's not popular, but it's what courage that drives this city and what drives this nation. It's we have to be courageous to fight for the right thing. And in this case, it's a slam dunk for me. I did not flinch when this came to to the council and approved by a majority of this council to be agendized. And now we vote on it tonight. And like I said, I also have a dad who smoked until he was like age 65, and he quit smoking because he knew he wanted to live longer. And thank God he lived up to age 94. And so, smoking cessation, there are smoking cessation classes in the county, and so please take advantage of that because quitting smoking now will help. You want to live longer, you have better chances of living longer if you quit smoking and practice a healthy lifestyle. So children are most vulnerable. That was already mentioned by my colleagues here. I have adult kids, but I know a lot of young kids. Once they were little kids, and babies, most especially, are very vulnerable. And adults, Ms. Salvatierra, thank you for speaking up. Did I get your name correctly? Salvatierra, right? And thank you for being here. I don't hear from you, from the Filipino community that often, so I'm very thankful that you share this passion and this advocacy, so thank you. To the young people, I know Genesis Miguel, thank you for being here. And so for this, it's a moral duty for me to support this ordinance without the exemption. And I'm going to defer to, go ahead. Councilmember Luera Diaz.
Yes, I'd just like to add that I want to thank Dr. Rhonda Renfro
yeah.
with Club Stride. She has done a tremendous amount of work with our youth in many aspects, and this is one more thing that she also brought forward. So I want to thank her and make sure that people know that she did a lot of work on this. Thank you, Rhonda.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Rhonda Renfro, I know you're watching. Joseph Hayden, thank you for bringing this forward and, really keeping us on task and just being here. Thank you so much. So I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Meisner? Oh, wait.
Just
City Attorney,
couple
go
of
ahead.
points. Absolutely. Thank you. I just wanted to point out that most of the state regulations that are addressed to cannabis many of them are contained within the Business and Professions Code in the Section 26,000 and following. A couple of the provisions relating to that are important to the council this evening, I believe. In Section 26200, the state makes clear that local jurisdictions can impose regulations relating to reducing exposure to secondhand smoke. Subsection G of that same section is the section that allows us to adopt regulations allowing retail establishments to have a smoking room of their own. I also want to point out that the section of the code that allows for cannabis consumption to be legal in the state actually already provides that cannabis consumption is not determined to be legal in any place where smoking tobacco is prohibited. So I think for our ordinance, we called out cannabis as a way of making it very transparent and clear to the public. But under state law, you cannot smoke cannabis anywhere. You cannot smoke tobacco as it is.
Good. Okay. So, are we clear? Is the amendment clear? Okay.
The amendment.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, if you will turn to page 195, read 195 of your packets, and I guess that doesn't help if you don't have it printed. It is in the definitions section of the ordinance. So that section is 7.68020. And it is the definition Q that is in play here, which is the definition of a private smoker's lounge. Right now it reads, means any enclosed area in or attached to a retail tobacco shop. So the proposed change would be to add or licensed retail cannabis business complying with section 26200 of the Business and Professions Code. That is, and then adding the words lawfully established and dedicated to the use of tobacco products or cannabis, including but not limited to cigars and pipes. So in that way, we would open the door to, doesn't mean it would still have to be licensed as part of our other ordinance, but that opens the door in this ordinance without the need to come back an amendment to allow it where we've otherwise licensed I'll call it smoking room in those establishments.
Good. Okay. Thank you. There was also a question on enforcement, and then once we vote on it tonight, it takes effect 90 days. So you're going to put out a second reading?
So two things that to bear in mind. We already had a smoking ordinance within the city. It just didn't address the multi-unit.
Multi-dwelling, yeah.
Right. So the 90-day delay in its effective date is second reading, then 30 days, then another 90 days after the effective date of the ordinance. So it's a little longer than just 90 days from today. Relates to the multi-unit component of the ordinance. It doesn't relate to places of employment, et cetera, that were already tobacco prohibited under our existing ordinance. Enforcement, sorry.
And then notification to multi-dwelling unit owners. How is that going to be implemented?
So this ordinance is somewhat unique in that its intent is to allow multiple different methods for enforcement, if you will. So yes, there can be citation authority and enforcement by code enforcement of any adopted regulation that is violated. This ordinance also declares smoking in an area where it is prohibited to be a nuisance. A nuisance can be enforced as a public nuisance or as a private nuisance by your neighbor. So for instance, if there is no citation authority and your landlord does not perform accordingly to enforce a non-smoking ordinance, then you have the right under this ordinance to enforce it yourself as a affected person. Then obviously there is the landlord. It is implied, the ordinance has it implied in leases and requires landlords to, within the 90-day period, put it into all new leases. So in that way, there are landlord enforcement, private enforcement, code enforcement. So there are three ways for the ordinance to be enforced.
Okay, good. Thank you. I think if there's no other questions, I'm going to entertain a motion. Councilmember Mista.
Thank you. I'd like to offer that we introduce and amend the introduce an ordinance to amend Chapter 7.68 of the Vallejo Municipal Code, Regulation of Smoking in Public Places and Workplaces, to prohibit smoking in and around multi-unit residences and other publicly accessible places, and to update outdated provisions of the chapter to conform with state law, and to include the amended language as suggested by our city attorney.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion carries with Councilmember Ariel opposed and Mayor McConnell and Councilmember Brown abstaining due to conflict of interest.
Thank you. Motion passes. Congratulations. We are going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you so much.
Onward and upward. All right. What's okay, we will call 9A. Madam Clerk, would you announce that?
Adopt a resolution approving a professional services agreement with Economic Forensics and Analytics Incorporated for development of the 2022 Vallejo Economic Development Strategic Plan in an amount not to exceed $245,000 and allocating $155,000 to implement the projects recommended by the plan.
Thank you. We'll start the 2-minute virtual sign-up time period. And for those in person, we have a presentation from staff, please.
All right. Thank you and good evening, Mayor and Council members. Paul Kelley, Special Advisor to the City Manager, Economic Development Manager, on behalf of Gillian Hayes, our Assistant City Manager. And we also have one of my staff members, Emmy Terrio, Economic Development Program Manager. Next slide. Based on the time, we'd like to run through a few quick slides, tell you a little description of what we look forward to as it relates to an economic development strategic plan. And then we have Dr. Eiler of EFA to provide his report on the project. Just a quick reminder, the council did approve in September 28th of 2022 or 2021 the $400,000 for ARPA funds to accomplish a economic development strategic plan for the city of Vallejo. And we're calling that 2022 Economic Development Strategic Plan. The last one was done in 2012, and it's a good opportunity to use pandemic relief and impact funds and ARPA to actually create a robust strategy for the upcoming period of time in our city. And I would like to have Emmy go through some of the different phases, and then we'll have Dr. Eiler, and then any questions. Emmy.
Okay, thank you, and good evening, Mayor McConnell, members of council. Staff is pleased to bring forward this proposal to implement council's direction to develop strategies to help the local economy. And we're proposing hiring of a consultant to help facilitate development of a new strategic plan to address how the pandemic has impacted the local economy. At this time, staff will just be providing a general overview of the proposed process, and then the proposed consultant will be providing a more specific, detailed overview of the proposed project process, and also a snapshot, essentially, of current economic conditions that we're looking at. As suggested in this slide, task 1 is essentially the generation of a large quantity of data and compilation of input from the community. It's important for us to reach out to the community to make sure that we're including them in both initial input to make sure the inputs are reflective of not just data we're mining from outside sources, but of neighborhood and community concerns. Next slide, please. Task 2 outlines a path of work to gain that input of a community in an inclusive fashion. Vallejo is one of the most diverse cities in the region, and the project process would essentially actively invite that input. What the consultant is proposing is using a combination of online surveys, physical surveys, and informal meetings, and specifically going out to the stakeholders where they are at different geographic centers of town in order to include the voice of Vallejo's greatest assets, which is its diversity. And next slide, please. Task 3 is the actual generation of the plan document itself, following the majority of work, which is actually all that data and collection and outreach. The output is generally related to the quality and quantity of its input. Consequently, the proposed consultant is recommending a framework for information to highlight key concepts such as what are the highest benefits per cost for proposed initiatives. For those initiatives to balance needs of Vallejo's residents, commercial real estate resources, and jobs housing considerations. And the key to making the plan work, an emphasis on creating goals, initiatives that are achievable, measurable, and include tools to assign accountability for implementation. Next slide, please. Task 4 is that actual final document preparation. This will be a public process or in a public meeting where it's adopted. And then it will result in other deliverables such as suggested initiatives that are based on the follow-up to the input received from the data collection and the outreach. Next slide, please. So essentially the project schedule hails back to the American Rescue Plan Act grant fund and its deadlines associated with the grant requirements. Phase 1 is what we would be doing tonight, and then the follow-up hiring of by the consultant of subcontractors and working with the local colleges to identify volunteers. And that would finish on, it's to be finished by June 30th of this year. Phase 2 would be the actual generation of the strategic plan, the collection of data, the community outreach, drafting of the plan, and then presenting the final plan. And that would be finished by June 30th of next year. And then phase 3 would be to initiate pilot projects as recommended by the plan. We don't have specific dates when those would be accomplished by, because that would be a function of the projects that are recommended through development of the plan. But the deadline for ARPA would be June 30th, 2024. Next slide, please. The project budget is fully covered by the American Rescue Plan Act funding source as approved by council for this project back in September 2021. And so this implements the strategic plan, but this is the first step to hiring of the consultant to facilitate the plan. And that would include a budget of $245, and that includes the sub-consultants for the project. And then we had negotiated with the proposed consultant to bring the cost down and suggest so we could have sufficient funds to do at least a few projects right away. And so that brings the total to the full appropriation that was requested originally. And Mr. Kelley, I believe you have additional information.
Great. Thank you, Emmy. And with that, we'd like to have Dr. Eiler, who is known by many of us, to provide his presentation. And we look forward to any questions and that we have at the end. Dr. Eiler, welcome.
You're kidding.
All right, we got you now.
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that.
That's right, you're on.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Next slide.
Go ahead. Next slide, please. Thank you. Well, thank you, Mayor and council members. And I want to thank Paul and Emmy and Gillian for working with me to this point. What I want to do is I want to start by thinking about Vallejo as a city economy within a regional context. So a couple times tonight, I'm going to come back to the idea of regionality, being realistic, and thinking about partnerships. Those are kind of those are three big themes I think about whenever I do an assignment like this. So we know there's some challenges, but we got to be thinking about opportunities. Where are the opportunities in all the uncertainty and all the other challenges that have cropped up over the last couple of years and even the last 10 or 12 years? That's where we're going to be focusing our efforts. And we have to be thinking that regional, state, national, and global economics changing over time are also going to affect Vallejo. So we want to build a strategic plan that really looks forward and tries to build the foundation for long-term social and economic mobility. So we're trying to provide opportunities in such a way that people feel like that when they live in Vallejo or when they work in Vallejo or both, there's upliftment from that. Emmy broke these down to a certain extent. I just want to repeat these. The first phase is going to be the formulation of the final scope, the team, and just really putting together everything. And that's going to happen by the end of June. The real meat of this project is going to be in phases 2A and 2B and then 3A. So you have the community outreach, putting together all the data and really trying to combine those two in such a way to deliver a draft plan with specific projects that we can do right away. And then the prioritization and identification of those pilot projects is the next piece. And those will be naturally linked. And we'll see that roadmap at the very end of my time tonight. And then at the very end, which is part 3B, there'll be a final document for the council and the community to digest and think about next steps. So I want to start real quick, though, by giving you kind of a context of where we are economically, where we may be going over the next few years. So as this begins, it sort of gives a sort of state of the state at which we're going to enter this planning phase. This graph's gotten a lot of attention over the last 12 or 18 months. This is the inflation data that the Federal Reserve looks at when it makes interest rate decisions. And you can see these data are monthly from 2007 forward to just March 2022. And they represent the widest way we think about prices in our economy. You can see that blue line is shooting up quite a bit, up to that March number that says 5.2, but there's a little hook at the very end of it, which suggests that prices might start coming down. So these represent prices after food and energy are taken out, or what we call core. And those red dots, the next click should shade those red dots, is the forecast over the next couple of years of where prices are going. So if we go down that road of higher interest rates and, in a sense, trying to combat the inflation and getting back to where we were pre-pandemic, we should see the inflation fade. Unfortunately, we'll probably also see growth fade a little bit. So if you go through a couple more clicks, I have a few other points I want to make about this. The things to be thinking about is that, okay, that's great, but we know inflation is something that's hurting a lot of residents. Is that hurting them in such a way that their wages are going up and helping some relief? Is it hurting them because housing prices have gone up? Is it hurting from commuting costs? Where's the relief, and can I actually see it? That's the key about fighting inflation, and we'll see how we go the next 12 or 18 months. We turn those prices down. We've got to be able to see that, in a sense, on the street in the grocery store. Next slide. There'll be a bunch of clicks in a row. Uh-oh. Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry. Go back one slide. I apologize. That's on me. So is another recession coming? I get this question quite a bit. The answer, no, is that because we'll see interest rates fade a little bit, but we won't go too far up in terms of watching, inflation fade through interest rates rising. We won't go so far up that it fades growth. We'll see federal and state spending kind of continue to support the economy going forward. We'll hopefully see something in Eastern Europe that looks like a fade of that crisis. And then we'll see whether or not other adjustments are made to another round of COVID-19 happening globally in such a way to clean up some of the supply chain concerns we have. The yes case is that we actually will see interest rates grow in such a way that it will undermine growth of the economy because it will slow down business investment. Federal spending will shift in different ways that won't help the domestic economy. Inflation will remain relatively elevated, and the issues in Eastern Europe and generally global supply chain issues will not clean up. So those are the two cases being made about where we're going with respect to a slower economy over the next couple of years. Next slide. Thank you. So this slide shows the latest labor data for Vallejo in terms of comparing it to Solano County overall and California overall. That shaded area tells you what the percentage change is from right before the pandemic recession that still exists in terms of the amount of people that are available for work or working, which is called the labor force, and the total amount of people that live in Vallejo and are working, which is civilian employment. So we're still 3.2% down from where we were right before the recession in terms of the number of people that live in Vallejo and have a job. But we're also still 1.3% down in terms of the total amount of residents that live in Vallejo that are working or looking for work. So one of the biggest questions in the pandemic is have we lost residents that were working previously? And as part of that negative 1.3 number, folks that have left Vallejo and are not coming back. You'll notice that there's a larger labor force for Solano County that's been lost in terms of percentage change, but more people have come back in terms of a smaller percentage change of the loss of jobs with respect to people that live in Solano County more broadly and have now got a job back. California has recovered at a little faster speed, and that's typical of Solano County and Vallejo historically. But we use this as an idea of this is kind of where we're starting this project in terms of where we're at in the labor market. The next slide is going to show you the recovery path of Vallejo, Solano County, and California. So it's all kind of followed along at the same pace since the pandemic began. So you can see the big cut on the left and then a slow, steady recovery on the right. Next slide. This slide is meant to show you basically the latest forecast out there for Vallejo. So there are actually, believe it or not, some places that actually look at Vallejo's labor market and try to predict what jobs are coming over the next 4 or 5 years. This is from right before the pandemic to the middle of the decade, 2025. You can see that there is growth in specific industries, and I have those kind of shaded. And you can see that those are compared. If you take one more click, you should see red bars show up. Oh, you have those on there now. Great. So the red bars are California. The blue bars are Vallejo. So you can see there's specific industries, things like delivery, utilities, food and beverage manufacturing, all predicted to grow over the next few years. But there's a lot of industries that are not predicted to grow. And as a result of that, we recognize these as immediately potential challenges, right? We have arts and entertainment, recreation at the very bottom, basically events. Well, if those are going to have real deep cuts, where are those people going? So if you think about it, that looks like a challenge, but it's actually an opportunity. If there are folks that were working at event centers or in tourism that are not going to get a job back, but are still living in Vallejo, can those folks be retooled or retrained in such a way to create workers for those industries that are actually going to grow and grow continuously over the next 5 to 10 years? That's one of the biggest riddles that our project is going to try to solve is, are there ways that we can see better career pathways through what is predicted, but really actually kind of controlling the prediction by thinking about what projects can be initiated in such a way to create, for Vallejo to create its own growth rather than, in a sense, react to changes. Now, one of the biggest challenges, the next slide will tell us, is what's been going on in housing. So if you haven't been watching, housing prices have gone up sharply over the last 24 months, somewhat counterintuitively to historic recessions. But the lingering effects of what's happened with interest rates and, generally speaking, what's happened with a lack of supply of housing regionally with respect to demand, we still have relatively robust forecasts going forward into the beginning of next year. Now, as interest rates rise, this might fade. But the reason I show this slide is because housing is going to be a relatively large issue for any strategic plan about economic development, because we have to think about, if we're thinking about how people are going to work regionally and locally, where are they going to live to access those jobs? And what type of a workforce are we going to have to draw from to populate that work? Okay, so that's basically the state of the state. We're not in recession yet. We have relatively high inflation. We know interest rates are going to rise. That should reduce housing prices and should reduce growth in the short term. Whether it tips us over into recession, economists are somewhat split on for the time being. We will see how the economy globally progresses over the next 6 or 8 months to really tell that tale. Next slide. Okay, now let's talk about the strategic plan. Next slide. Thank you. One thing we're doing, and Emmy said this, is that we're going to build a toolbox. We want data and a set of tools that we can use to assess where the economy is going. So we're thinking both socially and economically. And we also want to use those data to compare to other places. Where does Vallejo want to be? And are there other places that we can either aspire to become or that we can use as lessons as to not do this, but actually should do that? So kind of best practices, if you will. Next. Oh, great. There'll be a bunch of city-specific data, but then there'll be regional context around it. So we will build a forecasting model for Vallejo that will then be contrasted to other forecasts that might be out there, but really thinking about what's going to be happening in concentric circles around Vallejo. How will Solano County, Contra Costa County, the greater Bay Area generally, how is it going to go over the next few years, and what are economists saying that we think we should believe? And then how does that affect what will happen in Vallejo? And then how does Vallejo affect its own future? And that's sort of the building blocks of how the quantitative data tell a story going forward. That broader context is absolutely important to that. And furthermore, what we'll see over time in this exercise is that a lot of what we're going to be thinking about is how can businesses in Vallejo access markets beyond Vallejo? That's really where you get what an economist might call a multiplier effect, or this ripple effect on a bunch of different parts of the Vallejo economy and society and social aspects of Vallejo positively. Next slide, please. We definitely want to do community outreach. So we're going to have meetings that are facilitated to try to generate thoughts in a sense, a feel of what's going on the street with respect to economic development, things that maybe should be done, things that we don't know if we don't ask, those kind of items. We're going to be developing an outreach plan and really thinking about how you get the voice out there and really tell stories, not only about what's happening in Vallejo to those that live in Vallejo, but really about why Vallejo is a good place to do business and a good place to live. Now, we have to tell that story because a lot of economic development at the end of the day is really about marketing where you're going to do business. You want to understand the challenges and the opportunities and how you intend to make more opportunities and challenges. You want to think about having multiple locations for those meetings. So in those meetings, we're going to, like I said earlier, they're going to be facilitated in the idea that we're going to try to stay very focused. But we also want to go out to different places and try to reach as many people as possible and get their voice. So we're going to go to community meetings. We're going to go around Vallejo, but we're also going to go outside of Vallejo to get an outsider's perspective. We're going to have to do it with different times of the week, and I get that. So don't despair. We're going to try to set it up to where if you want to say something, that outlet will be there. Next slide. So who do we include in all this? Residents and local workers, local employers, advocacy organizations, and really trying to harness the diversity of Vallejo's economy and communities. The developers of commercial space, thinking about those that may build homes or those that have built homes, multifamily or single family, and why they built in Vallejo, maybe why they didn't, and getting that perspective on the housing side. And we also want to talk to the elected officials. So, and this is true at the county level, at the city level, and to a certain extent at the regional level, that tell a tale about where Vallejo sits in their mind and what they think they can do to help support growth in Vallejo later. Okay, next slide. Thank you. So we want to build this plan in sort of steps. We'll do that community outreach, but we also are going to be planning for community outreach after the plan is over. How do we keep the momentum going, and how do we keep talking about Vallejo in ways that we create more opportunities? Where are those peer and aspirant cities? Where are the places that best practices are good to follow? And where are the places that we want to aspire to get to? How many resources are really available to support economic development? So we want to put a budget together for that outreach plan, but we also want to think about how to finance priority projects and who's actually going to be responsible to get that work done and coordinate those things in such a way that when the plan hits, here's the project, here's the financing, here's where you're going to go, and here's the toolbox to assess how well it's done or what we should have done otherwise when we do another project. That implementation and assessment is critical. So closing that loop and having the timeline for we initiate this project, here's how we want to get it done, and then tracking the progress and using that as a feedback loop to make adjustments along the way to get the most out of those projects every single time. That resource planning is a big deal. So as time goes on, we're going to start with the plan that's going to tell one story. And then as time goes on, things are going to change. So you want to think about resource planning and being nimble where you can be. So are there financing tools that are available now? When financing tools become available later, can we utilize those in such a way to initiate more projects or to enhance the ones that are already underway? Okay, next slide, please. The supposition is we're going to be focused on community ascension in whatever projects come forward. So as Emmy said before, we want to put 2 or 3 projects together that would be, in a sense, recommended to start and get moving and be basically either completed or very much underway by the end of 2024 per the American Rescue Plan Act funding. They're going to come in kind of 2 big buckets, at least in an initial take. One is sort of classic. We want to make sure that those projects are ready to go, meaning that when the projects hit, has there been investment ready to make it easier for the business to locate in that space or to get the project completely underway, depending on what that project may be? Is it so-called shovel ready? Are there workforce and economic development relationships that work hand in glove to deliver workers to a project or to prepare workers for another project that is coming? And how do we look at different parts of Vallejo and where investment can happen to enhance the entire city economy? So one of the things we're going to do in this plan is try to carve up Vallejo into what we think of as economic centers. What do different parts of Vallejo do well versus other places? And how does that, in a sense, shape the way that projects will be recommended and ultimately initiated in different parts of the city. We might also do some out-of-the-box stuff. For example, we may think about, well, is it now time to think about life sciences coming to Vallejo, a technology business, more diverse manufacturing, and where would that take place in Vallejo, and how would Vallejo support that? And we know that Vallejo's had some fits and starts with this over time. But the reason I call this out of the box is because we have to think about how the community makes an investment as a partner alongside of a business that would come. One of the biggest things I've seen is that businesses won't come to a place where they don't feel like that they have a strong partnership. And you all have a great team here and of looking forward mentality. You got to play that out every day of the week, or these businesses will not come. And if they do come, they'll go away. It's one of the realistic aspects about doing economic development. And I want to make sure I say this too, is that Vallejo also needs to be realistic about what it can be. So I've had communities all over California and all over the United States say things like, well, we want to be where Google's going to locate. We want to be where Amazon's going to put a new logistics center. And they want that, but they have to think about there's 100 pieces of information that have to come together positively for those businesses to make that location decision. Are you realistically in that game or not? And if you are, great. But that's really hitting a grand slam rather than hitting a bunch of singles and really putting those singles together to grow over time for the entire community. So we're going to go through that machination through this process. Last slide, please. So this is the basic roadmap. We're going to get the data and try to figure out where Vallejo and the region are going, and in a sense, trying to describe Vallejo. We're going to do community outreach and have the voice of the residents, the businesses, the elected officials, and also the regional context players tell a tale. We're going to build the plan. We're going to tell you what we learned. We're going to identify projects, and we're going to be as realistic and as focused on regionality and partnership as possible. Vallejo cannot do it alone. We're going to put those pilot projects together and try to move Vallejo toward a better tomorrow. And at the end of the day, though, we want to have that feedback loop. So those first four then lead to more data in the sense that now I'm assessing what we did and how does that feed back to make sure that the next project is better than the one before it and better than the one before it and so on. And then the economy is also being monitored as how do those projects spill over into building Vallejo toward 2030 as a better place to live and work. So looking forward to your questions. Thank you so much for having me tonight and considering this project, and I'll hand it back over to staff.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Eiler and Naveed. Yeah, we'll just go there. We recognize and that economic development, #1 priority for the council. You've been hearing about us bringing this forward to you for a while now, so we're excited to bring this forward. We're thrilled that we have an opportunity to use some ARPA funds to do this project, and that we have a partner that really sees the vision and also the ability to use some resources to actually implement. Those of us that have been involved in strategic plans know that sometimes once you get done with a strategic plan, you don't always have the resources to actually implement some of the things that are called out in it. So we're excited about that opportunity. And we recommend adopting the resolution to approve the contract and move forward with this. And if you go to the last slide, we'll just open it up to any questions that you have. And thank you, Mayor, for the time.
Well, thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it greatly. Do we have any speakers on this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have David Haldane.
All right, well, let's take our in-person speakers first. Go ahead. We have 3.
Well, you can certainly get a lot for $400,000, can't you? What I see is a lot of planning, a lot of information gathering, and an uncertain storm on the doorstep. I don't think that coming up with a 2-year plan makes sense at this time. I also think that if you asked any Vallejo resident what they would do with $400,000 to improve economic or community development in our city, they would not say hire a consultant who's going to hire some consultants that will run these projects. You have a stack of participatory budgeting projects that have not been executed. You have millions of dollars of deferred maintenance. You have dirty streets, damaged streets, slow internet, poor infrastructure just throughout the whole city. If you need a project manager to help you execute some of these projects, I think that using half of this money to hire one would make sense if you're short on project management. However, I would say that in this case, the answer to economic development is very simple and staring us right in the face, and we don't need $400,000 worth of consultants from out of town to tell us what it is. Fix the simple stuff, get it right. We've been working on it for a long time and we haven't finished what we've already started. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
That's it. That's the only one for item.
Okay. Do we have any virtual speakers, Naveed?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 speakers.
Okay. We'll close the sign up and call those 2 speakers in order.
And Andrea Sorce, go ahead, please.
Yeah, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my initial reactions were that this was too much money and too long of a time frame for a strategic plan. But the big red flag that I want to raise for you all is that it doesn't look like this went through a competitive process. And, as far as the contractor, as you all may know, I'm an economics professor, so I'm not going to knock the profession, but with our limited resources, I think we really need to make sure we have the right fit if we're going to do a project like this. And I tried to do a little bit of research before this meeting. The website for the organization, EFA, is literally just a site coming soon page with some contact information. I looked them up on Facebook, and there hasn't been any posts since 2017. I tried to click some of the links to past reports, and they link to broken links to a broken website. Can everybody still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The proposal, there were just some interesting kind of size and spacing differences. And I understand that this is an individual that has worked with the city of Vallejo in the past, and that contract ended in approximately 2017, which is the most recent posting I could find from them online. So I think it would be relevant to kind of request those deliverables from past projects, see why that contract was ended, and look into how this contract was kind of just gifted to this particular person and firm. We know that Paul Kelley is from Sonoma, so maybe they have a history, I don't know, but it's just weird that there wasn't an RFP, because no bid contracts are only supposed to go to folks when there are specialized skills that can't be met by other providers, which I think we can all agree that there are plenty of consultants and organizations that could do a strategic plan and that could probably do it at a lower cost and shorter time frame and help us with the implementation. So I really want to encourage you all to ask why this project didn't go to bid and how this selection was made. Just because, again, like Mr. Haldane was saying, we have very limited resources. It's a lot of money. The strategic plan is important, but this is a lot of money to be putting into it. And I really think that we can do better if we reject this particular item and demand a full RFP for the project. I think we'll get a better work product, we'll save some money, and we'll get our results sooner so we can start implementing. And then if this firm wants to apply through that competitive process, they would be welcome to do that. I just really don't want to see us waste any more money, especially given that we're spending ARPA funds, which were supposed to have gone to direct relief for those impacted by the pandemic. Things like housing and homelessness and broadband and direct aid to folks. We already used some of our ARPA funds to do the fire alarm system and hire a grant writer for, I think it was economic development. And now we're doing a 2-year strategic plan. I really just don't want to see us waste. We're in a real fiscal pickle right now, and I just don't want to see us waste our resources. So please request that this go out to bid and that we can really make sure we get the right fit for Vallejo.
Thank you. Our second speaker, please, Naveed.
Chris, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
This one's funny. You're going to spend $400,000 for this guy to give you all of these cliches that he gave you, out of the box thinking, talk to the community, let's hear what they want to do, create priorities. This is about as silly as spending $170,000 that you just approved for CTC to tell you what you should have done 5 years ago with the fiber optics master plan. This guy is just off the charts about reaching out to the community, diversity. We need to talk to the community. This is just so silly. You just approved $1 million to clean up North Mare Island, and you have no problem approving a $400,000 contract with a consultant that's going to tell you out of the box thinking sort of stuff, master plan that they did in 2012 without him telling you what they did in 2012? The guy predicted a major recession. Did you hear that part when he threw that graph up on the board? We're into a recession, according to this guy. Man, this one was really funny. Thank you. I'm quite amused. Good night.
Good night, Chris. Well, that'll complete our public speakers. Do we have any questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Andrea Diaz.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for the presentation. I had written my questions before some of the speakers brought up their concerns. This question is for Mr. Kelley. I'd like to know, was there an RFP issued? Did we put this out for bidding, and how was Mr. Eiler selected?
Thank you, Council Member, and through the Mayor. We did not use an RFP process. ARPA funds do allow for direct contracting to streamline both timelines and the expenditure of funds. And also if you use a demonstrated expert in the field. And so we proceeded with that and with the proposal we have before you. Okay. And also just for clarifications, the contract is for, as was mentioned in the budget, for $240,000, and that the rest is $155,000 is for the implementation of projects that come out from the strategic plan.
Right. And this question is for Mr. Eiler. I was trying to do a little bit of research on your company, and the only thing that I was able to bring up was a site that says our new site is coming soon and a Facebook page. Am I missing something? Is there a particular address on the internet that you can direct me to so that I can do some more research, because I'm not able to find anything?
Yeah, that address is basically under construction right now. We're under a full revamp on the website, so that would be the place to go as it gets constructed. We're about maybe 4 weeks away from getting that up.
But the prior website is not up with the information of your company's information, the qualifications and the projects that you've worked on. That's not up while you're working on this other one?
It will be very soon. It's not up right now.
Okay, so that was my question. It's not up, so there's no information that I could look up, because since I was not part of the selection, I was trying to do due diligence and do some research on you. And you did a great presentation, but I wanted to do a little bit more thorough research, and I was not able to do that due to the website being down. So your answer was there is no website right now where I could look you up and look at the qualifications and the projects that you've worked on in the past, and when the latest project was and what city it was with, correct?
Yeah, there's no place right now that's sort of a centerpiece of that. That's correct.
Okay.
There will be in about 4 weeks.
But we're voting today.
Resume, et cetera.
Right, we're voting today, though, so I wanted to have something today.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much.
Councilmember Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I had heard similar things about the website being kind of wonky. I think I used that word earlier. So, Paul, you said that the ARPA criteria did not. In other words, you were able to overlook the requests for proposals, right? You didn't have to do that if you found somebody directly experienced in what you're looking for. So, because of the time frame, right? But this took 8 months to get us to this meeting tonight, right? You said September was when you received word that we were going to give the $400,000. So we had like 8 months to look for an effective company to run this program. So that's why did it take that long to come up with this forensics group?
Yeah, Councilmember Ariola through the Mayor. So again, we definitely spent time checking and making sure that to expend the monies related to ARPA and the contracting and the streamlining for timelines. As we've heard, there's talk about if you don't spend it, there'll be some clawback. So that's one of the reasons why we felt it was reasonable to move forward. And also the fact that it's a demonstrated expert in the field. We've seen many of Dr. Eiler's presentations as it relates to other elements out there. The only thing I could speak to as it taking this much time is just how long it takes to both get a contract completed as well as just getting it on the council's agenda.
So you've seen his resumes, but none of that was sent to us at council, to go over. That would have been nice to have that shared before we go into this, big decision tonight, especially since the website is not available to the public or us.
Understood, yeah.
The page 23 of the your slideshow, investing in, can you go to page 23? I was curious about, this is all focusing on manufacturing. Can you be a little bit more clear on this? It says investment in Solano County College training for manufacturing, technology in manufacturing, partnerships. This is all really, I don't know, it's really busy. Can you kind of break it down and spoon feed me here?
Sure. The idea about this is to provide some thinking as to what types of projects may come forward. So for example, if you did have a manufacturer who wanted to locate in Vallejo, one thing that you may find is that they're going to look around for employees and they're going to need a certain amount of training. Does that lead to a partnership with Solano Community College that you can already be thinking forward on, have that partnership already set up to where you can immediately tell that new business or that expanding business that those workers can be trained relatively quickly because the program's already there. So the idea of those classics is really setting up the workforce development and the economic development to walk hand in hand. And I'm just giving examples here. I'm not suggesting this is the path we're going to end up taking. These are just simply ways of thinking about how you might move forward.
So God, where is it here? The implementation plan, isn't that kind of something that should go, it seems like the order is wrong. Plan an amount not to exceed 245, allocating 155 to implement the projects recommended by the plan. So what order are we going to be doing this in? Do we have a plan?
Well, Councilmember, through the mayor, so the Economic Development Strategic Plan, as most strategic plans that we've seen in a lot of other jurisdictions, they come up with some elements, some actionable and measurable elements within the strategic plan. So the strategic plan is the first element here. Dr. Eiler just mentioned a potential project that could be out of that, which is develop partnerships with local community colleges for workforce development and training, maybe some specific ones. There could be an element there to market the city. So there may be some sort of a marketing plan. And so we don't want to predetermine what the community comes up with or what the suggestions are that come out of the strategic plan, but we wanted to have some resources that could actually implement them instead of just having these list of actionable items without any resources to actually do them.
If approved tonight, when will this start being implemented?
June.
In June. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Verderliga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Eiler. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Emmy. I think some of us were present at the State of the City Summit, that was held at the Empress. I know Councilmember Du was there, Mayor McConnell was there, and that's where I first met, and Councilmember Member Meisner was there. That's right, Councilmember Luera Diaz. And that was the first time that I heard about you and your presentation. And you certainly have background in economics and have worked with several organizations and agencies with regards to their economic development plan and strategic plan. So that's where I first met you. And then you were again the speaker at the Solano EDC breakfast meeting about 2 weeks ago. And that's why I remember your presentation. It was similar. You made a few changes to it. And, the audience at that breakfast were all of the folks in Solano County, both government, agencies, private, businesses, as well as all the elected officials in Solano County. Most of them were there. So I like the idea of a strategic plan for our economic development plan. I don't think we have had the opportunity, because we never have had the funding, to really have an expert in the person of Dr. Eiler to help us develop this plan. So I'm confident that you will deliver. The contract, the language in the contract, I know has been vetted with staff, right, Mr. Kelley?
Correct.
The contract, okay. And that you will be closely monitoring and working with Dr. Eiler. So I just wanted to validate, and again, I will be supporting this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, everyone, for the presentation. I really appreciate all of the information. Dr. Eiler, I have been working with you over at as a director on Solano EDC for many years. It's been almost a decade now that I've seen your presentations and heard your familiarity and knowledge with Solano County and with Vallejo. So I appreciate your deep understanding of this community from that perspective. I know that Solano EDC is also doing their Moving Solano Forward 3. Is there some opportunity for us to collaborate with that consultant team along the way?
Thank you, Councilmember Dew. I can let Dr. Eiler speak to that, but from my perspective, yes. But Dr. Eiler.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm also sort of helping behind the scenes with Newmark, who is doing the latest phase of what's called Moving Solano Forward 3, because they wanted at least some kind of an expert on the ground that had done this before. And just to fill in a couple of gaps, I was the lead consultant on what was called Moving Solano Forward 2 from 2015 to 2017. So that really was a deep dive into the Solano County economy, communities, and trying to tie a lot of the things together. So in many ways, that's how I really got to know Vallejo a lot better, was through that 18-month process with Solano EDC in the county of Solano. And also I ran economic development in Marin County for about 5.5 years in a project called Marin Economic Forum. I was the CEO of that organization. And that also exposed me to a certain extent of what happened with Vallejo right after the Great Recession and into the middle of the last decade. So you see me from all those angles, but through those angles, the knowledge from Newmark about what commercial sites, the way they think about site selection, there's a lot of lessons that can be learned from Vallejo, or for Vallejo, from that process for sure. And I'll be transmitting a lot of that information through this process as we go.
Great, thank you. And then I lost my train of thought. What was, there was another question I had there. Let me think. Oh, I'll have to come back to it. Thank you.
Councilmember Meisner.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for the presentation. A lot of great information. I have seen Dr. Eiler in presentations before about Vallejo and Solano County, and I have always been impressed. While there's no website, it's easy to find that Dr. Eiler, you are a graduate, you have a PhD from University of California in Davis, and you're also a professor at Sonoma State. So you definitely have the credentials to do the work that you're doing. So I want to just make sure that we honor that. One of my questions was, for $155,000, what kind of sort of pilot project could we do? Because it doesn't sound like that much money, but you've kind of already answered that question. But maybe you could describe something that you might have done in another city, or staff, maybe you might want to fill in some gaps. I'm just curious about, at the end of the day, what can that money be used for, and will we need to have more? Thanks.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Meisner, and through the mayor. I'll let Dr. Eiler expand, but I think a couple of things. One, I could envision that one of our marketing opportunities could be a reinvigoration of website. That wouldn't, that could be a $20,000 or $30,000 type of activity. Another could be, again, some sort of workforce development type of collaboration with our community colleges. That may take more money than the $150,000, but it would at least be seed money so that we could either match it, get partners, or even look to other ARPA funds down the road. So, Dr. Eiler, I don't know if you had any other examples of those types of implementation.
I mean, it's true that $155,000 doesn't sound like it might go very far, but that's just thinking about it being a pilot project. What you're really trying to do is, and Paul kind of nailed that last piece, it's very possible this could be seed money to getting something that's much larger and tied to broader projects. So we don't want to be too boxed in to think, oh, we have to do it for this little thing or that little thing, because we want to make sure that we do use the 155 in a certain way. We shouldn't really commit to any use of it just now, but we should be trying to think as broadly as possible, is that can the 155 become $1 million, because it acts as seed funding in a broader project that we identify as we go, that the 155 helps move forward, and it is something that can accelerate a much broader effect than just simply doing small projects just so you want to split that 155 up into pieces. So the plan will tell more of the tale of how to use the 155, but it could be workforce development, it could be marketing, it could be, at least to a certain extent, maybe making an investment to get in front of a project where the city says, well, if we do this and get this business over this hurdle in terms of either some type of assessment of a parcel or something that would basically allow the business to come in and go right into the space. Those are the kind of things we're going to be thinking about alongside of thinking about it as seed money. That's how I would consider it.
Great, thank you. I just want to make one comment about sort of economic development in general and strategic plans. It's certainly an art and a science. We need to collect the best data that we can, which is what we'll be doing with this project. But Dr. Eiler, one of the things you did say, which I just want to highlight, is that when businesses want to come to Vallejo, they want to make sure that, we don't want to give away the store, obviously, but they want to make sure that they can sort of depend on just things working, and I think staff is really trying to do that, getting the planning department in order, permits, all that stuff. But I think just in general, are we a council that is sort of willing to take these risks? We don't have a crystal ball, so a lot of the stuff we'll have the best information we have, but it still is sort of an art and a science together. So I just want to, you had said something like that, Dr. Eiler, in your presentation, that really it takes, all these things working together for a business to come to our city. And I think if we're seen as a city that can't make up our mind or we're dysfunctional, that's probably not going to attract businesses. So we need to put our best foot forward, and that staff is doing that, and I think council does that as well, or we're trying to do that, I hope. Thanks.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo my colleagues' thoughts. They brought up some great points. I want to thank our staff. Paul, thank you, and just our entire staff. Dr. Eiler, you made some very good points, very interesting points, and I appreciate it. I think that, and I think this is very much long overdue for our city. I think one thing that you brought up is, deciding who are we. I think, fundamentally, you use the analogy, do you want to hit home runs or do you want to hit singles? The only thing I would add to that is we need to figure out what kind of player are we. As you know, if you're 6'5" and 240, well, maybe we can hit home runs, and I think that maybe we have some resources here that would indicate that we're home run capable. Whether we want to pursue that, as my colleague, Councilmember Meisner said, is really entirely up to us. But I think that this is well overdue. I really appreciate Ms. Hayes and our entire staff. Really thank you all for your work, and this is much overdue as we try to actually move forward and comprehensively and really define who we are as a city, because right now I think that we're just kind of listing all over the place. We don't know who we are. The other thing I wanted to add is I hope that you will also be speaking with the cannabis industry in general, considering the fact that, important part of the economy we are here, including that in business. Thank you.
Councilmember Du.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to ask about, on the slide that you had about the jobs sectors that were declining or increasing, I saw manufacturing on there, several categories of manufacturing. Concerns me just the multiplier effect of those jobs, particularly here in Solano County. Is there a reason for why those jobs in particular are shrinking, and is there anything we can do?
16.
Yeah, I mean,
right there.
Look at this as just one viewpoint on the future, right? And what it should do for you is at least kind of wake you up to what one business, or let's say a combination of two, this is really a combination of Burning Glass and also the state of California giving an assessment of where Vallejo is going. It suggests that these forecasters feel like that you're going to see more of a decline in things like light and heavy manufacturing, but more on the food and beverage side. Now, some of that's because you already have it there. So what a lot of forecasters do is say, well, where are your assets currently concentrated? And isn't it seem most likely that you're just basically going to grow where those assets are concentrated, and where the region might see a fade, you're probably going to join in that fade. Well, this should also act as a wake-up call that are there things we see on this list that we don't want to see fade? And what do we have to do to reverse what might come as so-called status quo? If we do nothing, this may be a one fate. Are there things we don't want to lose as a result of just kind of listing, if you will, as the last council member talked about? It's important to use these as a guide, but that's why that's happening, is because manufacturing and let's say beyond food and beverage has been slowly leaving California over the last 4 or 5 years, and the supposition for most of California is it will continue to go unless we get more proactive about trying to keep it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I definitely, I want to say the multiplier on manufacturing jobs in Solano County was like over $1 million, if I recall correctly. So,
yes, manufacturing does have a large multiplier effect, but it's also very competitive for businesses as they grow, and also to attract from other places. So it isn't like you can snap your fingers and get new manufacturing, because everybody's seeing that same multiplier effect and very attracted to it. The key is distinguishing why you are the best choice of the array faced by those manufacturers or by any business, regardless. And then you also have to ask the question, is that what you want in your community, and will it be supported? So It's a full circle look, and that's the critical factor. We love to think they're coming, but will they stay really depends on how we support them once they're here.
Great, thank you. And I think that doing this is going to be really beneficial for our community. We don't have a lot of resources, so we have to be very strategic about how we deploy those resources and how we create our economic development strategy so that we are most effective and efficient with our spending. And the fact that there's dollars allocated for implementation is very exciting. The last time we had a strategic plan, there were all these bullet points, and I think number one was business and retention strategy, and it was myself and one of our staff members implementing that action item, and I don't know that we implemented any of the other action items that were in there. So the fact that there is any funding attached to that is exciting for me. So thank you.
Councilmember Andrea Diaz.
Yes, I just want to thank Councilmember Meisner for informing me of the qualifications for Dr. Eiler. But I want to clarify that, my questions and reservations in voting for this recommendation have more to do with having an RFP. They're not questioning the qualifications of Dr. Eiler. They're not questioning the fact that we need this done. I just wanted to give an opportunity to everyone interested that's qualified to apply. It allows us to find a fit for our city in a democratic and fair manner. So that's why I'm bringing this up. And I would like to see in the future, and I'll follow up with an email to the city manager and to Mr. Kelley and everyone that needs to hear this, that I would like to see that happen moving forward. I just think it's the right thing to do, especially when we're talking about such a large amount of money. There's a lot of qualified people. I'm sure that, equally to Mr. Eiler, just, having a pool to pick from is important. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ariella, do you want to speak again?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In all of your data and data, this is to Dr. Eiler, your data pooling and charts and colors and all of that stuff, what other areas of economic development and how a business might want to do business with us, but our housing situation and schools are in dire straits? Who were those companies that would want to come and do business with us after seeing what kind of situation our schools are in?
It's hard to know how businesses are going to react to any piece of data. The key is to try to figure out how most businesses would think about comparing and contrasting Vallejo to other places. That's why that peer and aspirant group is critical. What cities out there look a lot like Vallejo in some ways that a business is going to use as their lens as to why to locate, grow, or stay in Vallejo once they get here. The aspirant group tells you where you want to be. Are there certain best practices that even if you have certain characteristics that might be seen as challenges, well, some businesses say that there's actually opportunities here with the right training programs, with the right investment in the community. So there are businesses who actually want to be community partners and not just come in, use the land, and use the workers, and not really come in as an investor and a partner. So that might be something we'll find as this plan goes forward and as this process goes forward, is a better fit than maybe a larger employer, is one that has more community ties when they get here or as they grow. So that's the game. I can't reflect on, let's say, the relative choices that a business will make based on one or two data points.
Well, it's going to be pretty big, and when you start doing your community outreach, you're going to find a huge portion of Vallejoans who will, in fact, cry out about that. So it's a daily thing with us here. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I believe I've heard a sort of a consensus from the council that they desire to proceed with this. I'd like to weigh within some of my views as well. I've heard Dr. Eiler speak at many of the economic development luncheons for several years, but more especially I want to add in the experience I've gained with 18 years of being involved with the city, 8 on commission, 9 on council, and a year and a half as mayor. Plus, I'm a business litigator, and I've represented businesses and individuals in this community for the last 25 years. And I think I know something about this city. I think we all do. But Dr. Eiler, when I hear your presentations, they're very oriented towards Solano County. Solano County is a highly diverse county. It varies from the north in agricultural and manufacturing interests to those of us in southern. We don't have manufacturing down here, and what's more, we're not even sure we have the proper land upon which to put such a facility. And if you're going to go forward with this, I think you're going to need to come up to more speed on Vallejo as a unique city, and I don't think you're there yet. And I say that with all honesty and respect for your position, but also in view of the many, many decades I have spent in this area. And when I look at your presentation and I hear your presentation, it's a presentation that could fit any city, anytime, anywhere. It's very generic. I agree with Councilmember Diaz that if we're going to go down this road again, we need to think about requests for proposals. But the longer we wait, the more we delay, the less opportunity there is and it will pass us by. I don't think there's any question that we're going into a recession. And I hear that from the national lawyer organizations I belong to as well. But you know the odd thing about a recession? More businesses are created in a recession than in good times. And what's more businesses are now today being created by women, not men. Now, one of the things I did not hear in this presentation was capitalizing upon our advantages. And Councilmember Diaz expressed a desire to speak with the county, the Economic Development Commission, and our new economic director there. He's brought up a point that I didn't hear in this presentation. This city, as a city, prides itself upon, quote, diversity. And there are 65% of our workforce that commute out of this county every single day, probably even higher in Vallejo because we're closer to the Bay Area proper. And yet not one of those corporations, major corporations and medium corporations, that those people who live in Solano County go to are looking at Solano County. They're not investing in the nonprofits. They're not investing in grants. And if we don't pay attention to that omission in our development plan, we're missing a huge aspect to this. And one of the things I think we need to do is go to companies that somewhat take pride in their diversity, or at least promulgate it, and say, hey, we're the most diverse city in this state, possibly the nation, and we think we can match your needs with our affordable housing. And one of the things that's not addressed in this are the deficiencies in this city. The educational system, the crime rate, the appearance of this city. They're all things that when a major or even a medium-sized corporation comes to Vallejo, and we've experienced it, and looks, the first thing they look at is the educational system, and after that, we're out of the ballgame. So any kind of a strategic development plan has to address that omission. Now, I sat on the Planning Commission when we passed the last strategic plan, the one that we're talking about in 2012. It emphasized 3 industries: medical, recreation, and what's the third one? Education. Those were the 3. And we haven't changed that substantially since that study was done. The one thing we have done now is to bring in some industrial development on Mare Island in the form of ship repair. But that's going to be a limited basis. It's not going to be a large basis. And so possibly in addition to those 3 core industries that we still have here, we need to look at that industry as well. We have 3 hospitals in this city. We have 3 universities. We have facilities and institutions and people that other places would die for. I hear that when I meet with all the mayors of this county. We have the largest Group B artist residencies in the state of California outside of Hollywood. There is tremendous talent here, but they all have to leave to make money. And as soon as they cross that bridge, it's a 30% differential. We need to find manufacturers, service providers, small businesses, art, live-work situations where we can keep those people here, because many of them will give up a percentage of their income as a trade-off to that terrible commute we've all done. And if I'm going to hear something about a strategic plan, I need to hear something about that. We don't need to go back out to the community and say, what do you want? We've been doing that since 2010. It's time we as a council sit here and say, this is what we believe we want to do, this is what we need to do, and let's do it. So while I have some misgivings about the general nature of this proposal, I'm going to look for performance. And if we don't get them, I'm going to be extremely angry, and I'm going to ask for accountability. But I'm prepared to vote for this tonight with those caveats. Are there any other questions or comments from council members? If not, we'll take a motion, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Economics, Forensics, and Analytics Incorporated, EFA, for development of the Economic Development Strategic Plan in an amount not to exceed $245,000 and allocate $155,000 to implement the projects recommended by the plan.
Motion carries with Council Members Loretta Diaz and Ariola Post.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation. Congratulations. We're expecting and we indeed want great things from it. Mr. Kelley, I'm looking at you.
Mayor, we heard you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
With that, we'll move on to our next item, please. 9B, or whatever, 9.
Introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 12.28 of the Vallejo Municipal Code related to fireworks.
Thank you very much. Annabel, please start our time sign-up clock. And do we have a presentation this evening?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Kyle Long, Fire Chief. I have a brief presentation for the introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Municipal Code Section 12.28 fireworks. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the amendment is to clarify the permit requirements, outline fines, and define offenders. Next slide, please. Background. So last year, we had $1 million in damage from fireworks, 400 calls on July 4th, and 500 reports on C-Click Fix just in July alone. Next slide, please. So changes in the amendment: clarity in permitted firework displays, a social host liability, violation outlines, $1,000 fine, administrative penalties for safe disposal, and liability response for response costs. Next slide, please. With that, I'm available to take any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Thank you. Do we have any speakers on this? Naveed, do we have any cards that you can see, Councilmember Meissner?
We have one in person, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, one in person. What do you call that person, please?
David Haldane.
Some quick modifications I'd like to ask for. Under the response costs that can be recouped from a offender, I'd like you to consider including the cost for private citizen response as well, if they expend their own resources responding to a fire on their property, and as well as automatically having the city maybe assume legal prosecution for their cost of damages, or at least write their cost of damages into the law to make sure that the offender is responsible for any private damage. On the offender side, I would ask that you also make a provision for indemnity if someone decides to bring in fireworks to turn into the fire department or police station. Perhaps having a supervised area where maybe the fire department can light off fireworks that people happen to come into, or dispose of them in a way that may be appealing to the community if it's possible, or maybe an isolated area that can be supervised where people launch their own. Just considering that this will happen, and I would encourage you also to consider what kinds of surveillance are permitted to enforce this ordinance and how those surveillance technologies can be applied. I wouldn't want to see too many these being used to look for other things.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Do we have any other speakers? Okay, we'll close the speakers portion on this. Chief Long, nice presentation. I think your statistics should be increased by the 100 calls my office received as well on the 4th of July. They're not in that statistic. I don't want to slow down or delay the adoption of this ordinance because we have another 4th of July event coming and we need to be in place. There are several suggestions and additions I think that could be added to this, but I want to get it on the books to start with and fine tune it after that. Those are my thoughts. Anybody else have any comments on council? No? Vice Mayor, motion?
I move that we approve the introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Vallejo Municipal Code by repealing and replacing Chapter 12.28 relating to fireworks.
Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Nice.
Thank you very much. And does anybody want to break before we go into our next main event? Huh? Okay. Madam Clerk, would you call 99C?
This is a public hearing of an appeal of Planning Commission denial of a request to modify conditions of approval of the major use permit 20-0008, authorizing V-Town Farms to operate a retail cannabis business located at 5184 Sonoma Boulevard, Suite 300.
All right. I will remind you all that we are sitting in a quasi-judicial setting this time, so until the public hearing has been closed, you should not make any pronouncements of your views or inclination to vote one way or the other on the subject. There is a structured order in which this hearing will take place. Naveed, start the 2-minute clock going now. Oh, yes, Councilmember Brown, your recusal.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to recuse myself, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to start off with presentation shortly, and we'll have the appellant speak for up to 20 minutes, no more than 20 minutes. So, Madam Clerk, you'll need to keep the time limit on all this. There'll be a 10-minute rebuttal from staff, and then an additional 10-minute response from the applicant. We will then hear comments from the public. We will take this back to the commission for comments and questions at that time, once the public hearing is closed, and then we will proceed to a vote. So, unless there's a presentation or comments from staff, we will start off with the first presentation from staff.
Okay, so starting from staff, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Glad to be here back again. Christina Ratcliffe, Planning and Development Services Director, and with me tonight is Steve Arnold, our Chief Building Official, to help through some technical issues that may come up during the course of this project. So this is the appeal coming from the V-Town appeal of the Planning Commission denial of the appellant's request to modify 2 conditions of approval. And in this case, the applicant and the appellant are one and the same because they are appealing that decision. Just briefly, the overview, the purpose, we're going to talk about briefly the purpose of tonight's meeting, the project history and setting, briefly V-Town Farms operation, the appeal of the Planning Commission decision. The 2 conditions being appealed are the community benefit and the transparency requirement. Just briefly touch on the public notifications and written communications, and then staff's recommendation. Next slide. So the purpose of tonight's meeting is to hold a public hearing on the appeal by Charles Wesley of Collaboration Vallejo LLC, that is V-Town Farms, to hear public comment, consider and take action on the appeal of the Planning Commission denial of request to amend V-Town Farms use permit 20-0008. Next slide. The council is very familiar with this. This project has come before you before. Planning Commission originally approved the use permit in March of 2021. There was an appeal of this approval that came before the council. You had 2 full hearings on that and ultimately approved it in June of last year. The building permit was issued in early July. The new zoning code was effective later that same month, and I'll talk about why that's significant later on. The temporary certificate of occupancy from the building division was issued on July 30th, and V-Town commenced business operations on the 31st. Next slide. Okay. In October of 25, staff received an email request to amend two conditions of the approval. That was just before the temporary certificate of occupancy expired on October 29th. They made a formal request for the amendment on November 23rd, and the Planning Commission hearing was February 23rd. Next slide. V-Town Farms is a retail cannabis operation primarily. They have accessory uses as a for delivery and distribution and manufacturing. The cannabis business, actually, could you go to the next slide, Naveed, please? The cannabis business itself takes up 19,000 square feet of a total 49,000 square foot space, and you are seeing the footprint of that space right now. As you are looking at it, the upper right-hand rectangle is the area that V-Town Farms habitates. The rest of that space is vacant and is to remain vacant under the conditions of approval. Next slide. So the applicant requested amendments for two conditions of approval. The existing condition 14, which was the community benefit condition that the applicant donate $600,000 annually to local nonprofits with services primarily in District 2. The applicant provided proposed revised language that would make the community benefit 1% of revenue annually, with the revenue defined as the total collections less the city and state sales and excise taxes. Next slide. The applicant also is requesting an amendment to a condition of approval that storefronts shall maintain transparent windows that allow visibility into the store with a minimum of 60% transparency on the street frontage of the ground level and allow visibility into the building at a minimum of 4 feet above the ground. The applicant's proposed condition, revised, is that as long as the applicant maintains at least 2 armed security guards on premises 24 hours a day and 7 days per week, the applicant shall not be required to meet the 60% transparency requirement, whether or not the requirement is reinstated in the code. And this is where I'm going to tell you that in July of last year, when the zoning code was updated, there was an error, a cut and paste error in part of the cannabis code section. It actually cuts off in mid-sentence. It ends in mid-sentence talking about signage. And that was an error. We are planning to reinstate that language. We have been within the next couple of months as part of the zoning code cleanups that were planned for this year. Next slide. And the applicant has maintained that there are engineering impossibilities to meeting this requirement. Staff received a letter on May 9th, just a week ago, that was dated February 28th, 2022, from the applicant's design firm, engineering firm Base Design, regarding structural support system and 2 options for achieving the 60% storefront transparency requirement. The chief building official, Mr. Arnold, to my right, reviewed this, and has determined that this type of strengthening recommended by Base Design is common and normal for storefront alterations. Either of the 2 options are acceptable to submit for a revision for the plans. Next slide. Thank you. The Planning Commission heard the request for the amendment in the use permit on February 23rd of this year. Staff recommendation was for denial of the request, and the Planning Commission denied the amendment request by a 4-3 vote. Next slide. And the appellant has 10 claims that we need to go through, so these are contained in your staff report. They have all been covered in that report, and being mindful of the hour, I'll touch on these briefly, but I do want to talk about them a bit. The appellant states that at least 2 of the commissioners assumed the decision would be appealed, and that is why they voted against it. This claim is speculative. Staff has reviewed the Planning Commission video and did not find any such statement by a commissioner. Next slide. The appellant also claims that 4 of the commissioners did not consider all of the relevant facts. Again, this is speculative. The Planning Commission reviewed the packet, the information submitted by the applicant appellant, the testimony, and from the public as well as the appellant. The commission then discussed the matter and made their decision. Next slide. The appellant states that one of the commissioners was inordinately influenced by a misunderstanding of an immaterial matter. Again, the statement is speculative by the applicant. Each of the commissioners reviewed the material and public comments and came to their own conclusion. Next slide. The applicant claims that one of the commissioners voted to deny the application because he was not permitted to motion that primarily District 2 be struck from the $600,000 community donation condition. The resolution brought to the commission was for denial. Staff informed the commission that if the commission wanted to approve any modification that the applicant was suggesting, they would direct staff to bring back a resolution at the next meeting with appropriate findings and conditions for that. The commission chose not to do this and denied the request. Next slide. The appellant claimed that the planning director provided statements of the commission that were completely unrelated to the applicant's request. These statements were designed to tarnish the applicant, and these were a false statement that the air purifier system had not been installed, and a statement that the applicant was late in remitting the community outreach fee. When an applicant is requesting modifications to any condition of approval, staff believes it is relevant and necessary to consider the applicant's overall compliance with the conditions of approval. I provided information relayed to me from the building official regarding the incomplete status of the building permit. That status was based on the fact that the carbon filtration system had not been inspected. Next slide. In addition, the applicant was late in remitting the community outreach fee. It required multiple emails from staff to the applicant from November of 21 to February of 22 when the deposit was submitted. Now that the monies have been submitted, the first outreach will be held next week on May 19th. The temporary certificate of occupancy issued to the applicant expired. That was back in October, and the following building requirements are not in compliance. Next slide. The interior walls separating the retail space from the non-occupied space within the building are supposed to go all the way up to the ceiling, so that the occupied 19,000 square feet and the unoccupied 30,800 square feet are not sharing the same air. Right now, the walls do not go up. Accordingly, the plans for the HVAC system do not comply, since the system is designed only for the V-Town tenant space of 19,000 square feet. I did want to mention that Mr. Arnold and I conferred in B on this slide, and it was also in your packet, saying that the building permit application for the exterior lighting plan was withdrawn by the applicant. That is incorrect. That was actually merged onto another permit, so we missed that, and I do apologize for that confusion. The trash enclosure has not been completed. The permit for the roof repair has expired and the roof needs a final inspection. The mechanical permit for the carbon filtration has not had an inspection. And the accessibility items do not comply with CBC 11B and the reviewed plans. Next slide. The appellant claims that I mischaracterized a letter from their structural engineer, creating the impression that achieving a 60% transparency was still viable. The packet contains the packet contains a letter from the applicant's engineer dated in September. That was the letter that I was referring to. That letter said that in order to determine if it could be achieved, the 60% transparency could be achieved, more research was required. Another letter that we received just last week, but that was dated in February, said that it could be done and gave 2 different options on how to achieve the 60% transparency. Okay, next slide. And the next slide. Okay. The appellant also says the city attorney misled the Planning Commission into thinking it lacked authority to direct staff to revise the conditions. This is not true. At the commission meeting, as stated earlier, both the city attorney and staff let the Planning Commission know that they could in fact revise the resolution as they can any resolution. Next slide, please. Claim 8, no other cannabis operator has an annual community benefit contribution, particularly when divorced from the health of the business. This is not contested. However, the applicant discussed this with the council at length and agreed to the contribution being included as a condition and not just a statement of intent. Next slide. The 9th claim is that the 60% transparency requirement is not currently required by the zoning code and makes no sense given the building's location, 200 feet from a street, far from pedestrian traffic, that the building has load-bearing CMU walls, and that the transparency is likely to attract property crime here. Next slide. The transparency requirement, as I did say, was excluded from the current zoning code. However, this project was submitted under the old zoning code and approved under the old zoning code. And in addition to the condition being added, it was in the code as well. So there's kind of belts and suspenders going on there. As stated previously, staff does intend to revise the code and update it and correct that error. The 60% transparency is also included in other cannabis retail stores that have been operating. Councilmember Du requested some information. Staff provided answers to that to the council as well as to the entire council. There are photos and a table showing who has the 60% transparency, et cetera. And staff notes that as also part of the error in the omission of the transparency requirement from the zoning code, other parts that were omitted were sign requirements, display requirements that you can't display cannabis too close to the windows, screening and landscaping, noise control, odor control, and maintenance of the property. Staff feels that these are all important conditions that we definitely want back in the code. Next slide. The last claim of the appellant, V-Town Farms, is adversely affected by the decision. The continuation of the 2 appealed condition puts V-Town Farms at a competitive disadvantage and imperils the business. V-Town Farms will demonstrate through its engineer and contractor estimates that achieving 60% transparency is not possible without a new structural support system for the building. V-Town will demonstrate that the commitment to donate $600,000 per year to nonprofits within the context of its good faith estimate based on other retail locations of doing $60 million per year in revenue. V-Town Farms could not have foreseen the drastic change in the cannabis market, causing it to have only $9 million in revenue. Next slide. Staff received a letter on May 9th and another one on February 22nd, and the council may have questions for that. Base design, the appellant's engineer does in fact say that it is possible to achieve the 60% transparency. It is not inexpensive, staff notes. Staff also wanted to note that the contractor's notation that either of those options would take 6 weeks and require and mandate no pedestrian traffic back and forth. We don't concur with that. We think tunnels and protective structures can be erected to allow the business to operate during that construction. Next slide, please. Just briefly noting that public notifications, all the requirements of the Vallejo Municipal Code were met for public notification for this hearing. Next slide. And staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution denying the appeal of the Planning Commission denial of request to amend Major Use Permit 20-0008. Should the council wish to approve either or both of the amendments that the appellant is proposing, please direct staff to return with a revised resolution detailing all the required findings and what specifically the council wants changed. Next slide. And with that, Mr. Arnold and I are available for questions.
All right, thank you. At this time, are there any questions only from council members of the staff presentation? There are none. So that will conclude the staff presentation. At this point, I will declare open the public hearing. I will ask the applicant, Mr. Wesley, or his representative to come forward either to the table or at the adjustable podium if you wish. And as part of the public hearing, I will call for ex parte disclosures. I know my office received a written communication from the applicant arguing the points of his appeal. And I would assume that that was sent to the rest of you, but I'm not certain. So if you did or did not receive it, please go down the line and say yes or no, you received it, starting with Councilmember Andrea Diaz.
I did receive it.
I did as well.
Yes. I did too.
Yes, I did.
Aye.
Then I would assume we should probably make a copy of that communication and put it into the public record as well, because it was provided to all of us. Okay? Mr. Wesley, you have 20 minutes. It is now 11:10, 11:11. Go ahead and start.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ratcliffe. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, City Manager, and Ms. Nebb. My name is Chuck Wesley. I'm one of the managing members for V-Town Farms, and thank you for your time and consideration this evening. I'm going to try to make this brief because I know you've probably read all the information and it's late, right? So just a quick recap of where we're at. The business, we're now generating monthly revenues of $700,000 for retail, and we've now started some packaging and manufacturing, and that's delivering about $300,000 a month. We're producing about $50,000 a month in cannabis fees for the city. We employ 47 employees, 44% are Vallejo residents, about 55% of our hires have been Vallejo residents. 14 of those employees work in manufacturing and packaging, and 33 work in retail. Pertaining to the 800 number that was posted on the building, so far to date, in 9 months of operations, we had not had one neighborhood complaint. We've had 2 customer complaints. One was a customer that we said you can't come here anymore because of bad behavior. Another one complained about the wait in line. Pertaining to the community outreach program, in as much as there have been no neighborhood complaints, I'm wondering if perhaps that's a moot point at this point. Pertaining to donations to nonprofits, included in your package is a preliminary list of the nonprofits that we expect to donate to. And we were assisted in preparing this by somebody who's actively involved in the community. To date, the only contribution we've made because of financial constraints is a small donation to Solano AIDS Coalition around Christmas time. So respectfully, we're now requesting two changes to our use permit. The 60% transparency requirement, again, it's not in the code. Meeting it will actually damage the aesthetics. It's not going to beautify. It's going to damage the aesthetics of the building, not improve them. And it will surely diminish safety and security because as we know, the more glass you add, it diminishes safety and security. Witness what happened to Coastal on November 11th, and witness what happened in Walnut Creek during the disturbance last summer. If we were applying today, it would be a minor use permit. We would not be required to meet this requirement. Again, the building as it now exists is both conforming and legal. Call it a divine intervention or call it just darn good luck, but right now that's not in the code, and we're requesting that you waive that requirement for us. It serves no purpose. It won't beautify the building. The building is beautiful as it is, and it will impede safety and security. In your packet are 2 letters from base structural engineers, which Ms. Ratcliffe referred to. They've defined 2 approaches The first approach, and you'll also see the contractor estimates, okay? Detailed contractor estimates from Jim Garten Construction. Approach number 1 will cost $329,000 and close the dispensary for 6 weeks. Approach number 2 will cost $278,000 and close the dispensary for 6 weeks. Both of these approaches are completely unaffordable. So if the 60% requirement is still required, then we'll have to reconfigure the retail floor, narrow the retail area to reduce the storefront. And that will give us an opportunity by spending $20,000 to $30,000 to add some glass to the center and meet the 60% requirement. But it means reducing the retail floor, and that means then reducing manufacturing and distribution, because manufacturing is limited to 10% of the retail floor and distribution is limited to 30%. Both of those areas will be downsized, and I don't know how I can fit that number of people into those 2 small spaces. So something would have to give there. So we respectfully ask you to waive the 60% requirement. It's not in the code. That means we can continue to operate as is, and hopefully someday the customer count will increase to a point where we can use the entire dispensary as it now exists. Moving on to the $600,000 donation. So I hope you've all had an opportunity to look at the snippets of those city council meetings that I sent, I think it was about a week ago. And it's important to note, and I hope you took this away, that the $600,000 was in the context of a business that was twice the size of Cocoa Farms in Antioch, which is doing like $30 million a year. So we talked about $60 million. And so in the context of a $60 million company, 1% is, $600,000. And so we were under a lot of pressure at the time, and I agreed to that. And as you saw in the second meeting, I proposed 1%, because if in fact we're a $60 million company, 1% is $600,000. And that request was denied. And so what we're proposing tonight is we come back and say, hey, let's agree to the 1%, not to $600,000, because where we're at right now, we're only going to be maybe a $10 million company. And 1% of that is $100,000 at least. But we're at this point, I can never see our way becoming a $60 million company there. I just, and we're still scratching our heads about how that is, because if you compare the fundamentals of that location to the fundamentals in Antioch it's in an old industrial area that's just cement trucks and construction trucks. There's no natural pedestrian traffic in that neighborhood. It's at the far end of town. Contrast that to where we're at now with Highway 29, traffic up and down all day long. We can't figure it out. We had a great day on 420. We did $72,000 in collections, and I was shocked by that. But typically right now we're averaging about $32,000 a day in collections. And 75% of collections, plus or minus, is revenue, because taxes take up 25% of every dollar that comes in. So again, on a $600,000, we didn't offer it. We agreed to it. We crossed our fingers. We truly thought we were going to do $60 million. It was in our presentation. We just aren't doing it. And I think the idea of the 1% came up as, I think the question was, what are you donating in other communities? And we're donating about 1% in Antioch, not because we're required to, but because, we offered to do it. No other cannabis company is required to make these donations. Maybe at some point we will be a $60 million business, but we're not right now. And frankly, I don't see how we're ever going to get there. Again, respectfully, I request that you change the $600,000 to 1% of revenue, and that you also waive the 60% requirement. Bear with me here a second while. Real quickly to Ms. Ratcliffe's points, I have a copy of the TCO right here. The only 2 things on the TCO were the 60% and the trash enclosure. We gave a contractor $30,000 to get that trash enclosure done. That thing should have been done by the end of August. He took the $30,000 and misappropriated it. And then he came back and did some work, and we came out for inspection. He used the wrong block. So then that all had to be torn out. We finally dismissed him. We then paid another contractor $15,000 to put up the block. The block is there. And we're contracting with Paul Graham Drilling and Rio Vista to do the steel work. Some of the steel is there. Some of the steel has already been installed, but people are having a hard time finding labor. And so that project's delayed. We have the quote is $14,000 to do the steel work, and it will get done, but we've just had some misfortune in getting that done. That's all I have. Thank you for your support.
All right, thank you very much. That will conclude the appellant's initial presentation. Staff, you have a 10-minute rebuttal if you wish to take it. It's now 11:20.
Just a quick moment. I would like Mr. Arnold to address the point about the TCO, the temporary certificate of occupancy, and also to address I'm sorry, Mr. Wesley, I think it was your contractor who said it would be 6 weeks closure for that construction of option 1 and 2. Was that your contractor who said the 6? Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
And if you could address that issue as well, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Through the mayor. Hi, city manager, mayor and council members. A background on this project is we became aware of construction through a complaint on 11/3/2020. We issued a stop work notice. They were performing construction in the building without permits. They had 8 months to get permits, 8 months. So if they're a $60 million business, divide that by 12 and then times it by 8 to figure out how much money they lost if they thought they were going to be making $60 million a year once it was opened. Once we got the plans and the permit was issued, within 28 days they wanted to open for business. They weren't even ready to have the plans issued, but they kept nagging us and nagging us and nagging us and saying they would do it and they would do it and they would do it. And they kept giving us not complete documentation. Even for the TCO, they didn't have the mechanical, they didn't have the trash enclosure, they didn't have the storefront, they didn't have the carbon filtration system, they didn't have the accessibility completed. So we let them move those portions onto different permits. So they got a separate mechanical permit, a separate roof permit, a separate trash enclosure permit, so I could legally allow TCO for this portion, because now they had the other scopes of work on other permits. They completely dropped the ball on all those permits. The trash enclosure was rebuilt 3 times because the people they're hiring to do the work are not qualified to do the work either. So we have plans that they had 8 months to prepare and decide how much the storefront was going to cost. They knew about the 60% during that 8-month period. They could have figured out what the cost was and said, hey, we're not going to do 60% before they ever got the permit issued. As far as the 6 weeks of closing the business to do the storefront 60% transparency, they can create a tunnel. It's done all the time in San Francisco. It's done all the time in Oakland, the high-rise buildings. They don't stop all business when they do work on buildings. They don't. They create safe passageways to get from the parking areas or the public way to the businesses so the businesses can stay open during construction. I was told right before the TCO expired that the 60% storefront was impossible. It could not be done. And I was like, it's done all the time. Walnut Creek, we did storefronts all the time. We did the whole Broadway Plaza with storefronts. It's a common, normal thing when planning and the design team come up with a storefront that everybody agrees upon that that's what they're going to build. In this particular case, they promised they were going to do that. They said they were going to do that. On TCO, they promised to do that. And now they're saying they don't want to do that. So, I'm sorry. The parking lot lighting, they never submitted a parking lot lighting submittal, which is part of the approved plans. There's still a lot of undone things. The TCO form that he's mentioning, the storefront and the trash enclosure is part of the form that they filled out. It's in the area of requested for occupancy. So they misfilled out the form on that particular area. The division departments and the percentage of completion and what needs to be completed is in the areas below the TCO. So this is what needs to be done. And we've also have correction lists on site of what needs to be done. All requirements and deferred submittals shall be completed. So prior to final inspection. So the other permits that we allowed them to pull were to give the TCO to allow them to start making revenue. They were saying, we need to make revenue, we need to make revenue, we're losing money here. I appreciate that, I want to help. So we did. Once we did that, the construction stopped and selling began. And they just basically kind of dropped the ball, as what I can see. Because now it's, what, 9 months after the TCO? And we still don't have the trash enclosure finished. We don't have the accessible path of travel. We don't have the mechanical system complete. We don't have all of these other things they could have been doing. And it's still not done. So it's not just the storefront, and it's not just the $600,000 donation, which I'm not involved with on that part. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you for that response by staff. Are there any questions? Any questions from council members?
Question.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Wesley. So 9 months, the city has accommodated the delays in fulfilling the requirements of opening this business. Is that typical? Is it typical for a city to accommodate and just extend these requirements? How many of our businesses did you do that for?
Through the mayor. TCOs are done differently in different cities. For the city of Vallejo, we had many TCOs that got a TCO and then never finished the work, which ended up causing buildings that were never final to be operating in I'm sorry, through the mayor. Different cities have handled temporary certificate of occupancies in different ways. Some offer a time limit, some don't. Usually it's kind of an honor system. For us, for the city of Vallejo, on the last budget cycle, we approved a 30, 60, 90-day TCO, and then after 90 days, we'd pull the utilities, basically. Probably a bad design. We're going to relook at that and change that because it's not working. We have businesses that we give TCOs for, and we're not really going and pulling the meters. So we have about 6 TCOs since we've implemented that are past the 90 days, and we haven't gone in and shut the power off and closed the business. It's a tough thing to do. We don't want to close business. We're pro-business here. We want businesses to come to Vallejo. We want businesses to thrive. We want customers to have businesses to go to. So to close a business is probably the wrong approach. Maybe we increase the fine. Maybe we increase every 30 days they have to pay $2,000, then $4,000, then $6,000, then $8,000, then $10,000, and let the money be the negotiation tool that helps the project get finished. So in this particular case, V-Town Farms is not the only business that is beyond their 90-day TCO mark. Everyone has a different reason why they're struggling to get finished. COVID had a lot to do with it. Supply chain has a lot to do with it. PG&E has a lot to do with it. We have projects that are waiting 8 months for PG&E to turn on the power. So the project is finished, ready to open, but they don't have electricity. So those types of delays, we can't penalize. I don't feel comfortable penalizing a business owner when they don't have control over why they're not open. So those are some of the factors that factor into these types of situations.
Right. And I'm very familiar with some of those businesses because they've actually, called us and we refer them to you. Not only businesses, but nonprofits. And you've been very accommodating. But 9 months, that's the longest I've heard in any, at least based on the information you just got. I think that we have really overextended and accommodated V-Town farms. With that said, I wanted to hear from my other colleagues, because that's one thing. It's not that the city did not work with you, Mr. Wesley, and I'm actually very disappointed why, a year ago when you opened, we had a big celebration. You were here. The council approved your opening your business because we want business in Vallejo. You promised 200 jobs, and that did not happen because of other factors beyond your control, and we work with that. The 600,000 was something that you
Vice Mayor,
actually...
we've not yet closed the public hearing.
Yes, so that's just like... Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ariola.
Yes, I do have a question for Mr. Wesley. It was stated today that the letter that we received from you was on May 9th, and it was dated February 28th, and the Planning Commission heard your case on February 23rd. Is there a reason? Can you enlighten me as far as why it took months for us to get that letter that was dated right after you met with Planning Commission?
I didn't think the letter was required for the Planning Commission, so that was an error on my part. And then once the Planning Commission denied it, I went back to the structural engineer and I said, I need to understand exactly if this can be achieved, and if it can be achieved, what has to be done. And she said, well, I believe there's two approaches. Let me go back to the drawing board. So she did. And so she produced the letter dated, I forget the date of the letter, but she produced that letter after the Planning Commission. And then that's when I gave it to Jim Garten Construction. I said, can you propose to do this work, and what would be your estimate and so forth, and the conditions. And so it was a timing thing. So I didn't think the letter was required. There was a misjudgment on my part.
Okay. And then I remember, if I remember correctly, there was some work that was done at your business before you were authorized to open. And you had mentioned at that time, and I can't quote you exactly, but you mentioned that Mr. Arnold had worked very closely with you, and you were very thankful because he had explained everything and had been working with you very, very closely. Correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then the work that you did was done before you opened. There were no permits that were drawn. I think it was electrical work.
Well,
Through the mayor, different cities do things in different ways. Mr. Wesley and V-Town, this was the first time working with the city. Sometimes cities will say, you know what, as long as you don't cover anything up, we're short-staffed, you submitted your application, you paid your fees, we'll let you go ahead and start, and then just don't cover anything up until the permit's issued. We don't really do that here. They didn't know that until we issued the stop work. There were some people, the public was complaining that the work was being done without permits. We have a job to go out and require that work to stop until they get the permit, once we're aware of it. So I don't blame V-Town. They accommodated everything. They stopped. They didn't continue. They came in right away to work with the permits. They were in fact already starting to work with getting permits on the planning side of things. They just had, I don't know all the details before it gets to the building department. They do have to go through planning and, the use permit part of things. So
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. I think where I'm going with this is the fact that that our city has been very accommodating.
No opinions yet, okay?
No opinions yet?
No.
Okay.
Questions?
Well then, that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Ariola, you have your light on?
No opinion.
Get your mic on.
Opinion.
Okay. And Mr. Wesley, you have a 10-minute rebuttal?
Yes, I'd just like to say that in terms of the TCO, I think there's some miscommunication on that, because the document I have only has the 2 items, and I've explained why the trash enclosure is late, and we're talking about the 60%. So I think I need to understand with Mr. Arnold what's on his list that's not on my list. And we have electricians, we can get that stuff done. The filter is installed. Maybe it hasn't been inspected by the city, but that carbon filter has been installed since we opened. So I'm not aware of these other things, but let's get together and figure out what they are, and we can get them done. Again, this is the TCO I have, and those things aren't on this TCO. I'm sorry.
Anything further, sir?
I'm sorry?
Anything further on rebuttal?
No.
Okay, staff,
Thank you.
Nothing further? Okay. At this time, we'll proceed to the public comments, if any. Naveed, do we have any virtual people? I think we have some cards, but Vice Mayor stepped away for the moment, so, okay, here she comes. How many do we have, Vice Mayor?
We have Mr. Haldane.
How many to start with?
We have 4, I believe.
4, okay, we'll give them 3 minutes each. Call them in the order that you desire.
Yeah, we have Mr. Haldane, Kimberley Nunez Brandau, Michelle Dennis Adolph, Garrett Tolls, we actually have 5, and Lawrence
Okay, Mr. Haldane, 3 minutes.
Ornelas.
I think it's important to take a look at some of the facts around the situation as well as some of the required documentation and permitting, which I do fully support. I would like to just comment that it does sound like there needs to be a remediation plan put in place, and it does sound like you're willing to work with them. That sounds great. Before V-Town Farms moved in, that was a homeless encampment. It was dangerous. People were injured there. There were crimes committed there. You can check the blotter. There were businesses moving out of there. When you go there now, it's clean, it's safe, it looks good, and businesses are moving in there. When I listen to what's been going on back and forth, I don't hear a city that's easy to do business with. And I remember that night when we discussed this, to contextualize it appropriately, there was an approved permit for use. One of their competitors appealed that permit, and it got up to you guys, and then with them on the cliff of not being able to open their business, which they've invested a lot of money in, there were different terms negotiated than were on the original permit, and they were surprised that night. Those terms were agreed to, though. The $600,000 was agreed to specifically. I did check the timestamps. It was a specific agreement. I understand that things change, and I'm wondering if we can be flexible about that too. I do think it's appropriate to reduce down to 1%, but I also think it's appropriate to hold the applicant to their $600,000 commitment in-kind donations if possible, such as classes in cultivation, classes in processing, volunteer opportunities, or ways that they can actually still provide that $600,000 this year that they did commit to, looking towards the future of 1%. The 60% transparency seems to be just a rubber stamp requirement. It doesn't make any sense on the building that's there. It won't help any perception of the building. I think what would be another great thing, though, this was something that was agreed to. I think that maybe we could look at having a green wall instead of windows, or having non-cement facade in that area to soften that from a sort of strip mall appearance. So I'd encourage us to think about some alternatives here, not going straight to punishing, not going straight to trying to push another business out. They are employing 85 people, 50 of which are working, or was it 44 or so, are working in town. And they have improved the area. They are a positive business in our community, and we should work to support them while ensuring that they are in compliance with the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Really short. Really short. Good evening, Council. So I have a few things I want to talk about in concern with V-Town Farms use permit. I feel like they're being targeted when other dispensaries aren't. Other dispensaries do not have to donate a percentage of their revenue to nonprofits. V-Town did donate to the nonprofit Salino AIDS Coalition. If V-Town is required to do so, so should the other dispensaries. It would be good for our community, but you can't target one dispensary over others. That's not fair. Now, I know V-Town Farms had an estimate of what their revenue would be, and that would dictate how much that they would donate to a nonprofit if they wanted to operate in Vallejo. But this was during COVID, and everything was precarious then. Again, make this a requirement for all dispensaries operating in Vallejo, not just the biggest one. I would recommend reducing the donation percentage, and if the revenue increases, then increase the donation percentage. Again, will you enforce this same requirement for other dispensaries? You can't pick and choose what one dispensary can do over another just because it's bigger. What about the 60% transparency requirement? It's not current in the code. They have armed guards there. Why is this necessary? Life Enhancement Services has tiny windows with bars. Please tell me why City Council Member Hakeem Brown's dispensary is not held to the same standard. Many other dispensaries operating in Vallejo do not have 60% transparency. How is this fair? Coastal, with their huge windows, had their storefront broken into and their ATM was stolen. Same thing with VHHC. 60% window transparency creates opportunities for crime. Now, I'm not against mom and pop dispensaries. As a cannabis activist, I helped organize a cannabis coalition and fought to keep them open and legal years ago. What I am against is not holding all the dispensaries, past and future, to the same requirements and standards that you're asking of V-Town Farms. Let's not push this positive business in our community out, and we need to save jobs for the workers that are currently employed there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, speaker, please.
Michelle Dennis Adolph, followed by Garrett Tolles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Kind of repeat what Kim has said. I have no connection with V-Town Farms, but I do go there. I do realize that Coastal had their window. They drove right through it because they have big windows that you can see through. If you're worried about not being able to see into the dispensary, you can see fine into their dispensary. That big old window, everything is visible. I can list off Hemp Hop Station, US Bloom, Life Enhancement, BHG. Not one of them have windows that you can look into. So to put them under the microscope is totally unfair. The 60%, again, you know, when we fought for our dispensaries, for the 11 dispensaries that we have, and keep in mind that if they weren't here, we'd be a lot closer to bankruptcy right now, if not in bankruptcy. So I think we have to make sure that we're doing the same thing with all of them. When we first started, we thought that the money, that the tax money was not going to go into the black hole called the general fund, but it was going to go to kids' programs, of which we have zero in this city. So to just put on them to put money into our nonprofits is really unfair. All of the dispensaries should be doing it, or, I mean, the fact that they even offered is pretty darn incredible. I don't see any of the other dispensaries doing that. So, you know, I just think that there should be some equity here, that everybody ought to be getting the same deal, not just putting it on them. Because if they pull out, it's just less money for our coffers. And like I said, the dispensaries are pretty much keeping the city afloat right now with their tax monies. I mean, they're doing a lot. They may not be doing all the money, but they're doing a lot. And if they were gone, I think we'd have a big problem.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Tolles, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Tolles, and then Lawrence Ornelas, and then Sandy Wesley.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City staff. My name is Garrett Tolles, and with all due respect, I just wanted you to take this into consideration in regards to the community benefits package. It takes businesses on average approximately 3 to 4 years to truly reach profitability. In that time span, most businesses fail to stay in business, while some are fortunate enough to break even annually. As a city, we have to look at the opportunity costs as well as economic development for our city. The amount being appealed tonight is substantial and would keep nonprofits running that truly impact the community, especially underserved areas such as District 2. But retaining businesses that generate a fair amount of tax revenue for the city that are actually willing to give donation money to the community is equally as imperative, because most businesses in Vallejo don't give back to the community at all. Both parties meeting each other in the middle by either modifying the community benefits package amount, possibly setting donation increments, or agreeing to the appellant's desire to give 1% of actual annual revenue seems practical. Once again, I'd like to emphasize that retaining businesses here in Vallejo is of vital importance. Future annual community benefits provided by the appellant should also hold merit as well. Practicality is key when making decisions on matters of this nature. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and have a blessed rest of your evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tolles. Next speaker, please.
Lawrence Ornelas, and then Sandy Wesley.
Hello, City Council and Mayor and Vice Mayor. My name is Lawrence. I'm going to just explain everything that I just heard over tonight. We want the city to grow, and if you want the city to grow, I mean, we are the city of opportunity. We should definitely allow more revenue to stay here. If you lose a dispensary like ours, it's just going to be less revenue, as what was said earlier. Also, the fact that this whole transparency thing is an issue doesn't make sense, because why are we going to make something, a tunnel rather, that what Walnut Creek in San Francisco do, when we don't even have funds close to that? So it's like, why would we make something unsafe for our own community to walk through to try and purchase cannabis? It doesn't make sense to me. Another thing that doesn't make sense is the fact that we're helping out all of these communities with everything. Like, if there's anybody that needs anything, we have that posted there. People can come up to us. And one thing I hear from all of the community that comes in is the fact that we just, we're giving back a lot. We are completely open right now with our windows and whatnot. It doesn't make sense why, even from a dispensary I worked at previously, everything was completely enclosed. HTP Group was completely enclosed. It was a great dispensary as well. And it just kind of blows my mind that we're still here going over all of this. And that's pretty much what I have for today.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Should be our last speaker.
Yes.
In person.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor, City Council. Obviously, my husband's business. But the thing is that tonight we came here for two things, and it seemed like he should have brought a lawyer or something, because all kinds of things are popping up that make it sound like he's not honest and he doesn't have a good intention in your city, and you have to be leery or protective or distrustive. This didn't go the way it was planned. He planned to make a lot of money here and contribute a lot to the city. Nobody planned it to go this way, but it has. It wasn't done deceitfully. It's just the way it was. And so the 1% would make sense if you were to do that, and the 60% transparency, to maybe reconsider that in regards to him shrinking down the business model, where you see in and the 60%. Anyway, I'm getting off track. But the thing is, things were brought up tonight that weren't really supposed to, I don't think, come up. And I don't think it was fair. It hit him off guard, and I think it's just kind of put a bad taste in people's minds about the dispensary. We're still bringing up things about red lines. That was already discussed at another hearing. I mean, red flag, whatever, stop business. You guys have each other. And that should be enough. You shouldn't have to kind of attack people that come here to do business with you. You shouldn't look for ways to chase people off. But I think you might have succeeded. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other in-person speakers? Okay. Naveed, do we have any virtual speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 3 speakers.
3?
Yes.
Okay, we'll call them in order, please. Please proceed. They have 3 minutes each.
Kenneth P, go ahead, please.
Hi, I am a 10-year resident of Vallejo. I used to live right down the street from that dispensary right there on Mini Drive. I live on the other side of town now. But it's very confusing to me that we are charging, I mean, this is more of a personal opinion, of course, but when you're charging a company to do business in your city, you're charging them more just because of what they sell, based on what they sell. You know, it's just doesn't make any sense to me. The city staff is doing a great job. I no diss on the city staff or anything like that. And I mean, everything that they said, I mean, you can't even argue with that, right? They are correct, right? However, we can't stop the business, right? So we have to, at a minimum, approve the motion with a contingency that they get whatever is necessary done within 90 days. You know, 3 months. I mean, I'm in the construction industry. I mean, 90 days. I mean, you could get anything done in 90 days. You know, you can get anything done in 90 days. That's 3 months. 3 months. Give them 3 months, and we'll see. You know, because before I missed that food for less. I'll tell you what. And anybody that lives in Vallejo will tell you that. You know, I missed that food for less. Just, you know, we can't stop it going because everything that you do see there is good. Whether it's not in the law yet, which is what we're discussing, right? Just give them 90 days. And if they don't fix it, then we'll pull the permit. Give them another 90 days. And you know, this is their warning. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Our second speaker, please, Naveed.
Yes, phone number ending in 468. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah, we can hear you.
Please
Go ahead.
confirm.
Yes. Go
Okay,
ahead.
great. Hi, thanks. It's Ann Carr. So I'm not going to get into the 60% transparency business, although it does sound like the applicant had agreed to it to begin with. And so that would be a determining factor for me. The thing I wanted to talk about was the community benefits business. And what I recall was when this applicant was pitching to Vallejo, they talked up their community benefits in a lot of other communities and how great they were and blah, blah. And bottom line, they agreed to the figure. Now, in their mind, they might have thought, oh, well, that was going to be based on 1%. But if that was what their equation was, that's what they should have signed up for. But instead, you know, they sign up for this figure, so they sound really great and generous. And then, you know, quick as a bunny, now they want to renege. So to me, what they're doing on community benefits looks like a giant bait and switch. And, you know, the other speakers had mentioned, well, gee, the other dispensaries don't do this and blah, blah, and it should all be fair. But the other dispensaries didn't offer it either, or they weren't asked. So basically, I look at the terms they agreed to, and I think we ought to hold them to that. If they had thought they were going to come in and do $60 million of business, I don't know if they thought they were going to come in and scoop up the cannabis business in Vallejo and, you know, take a lot of business from other providers, but they had to know that this is a very competitive environment, that there are already dispensaries that were operating here. And frankly, relative to the per capita number of dispensaries we have, 11 is more generous than probably most other communities have. And then the final thing I'll say is one of the things this dispensary faced was that there were bad feelings by some of the other dispensaries who had wanted to look at that location and had been prohibited for whatever reason. And so V-Town had been able to take advantage of timing and I don't know what to swoop in there. So I think that was part of why they were eager to offer the frankly generous community benefits package, but also maybe an overly generous estimate of their own business. I think that, bottom line, if they decided, gee, we don't want to be here anymore, I think there would be other dispensaries that would step up for that location because it is a great location. And it was a really good location for Food for Less, which I still miss. So I still wish we had something like a Food for Less there. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ann. Our third and final virtual speaker.
Rhonda Chadwick, go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm the owner of Homegrown Holistic Collective. I'm going to call this part Promises Reneged, Crush the Others. You've given them unfair advantages over me. I was not allowed to open until I had all of my compliances in order. We weren't allowed to open until then. So they've used you, they tricked you, they damaged me. I've given actual evidence to people up on your council, or at least one, that shows that they are getting out illegal contracts, which makes the other vendors not be allowed to operate with me within an 18-mile perimeter. I don't know what else to say about that, but I have actually given actual proof. This is a total unfair advantage. It's illegal contracts. I've shown evidence of this. Mr. Wesley says that he's making $32,000 a day. Well, at the same time, my sales have dropped by 65%. They've reneged on their promises. Their promise was $600,000 in charity work. I'll tell you what, I used to put all every penny of my profits back out into community work until the taxation came along. I had to put in my trash enclosures, my ventilation, all these things before they allowed me to even open my doors. On top of the illegal contracts that Mr. Wesley has put out, disallowing my vendors that have worked with me for years for over 18-mile radius. Come on, you guys. This is ridiculous. The Wesleys have destroyed me. Anyways, I love you all, but I don't think I can take it much more. The bad guys are winning the day. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Are there any other virtual speakers? There are no in-person speakers, so the chair will declare close the public hearing at 11:57 p.m. and return the matter to the hands of the council. The chair has one question from Mr. Arnold. What is the rationale for a 60% transparency, or any transparency in a building for that matter?
Actually, through the mayor, I can take that. That was a requirement in the zoning code for all
I know, I understand it was in the code. What I'm saying is, what's the rationale behind it? Why 60% instead of 50% or 90%? What's the reasoning for it?
So no one no one here now was here at that time. What I have seen in other cities, I can tell you that, is part of it is a safety issue. If there is an incident, you want PD to be able to see inside. And part of it is just aesthetics. It's not pleasant to see things that are like bunker-like. I did want to add that the 60% requirement we have applied to new locations, new building and locations, cannabis businesses who have not changed their location. We have considered those existing non-conforming and not required the additional transparency requirement.
Okay. Have they made any alterations to the windows?
No, not to my knowledge.
And what's the present percentage of transparency at that location as it is right now?
I don't know off the top of my head. If you can, Naveed, Can you go back to the PowerPoint where it has the picture of V-Town? Oh, Las Navides, sorry.
Just basically the entrance doors that used to be there,
It's
right?
just the entrance doors, yeah. And just to be
pretty
clear, yeah, it's pretty small. And just to be clear, we were only considering the space along the frontage where V-Town located. There's an area, if you look on it on the right, that is vacant space. There's also an area on the left that is a break room, restroom area, and we didn't consider that because the transparency requirement is specific to retail cannabis, not manufacturing, distribution, cultivation, etc.
One time we had a law enforcement officer who wanted the ability to have a clear range of shot into the building in case of a disruption. And therefore also, it's ours now. And also the ability to have bushes not higher than a certain level of height so that they would have that visual. So that's why I asked about what's the rationale behind it. I can understand the rationale to be able to see into a building, particularly one so many feet back from the road, because odds are, unless there's a call, law enforcement's going to be driving up and down the highway, not going in and out of the lot. So that's something to be pondered. So thank you for that information. To our city attorney, I have a procedural question. This is an appeal, and as I recall, there are strict time limits on which certain points can be appealed from a planning commission decision. The planning commission made its original determination. We heard it. They went about their business, and then they applied to the planning commission for basically a reconsideration. Are there any statute of limitations or time restrictions on their ability to do that?
No. Based on our code, anybody, and frankly, pretty much any use permit applicant can apply back to the city for modification. They're relatively frequent. Frequent's probably not the right word, but they certainly aren't rare in that you can have a change of circumstances or a change in a project that says, I'll give you an example. We were going to locate the driveway on the right-hand side of the property, and when we went to dig, we found a huge line underneath that was unanticipated. We need to move the driveway to the left side. So that might require a modification to a permit. So I would say they're not rare for those reasons. In this instance, it might be a little more rare because the two conditions that we are specifically talking about were very specifically discussed at the Planning Commission level and very specifically discussed at the City Council level before each body determined, the Planning Commission originally and then the Council on Appeal, to keep those conditions in or to have those conditions be a part of the project. So this point in time, so short in time, is a little bit rare, but there is no limitation on when you can ask for a modification.
All right, and when we sit as a quasi-judicial body on an appeal from a planning commission, are we sitting at law? Are we able to consider equity considerations as well, like a court would have to do?
Well, I think the council can consider whatever it is that you believe is relevant to your decision. It isn't limited to a legal issue and or an equity issue. Relative to the conditions of approval, the 60% transparency rule, if you will, I think as the planning, and titles are terrible. Sorry, what's your title?
Planning and Development Services Director.
Thank you. Planning and Development Services Director indicated. The code actually, at the time the entitlement was granted, required the 60% transparency.
Right.
60% transparency. It's just not a question. It did require it. Why? Probably due to concerns by the police department that they be able to see into the building, be able to see if there was a robbery or something else going on inside the building on a drive-by. The new code, the new zoning code, it was an inadvertent typographical error that did not get copied over. It's something that's on the list to fix. So it is a little bit odd to have somebody request the removal of something that under the old code would have required some kind of a variance. Maybe you would have granted the variance, maybe not, it would depend. And under the new code, after we fix it, the same thing is true. So that's up to the council. It's also up to the council whether you at some point want to remove that requirement from the code if you don't believe it to be appropriate or necessary. You are not limited in making a determination here before you because right now it sits as a condition and not as a code requirement. So you would not have to grant a variance. But once the code is corrected, that would not be the case.
Okay, conditions of use run with the land.
That is correct.
This is an agreement that was inquired about by a council member, and in response thereto, the applicant voluntarily offered a figure.
Correct.
So if this applicant leaves and green dispensary comes in, does that public contribution hold onto the land and bind the new applicant?
Yes.
Okay. And our reconsideration of the conditions of approval, are we limited only to those conditions which the applicant has requested, or can we go further and impose any reasonably project-related conditions that we might feel appropriate at this time?
Your appeal conditions in the code are de novo review. Our application process says that they are submitting a new application. You can open up any portion of this entitlement that you wish under those circumstances.
Okay, thank you. That will complete my questioning, and Chair will recognize Councilmember Dew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentations. Mr. Wesley, just wanted to let you know you guys also did contribute $7,000 to Waterfront Weekend, so you have contributed to 2. Well, and that was spread over, I think, 7 nonprofits. The mayor actually asked one of the questions that I had about the 60% transparency requirement, what the purpose of that was. And I know more than half of our existing dispensaries do not have 60% transparency, and that was because they were grandfathered in. Is that correct?
That was because they remained in the same location. So yes, that would be an existing non-conforming. Only the ones that are new locations, physical locations, had that requirement.
And do we have any data in regards to issues of safety with the dispensaries that do not have that transparency requirement versus those that do have the 60% transparency? Have they been less safe because they are not?
I don't have data on that, only the anecdotal data that Mr. Wesley mentioned about Coastal.
And so, for me, it seems like it is a bit arbitrary. It's always kind of been, a question to me, but it was, there were so many, the hearing that we had the first go-around was much more confrontational and much more conflicted. And so, asking that question seemed a little less high priority at that time. And so for me, ultimately it's safety. And so if it's safe the way it is, I don't feel the need for the obligation to have that. And so that's on that thing. In regards to the contribution, in their initial presentation, they had discussed, they had a whole couple PowerPoint slides on how much they contribute to their communities that they exist in and how they are a good partner in the communities that they exist in. And so that was how that conversation started. It was part of their marketing piece to show why we should move forward with them. And the reason why not all dispensaries have this is because not all dispensaries come in front of us for these requests. I can't say whether or not if another dispensary came in front of us saying, I want to open a huge cultivation site. Well, yeah, we might want to have the same requests made of them. However, I think that it actually makes more sense for us to look at it from a percentage of gross receipts versus a fixed number, because I would hope over time that their business grows and thrives, and therefore the contributions would grow and rise along with their success. So I personally would rather see it be 1% of gross receipts. In regards to the other issues that were mentioned by Mr. Arnold, has it been Mr. Wesley that you've been working with over the last 9 months, or is there another employee that has been appointed to the task of facilitating these things?
Through the mayor, Mr. Wesley has not really been involved in much of the construction.
Mm-hmm.
He's usually been a phone call or 2 phone calls away from whoever I'm working with.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need more than that?
No, I think that is helpful. Because I remember early on when they were going through the process initially, how how there was just there was a confusion on their part because they had not worked with our city before, and they had worked with other cities, and it was a very different process. And you were very helpful, as Mr. Wesley recognized and was grateful for. And but I do believe Mr. Wesley was directly more in communication with you then. And perhaps going forward, that might help this situation be resolved. I would like to see all of the issues resolved within, a reasonable time frame, like 90 days, because I don't think that these, those are all conditions of their occupancy, right? So they all need to be resolved for the occupancy to be extended. Accurate, right?
So if I could, when the temporary certificate of occupancy expired, it was literally days after the applicant had informed us that they were going to apply for a modification to the use permit. So at that point, pursuing action against them didn't seem worthwhile, especially
Sure.
since the Planning Commission or the council might grant the window issue and the rest of it. So we thought, let's let this play out, bring it before the Planning Commission and ultimately the council, and go from there.
Yeah, sounds good. So so like I said, I would be supportive of 1% gross receipts, because I think that going forward, we'd actually, our community might actually benefit more than $600,000 over time. So, and then, without any actual data to show whether or not the transparency is effective in being more safe, I just don't know why we would burden our businesses to do this if it's not effective for the purpose of which we are trying to accomplish. So I think that's all I have for now.
Councilmember Diaz.
Yes, I would like to start off by complimenting Mr. Wesley on how he has cleaned up the area that they're in. There's a large Latino population out there, and I go out there periodically and speak to the folks, and they're very happy to see that they don't have all the trailers and the garbage and everything. So thank you for doing that. I mean, that's something that's important to us. I agree with Councilmember Du as far as the work being completed. It's a safety issue, and the roof and other things. So I think that you've had, Mr. Wesley, more than enough time. 9 months is a long time. I'm willing to support giving you an additional month or two, 60 days, to finish up the work that needs to be done. And that's not just to please us, that's for your safety, your employees' safety, for you to comply like every other business does. As far as the amount that you had mentioned that you would give to the nonprofits, I understand that it's been a difficult time, and a lot of the businesses in town have lost revenue, and a lot of them had just barely stayed afloat. However, reducing it to 1% for this particular year, I think is not something that I would support, because I am a woman of my word, and when I say I'm going to do something, I do it. I wouldn't expect you to do the full $600,000, given the fact that your income or the sales were reduced, but something closer to half of that would be what I would be looking at. I think that 1%, it was $9 million, I believe, so that would only be about, what, $90,000. And I think that what Councilmember Diaz said is correct. People are accusing us of just targeting, this company and asking, but there was a dialogue that went through. There was, when you guys came to us, there was a lot of, good information that you were going to grow, and we believed it, and we were hopeful, because in reality, we need you and the others and everybody to bring our city up. We want to work with you. We don't want to push businesses away, but then we also have to honor our word. So I would not go to 1%, not for this year. Not for last year, I'm sorry. Starting this year and moving forward, yes, I could support the 1% in hopes that you will do well, that your business will grow, and you will have more employees, and everybody progresses that way. But for this past year, I just can't see myself accepting the 1%, because, it's almost like we shook hands. And I'm willing to shake hands again at half of that amount, which would be the $300,000, but not the 1%. So in closing this, basically, thanks for doing the work that you've done. We want you there. We want you to thrive. But I want to see, half of the 600, and I also want to see the work that you need to do completed. I'm still kind of thinking about the 60% transparency. I'm still trying to digest that, because this is all new to me, and I'm not, in your department. So I'll continue to think on this until, we go and get ready to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Bertoliga.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I have a question with regards to the list of nonprofits that you have as part of the report. Have you actually contacted them and promised them an amount? No, not yet. But have they been contacted and told that they would be recipients of some monies? So can I ask that question of Mr. Wesley?
They have been contacted not by me, and they are receptive to the donations.
Okay.
I haven't contacted.
Okay, so you had someone make contact with, I think there was about a dozen of these nonprofits. So they have been contacted, but amounts were not, there was no specific amount. Okay, I'm glad you actually did that. So, and I appreciate that you have, the organizations and nonprofits are actually very neat, nonprofits that would appreciate the donation. I'm familiar with most of them, so thank you. So with regards to the amount, I will, I'm with Councilmember Diaz, because there was a handshake and, trust that you were going to donate that money, and it was already out in the public heard that, and so I'm willing to do half and then 1% the following year of your gross income, of your gross receipts. So only because you already made that promise, and I'm willing to compromise and cut that in half. So Councilmember Diaz, thanks for that. My other question is, you said that there have been no complaints, and that's very good, because we actually stuck our necks out on your behalf, because you are a business. And community, there were a lot of folks in the neighborhood that were opposed to opening a dispensary in that neighborhood. But I know that when we granted, when we approved the opening, it would clean up the area, and it did. I've been there a few times. There's a Japanese restaurant there. There's, I think, still a Mexican restaurant there. So it's there was a Japanese restaurant before, right, and a Mexican restaurant. Yeah, sushi, the sushi, yeah. They're still there, right? So I was really delighted to, and they were actually very happy that you actually have opened and cleaned up that area. So very much appreciated. And of course, the jobs, very much appreciated. I know a couple of people that actually work there, young people who, young adults. So now the 60% transparency, I know that that's new. So I know that there were a couple of other dispensaries that moved locations. Have we actually enforced or made sure that they are in compliance with the 60% transparency? Just
Through the mayor?
Fairness? That
Yes.
We actually
Yes,
enforce
we
that?
have. There is one, all of them have already been constructed. There is one that is in building plan check now, and that is a condition that they modify their frontage.
Okay, and of course their stores are much smaller than V-Town Farms, but still.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Everything is much smaller than
Okay.
V-Town.
Yeah. Then again, so it's very hot, right? I don't. So again, in fairness, we cannot make an exception. So however, if we can work something out, because I was reading their report, they were proposing they may need to reduce the size of their dispensary, and so that would mean the 60% transparency may be something that they would be able to do. So I will leave that up to you. I'd like for it to be enforced because that's the fair thing. And I've heard from folks that the glass was actually bought and it was not put in. That's what I heard from folks. I don't know how true that is. I'm not going to need an answer for that. It will cost money to comply with the 60% transparency. But, I support that. Okay. So like I said, we want to keep businesses in Vallejo, small business, big business, dispensaries, any kind of business that will provide much needed taxes and employment. Good paying jobs, not just minimum wage, because I know that your dispensary pays more than minimum wage to your employees. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Meisner.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to everybody for a lot of hard work behind all this, to staff and to the dispensary owners. So I'm in agreement with Councilmember Lawyer Diaz and Vice Mayor Verderliga about the donations. It was a very robust discussion that we had, and it was offered because we were told of the success of the dispensaries that other areas had. So I know that was sort of an enticement because there was a lot of opposition to that particular location. And I also agree, I mean, it really, that ever since Food for Less left, that area really went downhill quickly. So it's cleaned up a lot. So I appreciate that. So the 60% though, that's a tough one because we have required, so the other ones are non-conforming, and when they move, if they move, they'll have to change, they'll have to have that requirement. And Councilmember Du and I were both on we were on the ad hoc committee that created the zoning. So, I mean, I think it was, to be able to see in, and but it was also, we talked a lot about aesthetics, and when we look at some of the existing dispensaries, some of them are just not very attractive, and it was our hope that over time, it takes a while for things to move. As people move and the code gets implemented, But it was really our intent to make these dispensaries look good. And some of them just frankly look kind of seedy, the ones that are in their existing, not all of them, and some of them are just naturally already had windows, and so it's just sort of all over the map. And because we did require the other dispensaries that moved the 60% requirement, it's really hard for me to say, well, we're going to make an exception here. I mean, maybe there's something to work out as far as the other space, but it sounds like the 60% doesn't apply to those other sort of non-retail spaces already. So there seems to be a disconnect there between what the dispensary says and what the requirement is. So I don't know if you've looked into that or not.
I'm sorry, excuse me, looked into.
Well, they were saying that they would, in order to accommodate the 60%, they'd have to reduce the amount of size in the interior.
It's a financial consideration, I believe, for them.
Okay.
I mean, because the two options outlined by their engineer are doable. They're just not inexpensive.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So yeah, I just that's a really hard one for me because we have required it of other dispensaries that have moved. So, and it was at the time it was very clear in our zoning that was a requirement. So I think people sort of walked into that understanding, there's challenges come up with a building, but I'm not quite sure how to reconcile that. So, thank you.
Councilmember Ariola.
Thank you, Mayor. Having a red light, green light issue. So I'm going to be very brief because this is just very simple to me. Last year, you might recall, Mr. Wesley, I was the negative vote on you opening your dispensary, and for these reasons that we're addressing right now. Not the 60% transparency, but I knew the oversaturation was going to be an issue. That's where I kept my vote, as well as holding true to the people who are having an issue with having a dispensary open. That said, however, I'm torn on this new issue. What I'm hearing here is a 60% transparency issue, windows, and backpedaling on the funding. So between the two of them, I'm in favor of you operating your business with your security, 24/7 security team. I'm in favor of that, rather than going through windows that could get broken, not just for cops to look through it with their flashlights. I think yours is a much more effective and efficient way to keep your store protected by having your own personnel. However, on the promise of the money that was going to be divvied up to the community in North Vallejo, that was a little misstep on your side, I feel, because you could not ever imagine that there were going to be other dispensaries opening up in other towns. So you overestimated how much money you were going to be bringing in. And so I have a problem with that. But I am willing to compromise if council so does desire to put up a good portion of that, half, as they say, to that. But I'm not sold on the 60% windows out there. They're 150 feet away from Sonoma Boulevard, and there's just no foot traffic walking up. It's a parking lot. So why do we need, those big windows out there? That's it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Dew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask Mr. Wesley, I think I saw something about like 42% transparency was more feasible or something along those lines. Was there anything, because when we're talking about making it smaller. Like it's a shoebox that's going to be from the size of the dispensary right now. So, I mean, we're talking about significant reductions in not only revenues and taxes, but also employees are going to be fired. I mean, they would have to be laid off. They wouldn't be able to support that staffing. And so is there anything you could do to make that more transparent that would be feasible?
And we need to have you on the record in case it gets reviewed.
In the plans that were submitted to building and planning, I think it was last June or July, we had a plan to get to, I think, 40% plus or minus, based on letter 1 from base design. Base design did that, and for a spend of about $90,000 to $100,000, we're able to get to 40% by putting in a series of 4-foot wide windows ground to the underside of the parapet. So for about $100,000, we are going to be able to improve what is there now up to approximately 40%.
Okay.
Is that your understanding?
You know, through the mayor, sorry, there were multiple iterations. There were at least 8 iterations of different percentages. And I think I do remember the 4-foot wide windows. What I would not be in favor of, you know, if I could say is some of the windows you proposed were like 6 inches high and just a little strip along. That would not be acceptable.
Yeah.
So
Yes, those were notional plans during the planning process. But then what was concluded during the final city council meeting was that 60%, because we didn't understand that 60% represented the whole area, including space up here that nobody can even look into. We thought 60% was walking along and being able to look in 60% of the time. But during the last city council meeting, it was resolved that 60% meant the area. So at that point, that's when we put together that we brought the structural engineer out and put the plans together. And she said, okay, here's what you can do without, you know, screwing up, you know, making major, like what we just got, okay, the $300,000 solutions. And that's about $100,000 cost putting in those. And those were the plans that we submitted to get a permit with. But planning denied it because it didn't achieve the 60%. That's my recollection. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, why don't you stay there, because I'm going to have some questions when we get through.
I mean, you know, for me, just going back to the purpose of the 60%, or the purpose of having a storefront be transparent from a safety perspective, is if there was an organized retail theft crew that went in and was holding hostages and, you know, armed with weapons, like the officers, it would be safer if the officers could see through the windows coming up to the building to see where everyone is and what they're entering, what kind of a situation they're entering into. That being said, banks are not transparent, right? Like, you know, I mean, if anybody's going to get held up by an organized, you know, of that level of organization, you would see it at a bank. And so for me, it just seems like, yes, I understand that we have had a couple dispensaries, it's 2, right, that have gone through and actually paid and installed the windows. There's one that's in plan checks, but 2 that are like fully, some of them had transparency already, right? Yeah. And so it just seems to me that we're putting this hurdle in front of our dispensaries, like so many of them that are in their existing locations. Part of the reason they're not changing their location is because they would have this financial hurdle to change the building that they go into unless they are fortunate enough to find a location that already has those kinds of windows in existence. And I think it would encourage our dispensaries that are currently not very pretty, not very aesthetic, to be able to make that change and locate somewhere else that might be more attractive without having to come up with, you know, I mean, there's a significant cost to having a dispensary as it is. They're going to have to put in filtration systems. They're going to have to do all of the other things that are required. And if there isn't an actual purpose to having the 60% transparency that serves the purpose of what it's there for, I don't understand why we're putting that obligation on our businesses. It just does not seem to make sense to me.
That's not really before us tonight.
Yeah. So, well, and so it's not in the zoning code right now, so we don't need to put it back in, is my point. And so that's where I'm going with that. But if there was a compromise that had to be made, I'd be willing to look at like the 40%, 42%. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Wesley, when you said you were doing a certain amount of receipts every single day, 37,000.
Yeah,
When
yes.
you said you were doing a certain amount of receipts on an average of $37,000 a day, is that total gross receipts?
It's $32,000 a day. That's collections. Gross receipts, as typically defined in most development agreements, for example, in Rio Vista and Antioch, it's collections less all the taxes, the sales tax, the excise tax, the city tax. That gets you to the gross receipts, which is what we call revenue. So revenue and gross receipts are collections after you take out all the taxes.
Okay, so you're actually talking about adjusted gross receipts.
I'm sorry?
Adjusted gross receipt.
Yeah, gross
okay.
receipt, yeah.
So I want to make sure that everybody understands that it's not a percentage of total gross receipts that is being discussed or proposed. It is a total of adjusted gross receipts, which means we need a very clear definition of what gross receipts are and how they are calculated, because otherwise we get into a nice litigation battle. I am in favor of actual total gross receipts, just to be clear.
mean less?
Total gross receipts.
So that includes taxes?
Indeed.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
Then I can live with the 1%. Secondly, you, I think you deliver as well, do you not?
I'm sorry?
You deliver products?
No, we don't. No. We sell wholesale. From the packaging and manufacturing we do, we sell wholesale largely to our sister companies, but also to other third-party dispensaries, yeah.
And do those count towards gross receipts?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you have, do you not have a billboard somewhere that says call if you want to buy something?
No, we don't have that.
Okay. Do any of your sales in this area get attributed to the Rio Vista facility?
No. Oh, you mean we sell to Rio Vista? Well, for example, Rio Vista cultivates, they then send the cultivation, they send the cultivation to Antioch to be trimmed, to be trimmed, and then that product comes up here to be packaged.
And then who gets credited with the gross receipts, Rio Vista or Vallejo?
Each city that touches it, they get credit for what they put into it.
Okay, and is staff in agreement with this explanation? Because I can see some problems coming up here about you're saying X and you're thinking Y.
So if I might, Mr. Mayor, I think if I'm hearing correctly, we might be headed to council directing staff to come back at a later date with a revised resolution.
I think so.
I would suggest that we gather information from the council on your preferred definition, and we can dig in more deeply to the different methodologies and come back with some clearer information.
Not only do I think that's an excellent idea, but I especially think it's an excellent idea at 12:37 a.m.
Mr. Mayor, if I may interject for a moment. So right now, one of the things that we are undertaking, or that finance is undertaking, is some audit information. So I would suggest that we might start there with the finance department and try to figure out how is it currently being calculated, and go back to HDL, who is our business tax license folks, and really understand what we're doing, and then bring that information back to the council as well, because I think the team that's here tonight is likely to give you some incomplete information if we just guess. So better we go back to those in finance and our consultant, our tax consultant, who actually knows the answer to these questions, and bring you back that explanation.
And given your light load, when do you think you will come back?
I'm not sure we can answer that question. We have to.
Well, we need a date continued to a specific date. Otherwise, we
have to
lay it on
renotice
the table.
Yeah,
So,
we can renotice it. I mean, I don't, unless Christina has some idea. I mean, checking back with finance, I would say.
we're bringing stuff back in September already, so how far out do you have to go to be realistic?
Oh, I don't think we would have to go beyond September, but I wouldn't see us bringing it back in June, given that finance is working on budget, et cetera.
Well, we're dark in August. That leaves July.
Well, I thought I agreed to September, but you're asking the wrong person.
So you want September? Ms. Radcliffe, can you do September?
I think that would be the safest bet.
Okay.
Okay. And Mr. Wesley, are you comfortable with September?
September, and what will happen in September?
We would finalize our decision that we're going to put off apparently for tonight.
Sure. Meanwhile, I'll get with Mr. Arnold and we'll figure out what needs to get done and we'll get that done.
Okay, let me weigh in on the transparency issue. I'm not wed to 40% or 60% or even 10% or 100%. I think it is a matter of function. But what concerns me is that this is a conditional use. It runs with the property, which means that if we give him the size of the entrance doors, you're never going to get to change that. And the next person may feel differently, or the councils may feel differently. So before we go to a percentage, whether it's as is or 60%, I would like Mr. Wesley and Ms. Radcliffe and Mr. Arnold to discuss what is feasible and practical under the circumstances. You made reference, Ms. Radcliffe, to part of this space abutting the front of the building as being a staff break room. I don't see any reason to have windows for large transparency for range of firing into a staff room. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it should be kind of limited to the retail sales area.
If I could clarify,
Yeah.
it is limited to the retail sales
Okay,
area.
but I want that clarified in writing, okay?
Certainly.
All right, and the other issue we have not yet addressed tonight is the HVAC system. You don't have walls that come up to the ceiling. There's a dispute over that. It hasn't been discussed tonight, so I would ask that you, Mr. Wesley, and Mr. Arnold, you guys bargain in good faith and see if you can resolve that. Otherwise, we're going to come up with something which one or both sides may or may not like in an entirety, but it will be the final decision, because we're not going to come back and do a third bite of the apple here, okay? I can support the 1%. I think it should be on total gross receipts. I can support the $300,000 for the first year. It's a compromise. But there has to be a full accounting done by that time as well, which means you have to open up all of your books. All right. And I believe that pretty well covers the basis of what we've centered our discussion on tonight. So the chair's proposal would be to continue this to, what, the first or the second meeting in September?
Well, we have a special meeting date reserved also
for
September.
September what?
I think it's the 13th.
So your first regular meeting in September is actually the 13th, and then you have a special meeting scheduled the following week for the 20th, and then your next regular meeting in September would be the 27th.
All right, pick a date. 13th, 20th. Which one do you want?
So, I'm sorry, there were the 13, 20, and 27.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to tentatively say the 20th. We'll put a hold on the 20th.
Mr. Wesley, is that acceptable to you, September 20th?
Yes.
Okay, and in the meantime, you and Mr. Arnold will hopefully get rid of 75% of our problem. Okay, so the motion from the chair is to move the matter for continuance to the specific date of September 20th, 2022 for further resolution. Yes, council members?
Yes, I'm in agreement to move the motion, to move everything until the 20th, but I would like for us to vote tonight on the $300,000. That's a set amount. That's not tied as a percentage to anything else. Is that possible?
It is possible. You would want to put a deadline by which you would have to pay that, but what if he pays it and we don't come to terms and he decides, I'm done, I'm gone?
So I think we're back to discussing whether to modify that particular condition.
Right.
I think you could take a straw vote tonight on direction to staff relating to that. We don't have a modification or a resolution in front of you this evening for you to do that tonight. So you can reach consensus on direction. Certainly,
Okay.
that's not a problem. Whether that's a percentage or the set amount of the 300 is up to the council.
Okay, so your request, Councilmember Lorea Diaz, is for a straw vote of $300,000, a flat figure,
That is correct.
and that covers what period of time?
That would be last year.
For the first 1 year of operating, right?
2021, first year of operation.
When did he open? July what? 30th. So that goes July 30th, 2021 to July 29th, 2022, right?
That's a year.
That's 1 year. Okay, so
Excuse me,
yeah.
just point of clarification, you meant annually?
I do mean annually, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So she wasn't saying for 1 year, she's saying on an annual
All right.
basis it would be correct.
Okay.
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 First year only, yeah. Yeah, we're in
Exactly.
agreement on
And
that.
moving forward, we're doing the 1%.
Going forward, we'll
I'm
have
misunderstood.
That's
further
what the
discussion.
consensus is, yes.
Okay, so the motion, so the straw vote is that we are in agreement with the $300,000 flat fee for the first year through July. And we will address further adjustments when it comes back to us on September 20th. So the chair moves to continue this matter to the specific date of September 20th, 2022 for further discussion. Okay, could we take the vote on that, please?
Motion carries unanimously with Councilmember Brown abstaining due to a conflict of interest.
All right, well, thank you all very much for your patience and your cooperation. Appreciate the demeanor tonight. And we will conclude that matter and move forward with our calendar. Let me see. All right. That'll take us up to the information calendar, which, Mr. Malone, you are going to continue that?
Yes, and we'll get a date when that's going to
Okay,
come back.
so that is continued to a date to be selected by staff. Moving on to number 11, city manager's report. Do we have any city manager's report?
We have nothing to report.
12, city attorney's report. Any report?
No, ditto at 12:46.
13, community forum. Naveed, start our 2-minute clock. I'll ask you to start that. And for anyone wishing to address the council on items not on this meeting's agenda, both in person and virtually at the conclusion of the 2 minutes. Anyone wishing to address the council must have either placed a completed speaker's card in the box located to the right of the extended dais or raised their hand virtually. Anyone submitting a card or raising their hand after the 2 minutes is up will not be recognized for the second community forum. The last community forum is an opportunity for interested members of the public to address the council on items not on this meeting agenda. Any interested members of the public desiring to communicate with the City Council as part of this last community forum who have not already addressed the council under the first community forum may do so at this time. Each speaker is limited to 2 minutes pursuant to Vallejo Municipal Code Section 2.300. The time is still ruling, and I will note for the record that since our last action item involved Councilmember Brown being recused for a conflict of interest, the chair has authorized him to depart from the city at this time, and he will not be returning with the chair's approval. Do we have anyone who wants to make a report from members of the council at this time? Councilmember Meisner, I saw your light on.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to announce, I'll pass these out. There's 2 really incredible shows at the Empress. The city of Vallejo is getting the opportunity to show Lawrence Ferenghetti's art. You know, this is coming from the Beat, from City Lights and the Beat Museum in San Francisco. It's a collaboration with the Empress Theater, with the Alibi Bookstore downtown. So it's pretty exciting. It's coming up May 28th to June 24th. So lots of happenings in that month. So I'll pass these out. And then the other thing is the Vallejo Festival Orchestra, which is, well, there's two. The Vallejo from Vienna with Love, and then the greatest Wagner, not Wagner, Wagner concert ever, with Ottilie Graham, who's a world-renowned soprano. So some really exciting things happening at the Empress. And I just want to say, so this is our first regular meeting since I've been back, and I just want to say I'm very disappointed that I didn't get to vote for Mike Malone as our new city manager. So I want to say congratulations, and congratulations to all the staff that are now in permanent jobs too. So I'm really excited, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll go to second community forum, and we have no cards in person. Do we have any virtual speakers, Naveed?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 speakers.
One speaker? Go ahead, call him for 3 minutes.
2 speakers.
2.
Kenneth P, go ahead, please.
Hi, hey, it's me again. Long-time listener, second-time caller. I appreciate everything you guys are doing. One small request. It sounds weird, I am sure, but I think that we should give a bonus or some kind of incentive for our employees that work in the city of Vallejo to live here. You know, if you would give them like $5,000, $10,000 towards their down payment or something, you know, at least we have those employees working for the city, right? And they're all here, they live here, their families are here because they own a house here, right? We got to do something about that, you know, because everybody that lives here loves this place. I mean, it's a gem. It's a gem. Even, you know, no matter who tells you, oh yeah, we got a lot of bad words, you know, but it's beautiful here. Everybody loves it here. You know, the people that are here to stay. So we got to do something about that to encourage people to move here. And I think that if we did something to incentivize them, you know, whether it's the police or the city staff or the public works or, you know, VRDA, you know, something, you know, so that's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Kenneth. Our second speaker, please, Naveed.
Rhonda Chadwick, go ahead, please.
I just want to say it's been a long night. I thank you for all the hard work that you do. I didn't get the chance to speak earlier, but I love the idea of putting the library down in a beautiful marina, conducive to learning and good thoughts. And I like the idea of putting the police into the old library so that city council and city hall can watch over them. I think that makes for a great city. Anyways, thank you for all that you all do, and you all do a lot. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you and good night, Ms. Chadwick. We'll return to report of presiding officers. Councilmember Diaz.
Yes, Mayor. I would like to request to agendize the update for Project Roomkey.
Okay, Mr. Malone. What saith you?
I am probably going to confer with the city attorney on that one and get back to you.
I asked the city attorney, and she's on her way back, so she can, yeah.
Oh, Ms. Radcliffe, before you run away, I want one word with you, okay? Thanks. Ms. Deb, do you have anything to weigh in on this?
Unfortunately, I was talking and not listening.
About a report on Project Roomkey update?
I am assuming that the request is to agendize an update on what we have. So in terms of timing, I would need to talk to Gillian and the Housing Division on when that update could be provided.
I would probably look for a day, given the topic, to try to do it on a special meeting. Maybe in July, but we need to look. We have some of those dates already booked up.
That's fine. July or anytime sooner or within that month would be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would caution you to keep an open mind because we may be restricted by legal considerations from providing all of the information that you would like to see out there.
Sure. I was anticipating that we would provide whatever we could provide. Yes.
Exactly. Councilmember Dew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to report on the Visit Vallejo Tourism Luncheon last week. Was really great, really well attended. Our mayor gave lovely remarks and actually had the crowd laughing by the end. And I also attended the Kaiser Youth Summit. That was really incredible. Just 500 8th graders from Vallejo there and some really powerful speakers. Dougie Fresh shared his story and just like really incredible speakers. So that was exciting. The youth were all very engaged and interested, so that was wonderful. And then I was appointed by the governor to the WETA board. However, because I am still currently a council member, I can't take that seat until January of next year, so that'll come. And then Cal Cities is having their City Leaders Summit in Sacramento tomorrow through Friday, and then their board meeting Friday and Saturday, so I will be in Sacramento the rest of the week. Hope to see some of you there. Thanks.
All right. Well, congratulations upon your appointment to the WETA board because transportation is an extremely important consideration for the growth of this city. And it will be absolutely essential that the system grows with us and meets our growing and expanding needs. Councilmember Arreola.
Oh, boy. Thank you, Mayor. There were a lot of things that I did, but I'm just going to focus on what happened in the past week. On Saturday, I attended the Cinco de Mayo celebration down at downtown, produced by Mario Sacedo and the Solano AIDS Coalition. So that was very fun and exciting. And I took the swing shift, the second shift of the Vallejo Police Department right along, and I rode along with Officer Matt Railton and got to have an opportunity to really understand how low staffed they are, and I saw that firsthand where we were in North Vallejo one minute and then we're in South Vallejo another minute and then we're downtown doing, so we were all over the place and had some interesting incidents. And got to know the officer and engage with him and his personal life. We had a teen, well, I can't get into the things, but anyway, so it was a very good evening. I enjoyed it, and I look forward to more. Thank you.
Thank you.
And they really like the cookies.
Vice Mayor Verdolego.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last couple of weeks, as like all of you, have been busy. I attended the Sister City Commission in person, and the last meeting, it was canceled because of the bomb threat. So Sister City Commission new chair will be Pelton Stewart, and they'll have 3 openings, and I believe all 3 will be reapplying. So I know we have several vacancies coming up with the commission, so we need to ramp up on making sure applications are processed, or people apply, so we have a good pool of applicants to choose from. And then I attended the graduation, commencement ceremonies at Cal Maritime Academy, and I was so very pleased to see 178 graduates. It was held outdoors. It was a very wonderful ceremony. Wanted to, again, congratulate Admiral Cropper and all the graduates and staff that actually have been holding classes in person, even during the COVID pandemic. So they are a part of this community, and they were very pleased to at least see a representative from the city, and Supervisor Monica Brown was also there. And then the Vallejo PD and Mayor McConnell was there, received a check from Congressman Mike Thompson in the amount of $900,000 for a mobile crisis response team for the Vallejo PD. So details of that and how it will look in program-wise will be discussed much later with the police chief, and I'm sure they'll have some council input. And I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, view the hour. I will mention only that I was able to judge a mayor's award during the Chulas Lowriders Club, which held a rally on Saturday. And I will remind you all that the 4th of July parade is coming, and you need to line up your car, unless you want to walk. With that, we are adjourned at 12:59. We beat 1 o'clock.